So him once, and I told him it'd be really dope if we was able to get on a song with each other, like. And he actually retweeted me and said, "Yo, like, that'd be dope. Like, obviously he's being a nice guy and stuff like that. But we gotta speak it into existence. We gotta do the right things, man.
Put it out there in the universe. But remember, get them bars ready.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I gotta get into the laboratory, right? I can't just want to do. You know what I'm saying? How was your
I mean,
weekend
unless you
though?
can go like that, but if you can, more power to you. But you may want to have some in the bank ready to go.
Oh yeah, definitely gonna have to want to have something in the chamber because then I'm gonna get the moment and have nothing for it. Just
Gonna be freezing up like B Rabbit at 8 Mile.
oh man, you only got one opportunity. It's once in a lifetime. How was your weekend though, brother? Everything's good with you?
That's a pretty chill. I mean, starting a world up here in Cali, but ain't no thing.
Okay, that's what's up, man. I know
Ain't
we
nothing
just
like
got
that New York
hiatus.
humidity.
Woo, let me tell you about it. It's so crazy out here. Yesterday was about 70 degrees. The day before, 40 something degrees. 80 degrees today. And during the midday, just want to give us some light showers just cause. You know
I
what I'm
don't
saying?
miss it.
Just blend everything in there, right? Like 40, 70, 80 and rain. All right, cool. It is what it
At
is.
like 3, 4, 5 in the morning too.
Mm-hmm. Cheers to all the good people, everybody that's adulting, everybody that's enjoying themselves responsibly. Appreciate you guys. We had a week hiatus. Do not get used to us going on hiatus, folks. This is not happening often. The only time that these things happen is when we have family emergencies. So I had to take care of family, and it prevented me from attacking goals how I would like to. Because to be honest and transparent, sometimes I take on a lot of projects and things pile up, and I don't like projects to pile up. There's an episode in the chamber for Unwelcome Your Thoughts, episode 3 from season 2 that is still yet to be released. You guys keep an eye out for that. Razor, I want to hear your thoughts of night one. Well, I mean, there's a lot to talk about. If you want to get straight into the draft, we cut, but that's gonna be the main topic of today, the draft. And there's been so much going on in wrestling. Like, where would you like to start?
I mean, we can start off with a nice little chuckle. By that meaning the very comical Tony Khan this NFL draft weekend.
So, what do you make of that, dude? Like, I feel like I appreciated the effort, right? I'm gonna say this: the effort for me was there because to get the commentators, who was it, Rich Eisen, or it was a notable commentator that they're on the end with
These
this.
were the top dogs for NFL Network practically.
Yes, you got the big dogs going with the buffoonery. That is the
The
selling of Tony
Harvey
Khan.
a Harvey Weinstein of professional wrestling. I cannot stress that enough. You could have said a boatload of different things. I probably would have got a much better reaction than that. I don't think I've ever seen anybody, whether it's ESPN, NFL, Films, CBS, whatever, go to a hard out just as fast.
Yeah, that was insane. That's kind of like at this point, I'm gonna be honest. I used to think Tony Khan. I'm not saying he doesn't have class, but some of his actions show that he needs PR help in terms of like he just goes out there and sometimes says what he wants, and that might negatively affect the business, his business. He it might not show, he might not care, but the ratings show 683,000, the lowest since 2021. 2021, the pandemic was still going on.
And they was making some promise back then too.
Right, that's when things were going up. Like it should have been on the uprise. So to go back down with all of these antics, it's kind of it, it's shocking to me to say the least. Because like I said, I thought Tony Khan would be more quiet behind the scenes.
It's a shame more than anything because you had a pretty successful pay per view in Dynasty. You had the return of Jack Perry to close out Dynamite. Now, me personally, I would have taken a different route, but again, to see where they're going with it, I see where they're trying to go, but the execution was so far left field. Let's see how they do. Let's see how they go. I'm going to leave it at that.
I'm glad you mentioned Dynasty because I feel like that's one of the events that took place in wrestling while we were on this break, right? Will Ospreay, Danny Bryan. Thoughts on that?
Now, we all knew that was going to be one hell of a match. Let's just be honest. I mean, Stevie Wonder could see it from a mile away. That's going to be a classic right there. I mean,
Phenomenal.
But at the end of the day, I don't know how you felt about the closing moments. Yes, Danielson is one hell of a seller. I just thought between that and there's another spot in that match where he does his thing in the corner, falls on his head, a few other things.
Ref doesn't check on him.
Yeah, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record with this dude, but it always seems like it's always when Bryce Redsburg is in the referee where almost some of these cringier spots take place. Whether it was the Willow match, the match a while back where Moxley got knocked out cold, to this, to I'm sure there's a few other ones. Bryce just has bad luck in the zebra stripes.
Yeah, it makes him look like he's not doing his job very well. I would say it's hard, right? The referee job is a job in wrestling that a lot of people don't speak of. So I can't imagine that job is easy as just going to the ring and slap your hand down 1, 2, 3, right? There's way more to it than just that. So I tip my hat off to Bryce for that. But maybe focus less on the theatrics of like, oh, whoa, and when a spot like that takes place, be sure to check on both participants. I think that'll probably be the better measure going forward, right there.
Yeah, and then of course, accidents are going to happen in that profession, but still, it's like if you know you're 40 plus minutes deep in a match, you're not going to have the same gas tank as you did opening bell. It's just self-awareness at the end of the day. Will Ospreay is a class act. Brian is one of the best that we've ever seen in this generation. Things happen, but at the end of the day, it's like know yourself.
He wants to die in the ring. He like it's just like when wrestlers.
That's the unfortunate thing about it.
Yeah, like you said, it's unfortunate. I hate when the guys talk like this. When the boys talk like they're gonna leave it out all in the ring, and then they flat out say things like that. Like they're gonna they rather die in the ring kind of thing. And sometimes it shows.
Yeah,
shout out to my brother Cap for joining, man. I see you out there, Cap.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Greetings, bro. Greetings.
You hear me? You hear me? Everything coming clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, what's good? Yo, Razor, what's the word, bro?
Another day in paradise, my brother.
Heard it. Every time we take that good old breath of fresh air.
That's a nice.
I got the
good ganja.
Oh, wait.
Medicine for the soul.
Yes, indeed. Feed the needy, baby.
Cap, are you familiar with AEW? Like, do you see AEW stuff coming across your timeline on Twitter and things like that?
Not as much, honestly. Little things here and there, nothing too crazy. Wow, what's up? What's the topic, baby?
Right now, we talking about Will Ospreay versus Daniel Bryan that happened at AEW Dynasty.
Didn't he get hurt?
Right.
You heard his neck again, right?
They're saying it was part of the story to just get Bryan to sell Ospreay as this absolute monster. But even Will kind of saw after the match, like, okay, things got a little bit too carried away. My bad.
Can I just say this? Now, this is like, I'm not a wrestling connoisseur like my man HD is, but I pay attention to what's going on. I just gotta say this though. This is random as shit, I guess. But I ain't sold on none of these dudes being any type of beasts, like with Hook. What they what they try to do with Hook, trying to make it seem like he's such this big Billy badass because of who his dad was. Like these dudes are all like pencils walking around. Like there's no fear factor. There's no beast. There's no, oh my God, these guys are really like, they ain't none of that really walking around in wrestling right now. To be having that type of gimmick or any persona or any of that. Like I kind of hate that right now. Like that's kind of annoying, bro. I'm not feeling on these guys on being beasts.
So your point is because I feel like a lot of to create a beast like that, unfortunately, you're gonna have to have a lot of squash matches. Like if you go back to Goldberg's run,
right?
He had a long streak before actually losing, and during that streak, a lot of them were squashes before they actually became competitive matches. As to where even Braun Breaker on SmackDown now. The last 3 weeks, the two people he faced got released.
That's true.
Wait, Cedric got released too?
No, Zion Quinn, and then Cameron Grimes.
Cause he just had a match with Cedric. I was like,
I'm hoping Cedric is safe.
I was gonna say.
I swear to everything. I hope Cedric is safe because I'm a big fan of Cedric Alexander dating back to ROH when I first discovered him over there, going over to 205 Live, everything. Cedric is nice. I just feel like he's so underutilized over there in WWE. But yeah, going back to your point, Cap, a lot of beasts, they aren't built up. Like Powerhouse Will Hobbs, to me, him and Wardlow should have been them. Those are the AEW and Murder Hawk.
Archer.
Yes, Lance Archer.
Yeah, so HD, I don't know how fluent you are with the stuff from New Japan, but Archer was running a rough shot with Minoru Suzuki, and Suzuki going him, David Smith, even back in the day, Shelton Benjamin was running with them too. There were some dogs. But Cat's point, another thing that they're missing now, again, to a degree, they had this with Punk, but who there actually has an ego aside from MJF? Who's got that it's me or nothing else type of mentality?
And
I feel
everything
like
has
it
to
can be
match though.
swerved.
Like
It can be
everything
swerved.
has to match though. You can have the personality, but the in ring could be shit. So it doesn't even matter personality if your in ring is poop. MJF right now is probably the most all around out there.
They had something with Jade, and then obviously she saw other pastors.
Money.
You kind of have that with Statlander. It's just she's got the injury bug more often than not. You mentioned Hobbs and Wardlow easily.
Where's Athena on AEW television? Like, I, I'm gonna
That's Miss
continue.
Ring of Honor right there.
But they continue to have all of these other. They got the trios, the 6-man ROH champions on television. There's a few ROH guys that appear on. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I get it though. I get it.
I wouldn't mind seeing what's her name? Another Ring of Honor chick, OG Badass. What's her name? Mercedes Martinez or something like that.
Okay. Yep. I remember.
Wouldn't mind seeing her throw down with Statler or something like that. Nice physical match.
Right. That's right. She was in that group in WWE. Got released. Went over to AEW. Haven't seen much of her since.
They got Tony Nese, Ring of Honor, another standout guy.
That's who we used to remember. What was the guy named Woods that you was talking about? Wasn't him and
Josh
Tony
Woods.
Nese?
I just found out he's down there too.
Josh Woods is another beast to me. Like, I feel like he can. I don't know who I could compare him to, but he has a good physique. I like his in-ring work.
He's like, to me, it's kind of like if Braun gets a little more wisdom and was more well-rounded as a wrestler.
Yeah, I could see that.
Similar builds, similar athleticism. It's just Braun went on to play football in college. Wood stayed doing wrestling.
All right, so since you mentioned Braun Breaker, I just want to pivot to that real quick because that's also been on my mind. How do you feel about his squash matches? Like, do you feel like you like that the way they building him up to do that, or would you rather see more than just a 1-minute match out of him on SmackDown?
For right now, it's just enough because you're proving that this is an absolute animal. It's in his genes. Look at his dad and his pops. They're certified. This is what they do. Come in, wreck shop, get out.
Yeah, his spear looks pretty sick too. Like, cause he gives like that when the match starts. It's like he goes into like almost a 3-point stance and then charges going to the spear. Like,
and kudos to the camera for catching his speed just rope to rope. That just looks insane. Yeah. I want to see Homeboy's 40 time after that.
Yeah, I remember on NXT they did some graphic work showing like when he bounced off the rope and how many miles per hour and stuff like that. Yeah, that's pretty dope when he does that too. It looked better than, I don't want to say it looks better than Roman's, but like you said, more speed, more velocity.
It's a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, definitely looks clean. What else happened on that pay-per-view? All right, so we AEW Dynasty, we had Swerve Strickland go over on Samoa Joe to become our first African American heavyweight champion of
Shout
AEW.
out to Swerve.
Big shout out to Swerve right there. Yo, I love it. Prince Nana got it, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, I don't know
sleep
how
on
long,
the kid.
I'm telling you, I don't know how long Prince Nana's staying up on my stream dancing, but he's staying there for a long time right now. I think maybe until he goes away, but I'm definitely happy for Swerve Strickland right there. AEW seems to be gaining some momentum having him as champion. I also feel like me and you spoke about it offline. Their booking of him was kind of weird. Having him do that promo on Collision. This is like putting your heavyweight champion to speak on Saturday night main event.
You treated him like the cruiserweight champion or like the old U.S. champion.
Yeah. Well, all dude, that shit is like. I'm be honest. To me, Collision is like Sunday Night Heat or something. Like, it's not that level of SmackDown yet. It's a 1 hour show. They try to fit a lot into this 1 hour show.
Maybe that's why they did it though. You know, maybe they're trying to go in that direction. They're trying to take it, you know, I guess more serious if you want to use the word.
I get they're trying to get the post NBA, pre NHL crowd and all that, but I mean, still, it's like have them sound more, I mean, less generic, if that makes any sense.
I'm not gonna lie though. It's all right. Look, put things in perspective. I seen something online that said WWE SmackDown Night 1, the draft. It competed with NFL's draft, went head to head. So placing Collision after an NBA playoff game and it still doesn't help. It's mind blowing. It's insane.
In between NBA playoffs, right before Stanley Cup playoffs, you couldn't be in a much better spot for a crowd.
You couldn't be. Like, that's optimum. I'm gonna be honest too. I didn't change my television set after that NBA playoff game. I heard Cap. You was on the phone with me. I said AEW. You was like, yeah, I heard that too. Yeah. And then I'm like, okay. See Swerve on. I'm like, all right, that's cool. But then the rest of the show.
I just got the kids running in at the background real quick, so you know me on mute.
Nah, you good, brother.
Y'all good?
Yeah. So I'm sitting there like, I don't know. It's a weird spot. Swerve Strickland couldn't help being placed after the NBA playoffs right before the hockey playoffs. It didn't help. I personally think they need to make Collision more of a brand than a secondary show. I feel and I don't mean to just bite off of Raw and SmackDown. That's not what I'm saying. But make things a little bit more exclusive to this show. Like, you have a whole bunch of titles just being defended whenever, wherever on both shows. And I feel like that's probably why there's no sense of urgency to tune into Collision. What I got to tune into Collision for?
It's already be on Twitter as it's aired anyways.
They need to give you a story arc that you can only catch while you're watching that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you know what I mean? Like, you gotta tune in. You have to. If not, you're not gonna get this.
Just like the Bloodline storyline. The Bloodline storyline, it's happening only on. Well, I can't say only on Raw. You got Jey Uso sprinkled. I mean,
it's on SmackDown now. Yeah.
And Jey Uso sprinkled on Raw, so I can't say it's completely exclusive to SmackDown, but a majority of the storylines on SmackDown.
Well, the Bloodline is officially on SmackDown as far as the draft is concerned.
Yes, yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? Thank you for clearing that up, too, because this is the WWE draft episode. So, you know what I'm saying? Bloodline was drafted to SmackDown for anybody that missed out on that or haven't been keeping up. So, that's that right there.
Yo, real quick,
yeah.
I want to get your thoughts because I hear him talk about ROH and New Japan, so he know his shit, too, like you do. How y'all really feel about this Cody and AJ thing? I feel like they miss. I feel like WWE is they could be missing out on something bigger if they don't do AJ and Cody right. Because they go back. Like, if you don't do this right,
they're not gonna do it right.
Like, I just don't like how it looks. I don't like how it feels right now, bro.
It's too much going on, and this might be a hot take right now, but I'm gonna be honest. At first, I was pretty pleasant about Tama Tonga joining the Bloodline, right? Mm-hmm. All right, 2 or 3 weeks in, I still got no fucking why. Why is he in? Why? Okay, yes, Haku, okay, but I thought Bloodline was directly blood. Now we're extending to, okay, this is like the oath that the grandfathers made as to where, like,
I mean, you know, that's how it was. That's why.
So, but that all right. Go ahead.
The OG said, if stuff goes sideways, you call this, folks. They'll get you right.
Right.
Stuff went sideways with Roman. Raw called Uncle Haku, hey, we need your kid. We need your son. And how soon can he get on that plane? Come regulate.
And that's the tie-in right there because they got footage a few years ago, The Rock bought Haku a truck, right, for his birthday. Like, there's things that they can go back to. So that makes 100% sense.
But again, done right, he also has ties to AJ exactly. So it's like,
And
yo,
now if
there's so
you
much.
want
That's
to
what I'm
take it a
saying.
step further, this is when, since AJ's heel, he'll make this little alliance with The Rock. And The Rock says, yo, you know what I
I
mean,
want the
Tama, you
Bullet
know
Club
AJ,
back.
go
I ain't
fuck
gonna
with
hold you in
Cody.
some form.
But I feel like they're gonna have Tama and Kevin Owens in the right now in the feud.
Here's the thing.
Just
There's more than just Bullet Club with Tama Tonga. There's a couple other good brothers that I think haven't been drafted yet that you could tie it back in with AJ in the Good Brothers.
that's true.
So I
That's
mean, now
true.
I know they had a weird fallout a few weeks ago or before Mania or whatever, but I'm sure if done right, you can sweep it under the rug. As AJ had a little power trip moment, he's cool. He's back now. Hit up the boys, get the band back together. We gotta go show you who's big dog over here.
Fuck around, Finn Balor say, you know what? Fuck Judgment Day, bro.
I'm saying too, and you know what's crazy about
Let's
timing
take
and
over
life,
this shit,
period?
y'all.
But I'm telling you, timing is crazy because almost the whole Bullet Club is in WWE right now.
It's
Uh-huh.
wild, yo. That's what I'm saying. It's
And if
bugged out, bro.
Kenny Omega, I feel like unless he's working us with these live stream sessions, I feel like he might want to make that jump. He
That's
just
been an
said he wasn't.
interesting.
Go ahead.
Those have been some interesting streams.
Yeah, he just said that he wished he was presented like Roman Reigns was presented.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen that. I seen that. He said the same way they presented him. He is like he feel like that's literally. He said I think he said New Japan is how they treated him like that.
Make them special.
Yep. He said, but he felt he could have that same type of reign. And I was like, yo, like that's fire
I
though,
mean, I'm
bro.
gonna be
Like,
honest.
come
My
on.
favorite Kenny Omega of all time is not the iteration that I see in AEW. It's the cleaner, leather jacket, black and silver hair, the cleanup.
Mr. Rise of the
Bang bang,
Terminator.
yeah, bang bang. Have a good night. He's going crazy with that. Like he can't do. He could do it in AEW. He's tried it, but it's like he's this EVP role. He's with the elite. They
Mm.
joke around and like you said, that presentation and it's not it.
He thought his boys would have his back, and then he's kind of seen that they got their own agenda. You can't really fault him for that. But
I just feel
he's
like
supposed
Tony Khan hijacked that shit.
well, again, with Kenny being gone and having his injury problems, it seems like the Bucks have got closer to Tony. Jericho probably got tied in as well. They
Jericho
are going to be in
recently weighed
Kenny's
in.
hometown this Wednesday, so things going to be pretty interesting.
It's like this is the way I would envision it in life, right? Let's say us three make a wrestling promotion, and we all come into it with $1 million. I got 1 million, Razor got 1 million, Cap got 1 million, but we need this investor. Like we need, and Tony was he at all out when all out that first or all in I should say that first one. He was like a secret investor. Nobody knew about Tony Khan yet. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Now you put the piece together. They got the press conference in Jacksonville. Why Jacksonville? Because his father owns the Jacksonville Jaguars. So now we starting to see, okay, Tony Khan, who is this guy? Oh, now you start. But then we accepted him. Why? Because he's a wrestling fan. But we never really checked anything else in between. Like we just, oh yeah, he's a wrestling fan. He's for us. Like, but what I see, I
It
think
was the new
like,
toy. It was the new toy in the store. We was just happy to
Mm-hmm.
see it.
bro, why does he book everything, bro? Because you put up the most bread. But is that the best decision? Because
See, right
you,
right now, if you're in his position, I don't think he's in the position to put quality out there. He just got to put quantity. He needs to like, you know what I'm saying? He don't got the quality side just yet, and he kind of do. He just don't know how to put it together because he ain't
Mm-hmm.
he don't come from that. He don't come from that cloth, bro. And he don't got the right people around him. Because you
yep.
can't have all these other stars that are stars everywhere else that we're talking about as well, not just WWE. And
Okay, so, Cal, I'm glad you brought that up right there.
but
Did either one of you guys have a chance to watch and listen to Bishop and Bubba Ray Dudley chop it up on Bishop's podcast on YouTube?
I haven't heard their latest. Probably like 2.
So they did one just recently. Bubba Ray brought up a very good point. Every great booker was under the learning tree of another booker. Who did Tony study under?
I heard that. That's it. That's a good. No, that
There's an
yeah.
art to this, bro. Like as much as
Cause
we are fans, the three of us as well. I'm pretty sure put in that situation, we won't do as great as we think we will, bro. Because there's just certain little intricacies we don't know about. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Period. You have nobody there teaching you none of this. You're not even asking questions.
Which is funny because Tony's got Jim Ross on his payroll. He's got Jeff Jarrett on his payroll. He's got Taz. He's got Mark Henry. He's got Big Show, Jake Roberts, some of the biggest, greatest minds. He's not even asking them questions. He's just going to Dave Meltzer saying, all right, how does the internet like our shit?
yeah. And sometimes I think that's the problem, right? Like,
Hey, how many views did we get on that clip?
Mm-hmm.
that's it. You know what I mean? Like, McDonald's don't give everybody everything they want. It took them a minute before they bring the snack wraps back. Everybody was clamoring, I want snack wraps, dollar snack wraps. You think they're gonna give it just because you want it?
The ice cream machine still don't work, bro.
Same over here.
The ice cream machine still don't work. Like, come on, man. Like, I don't understand. Like, and I get it. You want to give the folks what they want, right? But I feel like you got to do, and it's corny, but you got to do what's best for business. You can't give. All right, let's say Roman Reigns and The Rock, right? Why do we want to see it so much? Because they held on to it. They didn't just put it on an episode of SmackDown. Rock versus Roman here, a random episode of SmackDown in the middle of October. Fuck it,
Dream match.
dream match. Yeah, they'll put there and fucking go to Twitter. Yo, we having a dream match tonight. Fucking one of the
Certified. This is awesome. Chance.
Might as well make an event called that shit Dream Night.
I mean, they got a pay-per-view. What was the shit for Anoki?
Russell Dream or something like that in Seattle.
Yeah, Wrestle Dream. They got Wrestle Dream. They got one, Cap.
That's coming up too.
Bro, they got a Wrestle Dream. They got a Forbidden Door. They got everything you could think of in AEW, bro. Like, I'm surprised they don't have a timeline machine. You heard? Like, you know what I'm saying? Go back in past. Like, this is crazy.
That's because there's a bunch of fans like us just thinking about shit. Hey, let's do this. And not everything we think about is the right thing.
I think fantasy booking should just be kept at fantasy booking. When you fantasy book and want to bring it into like some people have creative minds that can make it work. But just to say, yo, I want to see this match, but what's the story? What's the draw?
Like the Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny, I'd say is probably of recently the best creative match put up together, because who the fuck would ever thought about fucking Bad Bunny? But when we actually seen this shit, it was like, oh shit, it looks pretty good.
I mean, when you put things in perspective, who would have ever thought WWE would have had a global Spanish artist for like having a match?
One of the biggest artists in the world.
Or even in the Logan Paul's case, a influencer, a disruptor, a YouTuber, like
one of your top champions.
Hey, he's a wrestler, damn it.
I mean, at this
retired
point,
boxer.
I give it to him. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, to tell you, I've been on the Logan bandwagon since before everything. I've been saying, I said, yo, I said he was gonna be champion. Boom, he became a champion. I'm telling you, I know
he's not lying. You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be transparent. I was completely salty when Logan Paul stepped on the scene because I felt like he was gonna smash Bad Bunny's. Like Bad Bunny just looked good. One of the best celebrities to do this. Nigga, we had Drew Carey eliminating himself out the Royal Rumble back in the day. For Christ's sake, Pete Rose used to come in and get tombstoned. These celebrities used to come in and like, bro.
Didn't we have Richard Simmons in a match one time? I'm just saying.
We might have, to be honest. We might have. That sounds some Vince shit in the 90s.
They had the refrigerator, Taylor in the
William
match.
Berry.
Yeah, yo, bro, I'm trying to tell you, they had all kind of shit.
And they had butter being put to pause on somebody too.
Yeah, on Bart Gunn, remember? I think it was Bart Gunn. So to see these celebrities come out and have good even Johnny Knoxville beat Sami Zayn. Johnny Knoxville beat our Intercontinental Champion that we
Hey,
clamoring for right now.
you can't say you didn't love We Match giving that body slam.
Man. I ain't gonna lie, you know who I miss out there? Remember El Torito? Remember the little guy dressed as the little
The
bull
little
that came
mini.
out? Yeah. El Torito was out there washing people, and he was in a Royal Rumble match. I ain't gonna lie, like, come on, man. Nah, but in all seriousness though, I think AEW. Look, they got Adam Copeland, aka FKA, formerly known as Edge, putting on. I don't even know if they good matches. Like,
Okay,
I
so
thought
the Penta match was fine. It was really good,
I didn't like
but
Penta's
it's
outfit. It was distracting. All that blue. He need to take all take all that blue off. I'm sorry. I ain't gonna lie, he came in there like Blue Teaster. Remember that year everybody was Blue
bro.
Teaster? He came in there wearing a whole blue outfit. Like, what are you doing?
Nigga look
Yo,
like the Tick.
bro, I was confused. Nah, you gotta understand, Pensa,
No
remember
fake
La
ass Sonic the
Parker?
Hedgehog.
Yo, dead ass though. Remember La Parker that used to come out with the chair in WCW with the black and white outfit?
Mhm.
He used to wear like this it was a whole body outfit, but it was like a skeletor, like, you know what I'm saying, look like a skeleton. So Pensa, he usually wears dark colors, you know what I'm saying. He got this shit where he be like cero miedo, like he got no fear, right? So to see him wearing these happy colors, I'm just distracted. I'm like, man, what are they doing with this
The
guy? But
red was one thing because I get it. I get it.
yeah,
Even the Joker one, I fucks with
That's like
it.
watching
the Joker
Gargano and
one was
Ciampa
fire.
look like fucking they belong in the 80s, nigga. The shit they got them wearing in WWE is like, what the fuck, bro?
I ain't gonna lie. My most hated outfit in WWE right now got to be the Street Profits, bro.
Yeah.
I'm tired of seeing him wear like he need. I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to Bianca Belair. She need to make her own outfits, make her shits for her and Jade. But all that making the shit like I don't think she should be making it too much glitter, bro. I want to see them also like the Hurt Business black and gold. That
Keep it
screams
simple.
championship. Yes, I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound corny, like oh outfits gotta. But come on, let's be honest, bro. Some of your favorite wrestlers back in the day, Shawn Michaels used to come out with drip. Austin had regular drip, like black tights with the knee brace. Simple, you know what I'm saying? If you're gonna go simple,
Cena
go
with the
simple.
pump Reeboks and the jorts.
You and a different jersey every week. You feel me? I'm trying to tell you. And it made look that right there though. We laughing about it, but Cena used to play to the crowd where a hometown like even the Street Profits used to do it. They'll come out with their
Mhm.
jersey and the shorts in the color of the whatever. Like they're in Chicago is black and red. If they in LA is purple and gold. You know what I'm saying? So if they're gonna be face, I think the Street Profits, and it's time they win that championship. I'm saying that right now. Street Profits need to win that championship, bro. How you feel about that, Razor?
I would love to see them versus Austin Theory and Grayson Waller. That'd be one hell of a match.
Mm, I think it's time. Like, I think everybody give Angelo Dawkins. I'm starting to think, bro, they're a tag team. I don't want to see them split up. I'm done. I'm good on Montez Ford as a singles wrestler. I'm good on that. No hate on it. If he ever becomes a singles wrestler, like Bubba Ray and Devon, but the Dudleys was always the Dudleys. Street Profits always gonna be the Street
I think
Profits.
you can still push him to a United States title and still have him
With
run
Dawkins.
still have him run his tag team with Dawkins. Like, you don't gotta break him up at all, bro. Like, you break him up, you don't see Dawkins nowhere, bro. I'm sorry. I'm
That's the
sorry.
unfortunate part.
You don't see him nowhere, bro. I don't see him nowhere. Not mid
I
card,
know I
not
know
doing
where I see
nothing.
him. I know where I see him in the tag team with somebody else, with Cedric Alexander. In the
I wouldn't
tag
mind
team.
that.
I mean, that's what they'll realistically do. Look, they did it with Cedric. They got him in a tag team with Ashanti the Adonis.
I hate that name, bro.
What, Ashanti? Or the
Yes.
Adonis?
I hate the whole thing. I hate that damn name, bro. Like,
All
who
right,
sat
so look, you see how you hate names? I hate outfits.
who sat back who sat back there and thought about, hey, you know what? This sounds great together. Like, what the hell, bro?
I'm
Like,
not gonna
Probably
lie. On
Dollar.
paper, yeah.
Jesus.
On
Like,
paper,
I
when I
hate that
first seen
stupid
Hit
name.
Row, I didn't know who Ashanti was. I thought it was a chick. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Hey, I thought it was
I
beef
thought it
up
was too
too.
at first.
I thought, yo, B-Fab, I thought B-Fab was the guy, and I thought Ashanti was the girl. That's the
It's
crazy shit.
crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, a lot been going on though. I think we didn't really cover up something that happened in between that led up to the draft. Rhea Ripley dropped her title. I'm not sure if it's legitimate. I see the sad face. I feel that way. We got mommy on the screen right there. And to everybody that don't know, mommy is always on top.
Salute. Moment of silence.
Salute. You know what I'm saying? But she had to relinquish the title on the Monday Night Raw 2 weeks before the draft, if I'm not mistaken. So then, leading into the go away into the draft, which was last Monday, they had a battle royal for the women's championship. Becky Lynch ends up winning the battle royal. How you guys feel about that for the championship?
Gabby, you can lead the way.
That's it. I mean, I feel the same way you
He's
guys
going.
feel. Like, oh yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Look, where? Hold on. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second.
They should have left her on vacation, bro.
I could tell you
I
what this
love
is about.
Becky.
I could
I
tell you what
love
this is
Becky, but they
about.
should have left her on
I could
vacation.
tell you what this is about right here, baby.
Now
Not your
you wasn't reading the cliff notes, were you?
I'm trying to tell you, but I feel like, look, her getting that match at WrestleMania, in my heart, I felt like Rhea Ripley was gonna win, so I didn't need to see Becky Lynch headlining that match. They could have probably put somebody else in that spot, but I get it, right? Boom, she loses that match. Now she wins the battle royal. Y'all feel like, and this is gonna be a transitional question. Do you feel like they're gonna take Rhea Ripley out the Judgment Day, or does the Judgment Day get drafted as one?
That's a good one.
I've been reading they're gonna draft Judgment Day as one.
I kind of already talked to you about this. I've been felt like she's already like she's grown bigger than the Judgment Day. Honestly,
But would she be the same without the Judgment Day? Like, cause my thing is this. Okay,
I
so
think so. I
you
think
take
so.
her away from the Judgment Day, she's still gonna be rocking the black and purple. Like, I feel like the Judgment Day aura is kind of like, I don't want to say it's what made her, but it did. Like, she
I
had that
mean,
that emo gothic vibe before, and
so then why does it have to change?
She kind of
because it
had that
didn't
in
work
NXT
before.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was already
It-
changing
it-
that route anyway.
You know what
I
fucked
think
her
the
up?
better
I'm gonna be.
question
It was
is what
Vince. It
happens
was
to.
Vince.
I think the better question is what happens to Judgment Day if they split her up.
I think they
Because
all go on to be the only two that's in question is Dom and JD.
that's
JD
it.
gets released in 6 months, and
I
Dom.
I'd probably say Finn might be the one in question.
Think so?
What have they done with him?
I think it's time for him to go back on a solo run. You see
Yeah,
his man.
what have they done
You
with
see his.
Finn?
You see his man with the heavyweight title now, and
Buddha,
Damian
what up, bro?
Priest.
I'm
You
gonna
know what I'm
send you
saying? He's
an
pretty
invite
much
to
been
this.
regulated to
We talk
a
wrestling, bro.
gopher. Go for here, go for there, go do this, go do that. You know, I think it's time.
To this website.
He got his ex buddies going for championships, and Cody being the champion. You got
Cody and
AJ in the match with him now. You know what I'm saying?
AJ and
Like,
Finn got the unfinished business from Survivor Series.
you know what I mean? So there's a lot of things they could
yeah,
do
but
with Finn. And Finn Balor, somebody I talk about a lot with my brother because he's very in tune to all this shit too. And I said, yo, that's one of my guys, bro. And I feel like I think it's time for him to make that push again and start reminding people who the fuck he is. Cause not for nothing, they got him doing dumb shit with JD and Dom. Like I love Dom, but he ain't on Finn's level, bro. And they got them like if they're on the same block. Hell no, bro.
why do you?
It's
What
time,
makes you feel that way?
bro. Look at the goofy things they be having Finn do, bro. Like there's no real like you don't look at Finn no more and be like, damn, that used to be the demon. Like that don't even come to your mind no more, bro. Like he's like comical now almost, bro. He's like it's almost like watching Road Dogg
I'm gonna
and
be
Badass
honest
Billy
though.
Gunn.
I'd rather this Finn Balor than the Finn Balor that was coming out every week, smiling and
I don't
shit.
want that Finn Balor either. I don't want no smiley Finn Balor. I like chip on the shoulder. Fuck everybody, nigga. I'm gonna go get what I came to come get. Finn Balor. That's
He
the
said, "I
Finn
want the
Balor I like.
prince."
Shout out to my
Yes,
brother Voodoo out there, man. I
yes.
see
Bring
you out
him
there.
back,
Welcome to
bro.
the
I think
stage,
it's
man.
time.
Damn.
I think it's time for that. Now that you got Rhea out, you got Damien pretty much taking up mantle of this is my shit. I run this. You know what I'm saying? Last time I checked, if you put a real totem pole, Finn Balor would be above Damian Priest in my eyes. So now it's like, all right, I think it's time for Damian Priest to realize who the fuck Finn Balor is. I think it's the perfect time for Finn Balor to put that foot forward. Like, nah, but I don't know.
I feel like they positioning Damian Priest to be a face. So
Yeah. All right then. So why perfect heel to have against him would be his friend. That's the best story. That's almost always the best story to do in WWE. Friend turn against each other. Done right.
I feel like me personally, I haven't seen a successful Finn Balor that was an aggressive like heel Finn Balor. So it'll be interesting to see because I know he could do it dating back to Japan. But
I'm
in
saying.
The
WWE,
last thing we just saw NXT, that was the dude right there, right before
yeah,
Judgment Day. That was him.
the one when he
Bring
won the
him
championship when he came back on his bullshit. Yeah.
bring him back. Bring that chip on his shoulder week in and week out. You see Damien throw his shots at the team. Pretty much like,
Yo, I
y'all
feel
ain't shit
like
without me. I always hold my end down. Y'all gotta go do y'all business. You know what I'm saying? So it gotta get to a point where Finn gotta look at this shit like, hold on, like I'm getting talked to like I'm a doula. Like I ain't a gopher, bro. What the hell? Something gotta happen. Because if not, then where do
Yo,
you really
Voodoo
go with
join
Finn
back.
Balor if
I
he's
can
just
hear
gonna
you.
get sunned all the time?
you can hear me now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yo,
Yep.
Voodoo,
Yep.
what's the word, bro?
Yo, so like what you gonna call it? I feel like Cody needed that, but at the same time, he's not like running with it the right way. Every week is
Okay.
the same promo, like same thing. It's getting
You good, Voodoo? He breaking up or is that me right there? Y'all hear him? Y'all hear him? Yeah, Voodoo, your mic broke up when you started saying that Cody's not holding the belt the right way. I think that's the main consensus, but I feel like his presentation, like, can he control the fact that he's not being put on TV, that he's only being put in front of TV to cut a certain promo? Like, are they giving him bullet points? Is he allowed to go out there and just say whatever? Like,
Nah, I think
what's the
I think
details
right
behind
now
that?
he's just being used as like a presentation, like presentation wise. You know what I'm saying? Like they're feeding off of his viewership right now. Like WWE, I think they're doing it smart. For us, it's boring because we really want to watch it, but for this side of it, they're doing it the smart way.
You see me, I got a nightmare belt right behind that, and look, yeah, I got the receipts. I bought this before this whole finished the story shit. This is when he came back and was in the yeah, he was tied up in the storyline with Seth Rollins and them. You know what I'm saying? So this dates back before finishing the story. Now I'm gonna say this also. Now that I said that, now that he was whole in the storyline, the second year of the storyline, I didn't care if he won or lost. I'm gonna just be transparent. I didn't give a hell. I don't give a hell. At this point now, I want to see Roman. Yeah, I mean, you made me wait a year for Cody's story. Why not wait another year to see Roman break Hogan's record? I wanted to see that. I'm tired of seeing these dudes from the past time with these records that was like, bro. Let's be honest, bro. They criticize Roman Reigns for not defending the belt every week. I mean, I'm Bruno Sammartino wasn't. Hulk Hogan wasn't. Hell, there wasn't even a Raw and SmackDown back when Hogan was doing it. If you want to be technical, you on mute, Cap.
They still got more title defenses than him.
That I gotta check that. That could be argued or not. You got the facts. You got the car facts. That's facts.
Well, according to Hogan, he claims he defended the belt like 5 times in 1 hour in Puerto Rico.
I ain't gonna lie. According to Ric Flair, he came off the plane he crashed on and probably won a title too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this should be crazy with these claims. Like,
That was on 24/7 rules.
you feel me? I mean, like, I'm with no disrespect. I'm not trying to discredit live events, but if you talking pre-TV era, you were more to see title switches on live events.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't seen a title switch on a live event maybe since 2012 or 14 when they did that
I think Agent might have won the belt at an MSG show like 2017, 2018 or something like that. I could be
from
wrong.
Gender, right? Was it from
I want to
Gender?
say yeah, something like that around that time frame.
Yeah, like it hasn't been done in a while. So most of the time when I go to live events. For anybody that don't go to live events, if y'all don't know what's a live event, there's no
Yo,
cameras. The vibe is totally different. Yes, sir.
at 2,803 days, Bruno Sammartino holds the record for the longest WWE World Title reign. After winning the title, blah blah blah, on May 17th, 1963, he defended it 353 times in the next 1,171 days.
That's fire.
That's crazy.
But that's Bruno. I'm talking about Hogan. I got more respect. Like, you know what I'm saying? Bruno had to hold it down in a time where, like, nah, man, people were really coming in. He was selling out MSG. I'm not saying Hogan ain't do that, bro. But there was a lot of talent in Hogan era. They was just full. Like, come on, bro. Hogan had the belt when Andre the Giant was out, bro. Come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. You got the seventh wonder of the world out there, or whatever he was, the seventh, sixth wonder of the world.
You
And
had
Hogan,
Hogan, you had Andre, you had Savage, you had Piper, you had Rotunda, you had
Ric
all the
Flair
other
was
big
in
name
and out.
guys. Flair was there. No, Flair wasn't even there yet till the very end.
So, yeah, to the end, to that Royal Rumble shit. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so much talent. Like, and you know what I mean? Like, nah, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like, Hogan was
But
to
no,
me.
we had
Hogan
Hogan and
was.
Mr. T.
Yeah, Hogan. Come on, bro. You telling me a fucking big boot and a leg drop was doing it for niggas? Why can't the Superman punch and the spear do it for niggas, bro? You
It worked for the
bugging.
people's elbow.
I ain't gonna lie. The people's elbow was fire. I don't, and I'm gonna say this. It's only because he took the shit off his elbow and threw it into the crowd. I wish I was in that crowd. Just, let me catch it. Let me get it. You know what's crazy too? I ain't gonna lie. When they opened the WWF restaurant in New York, um, I copped the people's elbow, like the little play sleeve, and I used to throw that shit all over my crib, dog. I had my mother mad, bro, knocking shit over. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, those simple moves right there, I feel like the way, yeah, like I would prefer to see Roman Reigns. You know, Cody Rhodes, he did what he had to do, finish the story. I felt like it's a weird. I'm gonna be honest, it's a dope time and a weird time, if that makes sense.
It's almost like Cody's telling the world he's gonna go heel pretty soon.
I mean, that's the only thing we got left. That's the
Because I
only.
don't know if you guys watched Cody in AEW, knew some of the New Japan stuff. Blonde haired Cody babyface, black haired Cody heel. We're leaning towards black haired Cody pretty soon, I'm guessing.
All right, so you know
Yo,
what you
yo,
meant.
just real quick, bro. I hope black hair Cody is what it is because I've been telling my brother for like the last 3 weeks. I need this squeaky clean Mr. Rogers shit to get muddy and dirty already,
What I
bro.
sent in the chat,
I,
Cap.
I,
Remember Ric Flair hitting himself? I said, yo, if he's gonna be a blonde haired dude, bro, I need him to get on that Ric Flair nigga, and it would have been perfect when The Rock bloodied him. It would have been like, oh, you thought you was gonna bloody me? I bloody myself up. What?
Maybe
That'd have
that's
been,
for Netflix. Who knows?
yeah. Oh man.
I've been hearing
Oh.
Netflix is going to be a no rating generally, so all bets are off at that point.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I'm reading that. WWE stepped out. After Paul Heyman told people to suck his dick. They officially they out the PG. Hey, we out the PG era, man. You know what I'm
Oh, it was
saying?
suck.
Like,
It was suck my fucking dick. That's how I get
yeah,
OG
there it
words
is.
twisted.
Pardon me, chap. I'm gonna quote somebody. I have to do it correctly. Razor got me. Though.
Especially with Paul Heyman.
It's Paul Heyman, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, and everybody loved him for that shit. That Hall of Fame promo was one of the best I've heard ever. You wanna talk about anything? Did I miss anything else before we get into the actual reactions of the picks from night one?
We can get into it.
All right, bet. So I'm not gonna recap what actually went down to SmackDown. We're just gonna recap the picks from each round and how we felt about them. All right. So number one overall pick of the whole draft, the EST, Bianca Belair. How y'all
Not mad
feel?
at it.
Not
Not
mad
mad
at
at
it.
it.
Okay. I didn't know how to feel at first. Then I took a second, and I felt like how you felt. I'm not mad at it.
Here's my question: does Bianca have a win over Becky yet or no for the belt?
Does Bianca have a win over Becky for the belt? I'm not sure. No.
Because
Oh,
I think
That's not her trajectory right now. They got her
okay.
with Jade right now. Her
Yeah,
trajectory
it's
isn't
a tag
singles
team
title right
champion.
now. They got on the tag team shit right now. Cause we all know that damn well if they had her on that run, yes, that's Bianca's belt, bro. Sorry, but they don't got her on that path right now, which I'm okay with. If y'all do this whole tag team the right way,
I'm gonna be
now
honest.
did
I wanted to see this
Naomi
tag
and
team.
Jade get drafted yet or no?
Did who and who get drafted?
I don't think
Naomi.
so.
So you got one on. So did Bianca get drafted Raw or SmackDown? Was it Raw?
Raw.
So you've already
Bia-
split up that trio. It's right there.
Bianca got drafted to SmackDown.
Okay, so that's
Bianca got
corrected.
started to SmackDown. I thought it was Raw.
Now the first round pick. Let me see if I can show y'all. I don't know if y'all can see this shit because I don't got it pressed on my computer yet. Right
No,
there,
you're right.
Bianca.
The first round pick
Stand
was
corrected.
Cody. The first round pick was Cody when he announced it was for SmackDown. Yeah.
Yeah. Then the second pick was Jay Uso for. Well, he's the first pick for Raw, but
That's
second
right. Yeah.
overall pick. That's why I was
Yeah.
like, y'all reactions on Bianca Belair being the first overall pick.
Where Bailey went? Did Bailey go to Raw?
She's a champion. She stayed. All the champions were
Yeah,
protected
champions are
except for
exempt.
So she's
yup,
champion of what?
SmackDown.
SmackDown.
And she's currently slated to have a triple threat match with Tiffany. Is it a triple threat match, or do they still have to have the number one contenders match? I, I got mixed up on that detail right
I
there.
guess we'll find out this Friday for that part.
Yeah, because I know Tiffany Stratton had interfered in the Naomi and Bianca and Bailey match, so they made a stipulation where the winner of Naomi and Tiffany Stratton is gonna face Bailey at the pay per view. So that's that one. But I believe Nia Jax came out and spoiled the fun on that SmackDown episode. So there might be a fatal
That's right.
four
That's
way
right.
match on there. Yep. Um, the second pick of the draft, like I said, Jay Uso. Any thoughts on Jay Uso being the second, the first draft of Raw?
Well, like Cody said, we're giving you Raw. This is your show. Let's see what you can do with it.
Jay Uso drafted ahead of Seth Rollins.
One's healthy, one's not.
And they really pushing Jay right now. Plus, he's like one of the biggest baby faces for them right now,
So
bro.
why? So let me say this. I'm gonna be honest. Everybody want to give Sami Zayn their moment. Niggas want to give Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn a tag team moment. Where's Jay Uso's moment?
I think we kind of missed that with that
They fucked up.
WrestleMania match.
They fucked up.
And you say that I read something that they weren't happy with
The match got cut short.
yeah.
The match got
But I
rushed. So
mean,
there's a few things that they wasn't able to do. So the match kind of didn't come out exactly how it was supposed to.
yeah, but they've been in the game this long. They should have already known how to work on the fly already.
Yes, sir, Voodoo. I see you out there, baby. We got you.
Yeah, but when it's your first time wrestling each other,
Cheers.
you
Yeah.
know, you want everything to go perfect. You know, it's just, shit happens. It
They
is what it
time was
is.
cut. They time was cut. They time was cut. I'm not sure if that affected what we were gonna see. You know what I'm saying? But Jay said the time was cut on a WrestleMania match, so that's
It,
possibly why we seen that rushed kick,
yeah.
kick,
But
kick,
it's one of
kick.
it's one of
They made them speed it up. So they was like, fuck, like, But it is what it is, bro. But I feel like his moment been sailed, bro. Like, listen, you got stopped from winning the heavyweight championship against your cousin. You got stopped from winning the IC championship because of your brother. Like,
I'm not gonna lie. If it was
now
me,
the
go ahead.
title is in whose hands? Sami Zayn's, who they're pushing. So are they really gonna let him beat Sami Zayn for that title? Now he's going. You know what I'm saying? Like, are they really gonna let him dethrone DP that quick?
I can see him dethroning Drew, keep that story going after Clash.
Mm.
Maybe like a SummerSlam or something like that.
But
Or
then that would
even
be
dethroning Gable if once he gets the belt off of Sammy.
I could see that. I could see
I
that.
don't know. It's gonna be a tall
yeah. But that's the
tall mountain
thing.
for climb.
Then you again put Jay in a months long wait again.
On the
And then
mic,
it's
he can
kind of
hold
like,
it.
we're gonna be tired of seeing this Jay in the heavyweight main event Jay, but Jay don't get the wins.
Right. Because there's another story going on that just makes a little bit more sense.
Like Jesus Christ, you're gonna be the one main event dude with no fucking your
Bro,
main event,
that's
yeah.
why he's looking like right now, bro.
Yeah, so
Seriously.
you
Like
just
if you look at
happy
the way
being in
that
the building, but not shaking the
you
room.
look at the landscape and the way the stories are set up, it's not really geared for him to win.
But they are. If they want, if I'm gonna be honest, look. This is where we go fantasy booking, right? You have Jay take one of these titles, take it from Damian Priest. Fuck it, Damian Priest had his moment. Nigga, you won off of a cash in, bro. You can't even say, "Oh my God, I had a tough match for this title." Let Jay take it from him, right? This is where you would have had the Bloodline drafted the Raw. Oh man, I thought I left the Bloodline, bro. Thought I left them alone, man. The Rock gonna fuck with Cody on SmackDown. The Rock ain't signed to no Raw SmackDown. He go wherever to go fuck
That's
with
the
Cody,
boss.
right? Yeah, that's the ball. He can even take the Bloodline from wherever they at.
Mm-hmm.
He could take them from here, put them there if he want. Theoretically, let Jey Uso win the title. But oh, you thought you was good? Celebrations. As soon as he wins the title, Bloodline comes out. What you thought this was?
We ain't done with you yet.
We ain't done with you yet. You know what I'm saying? And then Roman's in the back watching this shit like, damn, Solo just won the belt from Jay. Oh, they winning belts while I'm not here. Like, it's a lot, it's a lot they could really play into with that storyline right there
Putting
if they
both brothers
wanted.
on stretchers or something. There's a lot of ways you can go with this.
Yeah, and they just going the bland way. They going the easy way. Like, make Jay a loser. Let's beat up
I won't say the
Jimmy.
words. I think they're putting too much faith in Jay's charisma and the merch sales.
That's what they look at him as right there. Yep.
So that alone is putting a lot of pressure on him because like this is his first big time it's a singles run.
He's making them a lot of money right now. Like a lot
Mhm.
of money right now, literally. It's like LA Knight is making them a lot of money right now. So it's like
I mean,
on the
shit, he
merch
got him Slim Jim
side,
back.
facts.
Let me see the third pick, second pick of SmackDown, third pick of the overall draft, round one, Carmelo Hayes.
I like that one.
He later came out to while he got announced, he came out to challenge Cody Rhodes later on in the night. Did y'all catch that match?
I caught the ending.
I wasn't. I didn't like it, bro. I'll keep it a buck with you. I didn't like it. It showed Carmelo's inexperience, bro. It showed that he still got a little ways to go, bro. Like real talk, it do. Like
Okay.
I'm gonna hold you. I watched that match. Logan Paul's ahead of him, bro.
Hmm.
Logan, watch that match, bro, and watch the Logan Paul match. Logan Paul's ahead of him, bro. Like he's not even fighting for the U.S. title yet. He's not there. I'm sorry. I watched that match and I'm like, damn, he ain't there yet, bro. He's not.
Do you feel like part of that might be due to pressure? Like Carmelo might have a pressure of like a wrestler that got to perform, and if they do bad, they get sent
Of
there.
course,
And so Logan Paul, he don't go. He's
of
just out
course.
there
It's part of
doing shit.
pressure. It's part
You
of pressure.
main
It's part
event
of his
against the number one
persona.
guy.
part of his persona. He don't miss. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, you can't have that persona and not be somebody who wants to be the guy who beats the best.
And also that I think he's still struggling to find his own post the story with Trick too. So he's got to
I think
find the actual identity behind all that.
that storyline, just I feel like that storyline bring down his stock. To be honest, like when he was at the top of his game, they needed to separate them and not have them. You on mute, Cap?
And the match should have been a one and done.
Yeah, because now the momentum is in Trick's side. So whatever we was just hype with Carmelo, it's kind of like, all right, I mean, you cool, but we with your boy now, like, you know what I'm saying? So like Razor said, he's looking for that post. How can I be Carmelo Hayes? How can I shoot my shot and I don't miss? Again, you know what I'm saying?
Shoot that shot against Logan Paul. Get that United States Championship tied around your waist. Seriously.
I'm interested
Seriously.
because Logan still doesn't
Take
have a
that title.
challenger, right?
There's not really.
He doesn't.
Take that title. Why not? I think that'd be a dope match. That's a good measuring stick too, because not for nothing, everybody right now in the WWE talks about Logan Paul's wrestling capabilities in the ring is up there. So if you could beat him and put him in his place, like so to speak, like nigga, like I'm the real wrestler. Look at me, like I just took this from you. Move. That'd
I'm
be a
just,
nice
bro.
little stepping stone.
Imagine teaching somebody how to play basketball, how to rap, how to play soccer, how to play rugby, and then they end up doing it better than you. Like
Yeah,
that's
I'm
the
gonna do one.
ability. I'm not.
I'm
That's
gonna
the
do one better
ability
for
Logan
you.
Paul
I'm gonna
got
do one
right
better
now.
for you. You seen the movie Gran Turismo?
Yeah,
That's what that
playing
is,
from the
bro.
video and being
You losing.
inserted into the real life situation.
Yep.
Yeah,
So at the end of the day, you get to a point where you gotta respect it. It's no
oh, I
longer
do it.
a,
I do at this point. I felt like I was a Logan Paul hater, and I don't like
I
being a
mean,
hater.
it was
So,
easy. It was easy to hate him at first, of course, bro. Like you
and
didn't
that's
think
how
it
I knew
was
he was
real.
doing his job well. No,
But for
when I dislike a heel, I give him their props. Yeah, you're doing your fucking job, bro. Because if I don't give a fuck that you on the screen, what's the worst reaction? No
worse
reaction.
facts.
Crickets.
All right, you know what I'm saying? When Logan's there, I want to watch. I want to see what stupid ass Pokemon card he about to put on his neck this time. How he's gonna come out like Shawn Michaels in the zip line, or you know what I'm saying? So he gotta,
Who's in the Prime mascot?
man, who's in it this time, right? And you know that's a cool thing too, though,
I
because
hope
like,
it's
look,
Mike next time. I hope it's Mike.
and that's a cool thing too, though, right? Because look, it looked like the last two times he put streamers in there,
I
right?
think it's always streamers.
Right? So boom. That's like the little lane for little streamer to get their little pay-per-view look. Now they got, they on a PLE. I
Get a
call it
nice
pay.
little
Do you
WWE
see
check.
why? Do you see why he got his track in with the WWE? They see the dollar signs. They know what's up.
And as much as people might not like I Show Speed or whatever his name is, right? They was talking about it on social media. It was being spoken about. It did what it was supposed to do. It got it. They regenerated, got kickback on social media views, engagements.
And then everyone fell in love with that RKO.
Man, violated him. Moving on to the fourth pick though. They drafted. It's the second pick for Raw, fourth overall pick. Injured Seth Rollins got drafted to Raw. Did he need to be drafted?
I mean, what are you gonna do with him when he's healthy? That's all I care
Surprise
about.
comeback.
I
Surprise comeback.
mean, they could have waited, but I guess for storyline purposes, you kind of want to have him somewhere already. So I'm guessing Drew might end up being on Raw too
Okay.
to keep those storylines going. So I feel like it kind of gives us an avenue who might go where already.
That's
It
because
would have been more of a surprise to put him on SmackDown only because that further entices Roman versus Seth that we're probably gonna get before we get Roman Cody 3.
Yeah, but I think they're trying to keep Seth and Cody away from each other because they're trying to keep them as friends still.
No, that's true.
They're trying to keep them as
okay.
friends. If you put them on the same brand, that friendship is gonna eventually die because Seth is a champ. You know what I mean? He ain't fighting for IC titles, bro. So if you keep them on separate brands, they can keep that facade of I got your back shit still going.
So that's the conclusion of round one, right? I want to ask two questions. Obviously, we didn't see nothing major happen in this round one. Everybody basically stood on the brands that they were on. Carmelo Hayes was a call up, but not really a call up because he had moved up to SmackDown, had a match with Austin Theory, then they sent him back down. Do y'all feel that this notion of superstars getting drafted on one night and then we gotta wait for Raw to see the other set of superstars get drafted? Do you think that like kind of kills the flow right there? And then the
Not so
second,
much. If anything, as serious as they want us to think NXT is, I wouldn't mind seeing a third draft night on NXT.
that was gonna be my second part of the question. We're like, okay, so the very popular years of the draft that I remember, only involved Raw and SmackDown. You'll see a huge like, okay, The Rock got drafted to Raw, Undertaker got drafted to Raw. Like, you used to seeing these guys on SmackDown, now they appear on Raw.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind seeing a couple of matches once in a blue. Hey, listen, you and you, y'all, you NXT, you SmackDown, but you want to go to Raw, right? Cool. You want to get out of NXT? Well, there's a Raw contract up. Y'all got to wrestle. Whoever wins gets the Raw contract. Whoever loses goes down to NXT.
Mm.
That'd be something to keep an eye on.
Throw contracts up like that. I use it more towards the NXT because obviously they don't want trying to get up to the what we call the main roster. So why not? Like, why not do a couple of things like that? So they're just randomly throwing NXT people up there we know are not random. You know what I'm saying? But are still random. But it's like, why not just book a couple of matches then? Let's see what we're looking at.
I mean,
Make it
we've seen
interesting.
Lucha League's time matches have a loser goes to the developmental match.
Right.
Also, I would like to see the brands mean a little bit more. Like, I guess, all right, I'm gonna just name somebody. MJF is your new free agent, right? I want to see a battle for who gets the rights to MJF. Or like give us some. Remember when Jay first came in? Okay, we know WWE signed Jay. Where she's gonna sign to? To me, it felt very underwhelming. Oh, they just got her in a backstage segment talking to Nick Aldis. Yeah, I'll sign with you guys on SmackDown. Yeah.
You remember who else did that for back in the days that made it special? That was a free agent?
Scott Steiner.
Exactly.
Yes, Big Papa Pump.
You
Pulled out the
had
limo
Bishop
for
and
him.
Stephanie McMahon pulling out the whole 9 yards for him, treating him like a king.
That's my favorite example. That is the example I always go back to right there. They were fighting for Scott Steiner, Big Papa Pump.
Like make it mean something. Don't just do a
Yes.
draft and then not and it's just like, oh, okay, we just shuffling, we just rolling the dice. Nah, like make it
Yeah,
mean
bro.
something. Like, yo, listen, we really want you here because this is what we feel you bring to the table.
Who
Like
wants
make
a
it mean something.
certified bad motherfucker?
Because that right there instantly makes stories clash because it's like, yo, like who the fuck you think you are, bro? Like, who said you hot shit? Well, they said I'm hot shit. They after me at the #1 draft pick. Well, you ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that instantly makes
I also
fun
feel
storylines.
what made it interesting that I feel like they're lacking of now. WWE used to use outside personalities as their managers, meaning like, okay, when they bought WCW, they had Eric Bischoff as a manager, Ric Flair as a manager. On the ECW side, you had Stephanie McMahon, Paul Heyman running the ECW side of things. It'd be interesting if they got somebody that used to be a former what was her name? Carter, Tracy Carter, or Dixie
Dixie
Carter.
Carter?
Yeah, if they got a Dixie Carter somehow, and wrestling fans are gonna know who that is. Maybe not the casual, but if you just popped up Nick Aldis on your screen and it's okay. I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying? If your casual fan didn't know who Nick Aldis is, and we got him as a SmackDown manager, nobody's questioning Adam Pearce as well. I felt like Nick Aldis might have been more prominent
If they
champion.
only knew Nick Aldis still put you through a table.
He just
He'll
came.
still hit
First off,
that diving elbow off the ladder.
I was telling Razor this last time. I was like, I felt that Cody Rhodes, what he's doing right now, Nick Aldis did that in NWA, and he kind of did it better.
Also, I just learned this too. Nick Aldis, he's just recovered from either a bicep surgery or a torn pec surgery, so that's why he's in the suit right now.
Yeah, that shit was random as hell too, right? That
So
injury, like,
I mean, he's a gym rat. That's bound to happen.
hmm
But
yeah.
that kind of leaves some meat on the bones for maybe Aldis versus Cody for that belt down the road.
I was always thinking that at some point, maybe not
And
Adam Pearce, but Aldis for sure.
it, and that could be your Dixie plug right there too, because Aldis was the champion when Dixie was running TNA, and there was like this.
Right. Dixie Carter has been behind stage at WWE events in recent memory. So
Yo, fellas, I gotta go head off, go scoop my daughter up from her baseball game, her football game. This was fun. Yo, Razor, it was a pleasure meeting you, my brother. You already know. Yo,
Likewise, brother.
H, my
I
brother, you
appreciate you,
already
bro.
know the bot, bro. Yo, Voodoo, you already know, bro. Be good, brother.
Yes, sir,
Till
Voodoo.
we meet again.
We can't hear you, Voodoo, but we can see you, Voodoo. Yes,
Oh no,
sir.
I heard it.
Yes, sir. Until we meet again. We can't be funny.
No, that's a
Um,
definitely point. Also, I'm kind of interested to see if down the road they kind of link up the Rockstar Ava with the Bloodline, since she's the GM for NXT.
random. I mean, I always felt that her being but now Rock being the CEO, it could make sense. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Him being at the board could make sense of everything involved, everything really.
So
Like,
I can see Zilla coming NXT, walking in, taking the belt off of Trigg. Boom. You got another Fatu in NXT. You got another champion for the Bloodline potentially.
I'm
And
not
then
gonna
they just
lie too. I would
invade.
enjoy if they bring them in as a tag team as well. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Jacob and Zilla, just to get Zilla some more like learning and reps as well as getting that look at the moment. I think that'd be dope for him.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to like overexpose him right away. Like let him
Yeah, that's
get more
true. Yeah.
comfortable with his craft. That way, once you do call him up, you know he's ready to go.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I wouldn't put them on the main roster as the tag team. No, I'd probably send them to NXT. Kind of
Because
like what you did with
Jake, he's
Solo.
main roster ready right now.
hmm I feel like that moment in time too when Solo was inserted into the NXT, it was special, right? Because the bloodline was just started. So you got Roman, you got the Usos, and people were chanting out Uso on NXT.
Because they
And
knew who
those
he was.
they knew who he was, even though WWE tried to cover it up a little bit, like Solo. It, it all tied in. It was fire. Round two, Randy Orton, the first pick of round two for SmackDown. I'm kind
It's
of
a
surprised
solid
he didn't go
guy.
round one.
I mean, I'm honestly, yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go later on in the rounds because
Mm,
he's an older guy. But I mean,
okay.
it's fine. I mean, just that's one of those guys you could much like AJ, you can plug and play him anywhere. It's gonna work. I mean, have you ever seen a bad Randy Orton match ever from anybody?
And I'm not gonna lie. The one match I was very surprised that happened was when Randy Orton versus Brock Lesnar, but it wasn't a bad match. But
The one where he got them elbows.
yeah, that
Yeah.
was. That was I was like, I knew Randy Orton wasn't gonna go in there and do anything to Brock Lesnar, but Jesus Christ, I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was gonna be a dog walk session like that. Like he just. I think Brock Lesnar was really on that time showing his dominance. Like nobody's gonna fuck with me here. And Randy Orton was on the
Well,
fast.
supposedly only Vince and Randy knew what Brock was gonna do.
And Brock went a little too much with the elbow, right? He wasn't
Well,
supposed
no,
to. He
no,
was supposed to
they
like
knew it. They think it was gonna be that easy. And then you got Jericho trying to fight Brock behind after the match.
Jericho. You gotta love Jericho sometimes. You gotta love him and hate him at the same time. Are you just as a sign? Are you sick of Jericho and what he's doing in AEW? Like, does he need to have the FTW championship? That's another thing we didn't really touch on. Him taking that belt off Hook. Like,
All that title change says to me is that Hook and possibly Taz are WWE bound eventually. That's all that tells me.
does AEW stay with the FTW championship, or does Jericho silently like retire it and like, yeah, I don't need this shit.
He might try to rebrand it since Jericho got like 500 fucking trademarks of the dumbest shit.
I could sit out. I mean, him creating his own championship, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Um, back to WWE side of things on the draft. Round two, pick two for Raw. It'll be Braun Breaker going to Raw. I think that was a little surprise right there. We've been seeing Braun Breaker on SmackDown, NXT with Baron Corbin.
Right, and again, honestly, splitting him up from Corbin might be good for Braun in the long run because he's learned a lot with him in NXT. So let him branch his own, spread his wings, all that fun stuff. I was definitely surprised because, like you said, I thought we were gonna see him on SmackDown, but I guess SmackDown called dibs on Mello. So I would assume you don't want two call ups on the same show.
My issue with Raw right now is it stands it's a 3 hour show. I feel like they don't have enough heels. And they do, but they don't, if that makes sense. Like, okay,
And
they got Gunther. They
mhm.
have they don't have I feel like they don't have enough heels or faces,
You
to be
have
honest.
Gunter, you have Dominic, you have JD.
Understand. Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Outside of that, almost the whole yeah. Outside of that, almost the whole tag team division is face.
Uh-huh.
Almost the whole everybody that was chasing up until last week with Chad Gable turned heel,
That's your fourth heel right there.
and I
But
see
still,
him
it's
more
like,
like yeah, I see.
yeah. So that's gonna be interesting. And also, Braun's one of those guys. If you just let him have that, I don't give a fuck attitude, he can be a fine
He's
heel.
yeah, he's a tweener to me sometimes. Like the way they present him, he could be
Bring
a
in his
tweener.
uncle. That'll fix it real quick.
Man, that'd be epic right there.
I
Him
mean,
and
you got
Scott.
Paul Heyman cuts to the Hall of Fame. Let Scott Satter cut a few promos off the hip.
You see that right there? I think that would have been a. But since Paul Heyman is tied into the bloodline storyline, I understand. But if he would have had some fingerprints on these guys that's coming up, like he said at his Hall of Fame speech, he's been working with Braun Breaker, working with Carmelo Hayes. If he could have somehow gave them an extra whatever, I mean, I don't think Braun Breaker needs it so much as maybe Carmelo Hayes. You know what I'm saying? Like if we see Carmelo Hayes in the backstage segment where like back it would have made sense how remember Apollo Crews was in a segment with Roman Reigns
Hmm.
when Apollo was IC champion and they was both sitting backstage and it looked like okay, like there's some camaraderie there between champions. Like if you had a storyline like that, but Carmelo would have to take the belt off of Logan Paul there. Nia Jax got selected to SmackDown.
I guess. I mean, yeah. Again, aside from the general bloodline bullshit, I mean, Nia is probably another plug and play heel for them to utilize.
Yeah, and it's
But
fresh
again,
too because she's been on
Nia
Raw.
is very situational too.
It's fresh to see her on SmackDown. She's been on Raw since she's came back. So give us some fresh new matchups over there. She's been chasing after Rhea Ripley this whole time. So it'll be fun to see her chase after these females over on SmackDown.
Too.
Say that again.
Didn't she have a little straight on with Jade at the Rumble too?
Yup, yup.
So you
I
got
think
that.
Jade body slammed her, no?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then you got Liv Morgan being selected to Raw. There's no surprise there to
Yeah, because
me.
that's ultimately there for Rhea, which will be a fun match. I'm curious to see where they go with Liv while Rhea's recovering, but I mean, I get the nose why folks are mad, but I think this gives Triple H more time to figure out how to exemplify Liv as a heel since Rhea's going to come back as a babyface regardless. It's like how do we solidify Liv as a heel now?
And we haven't seen a notable name get drafted. We haven't seen Roman Reigns get drafted. For anybody that doesn't know, he is exempt from the draft, says Paul Heyman. Roman Reigns exempted himself from being drafted right before the show. So Roman Reigns will not be getting drafted on SmackDown nor Raw as of now.
That was funny.
That it looked like it
Paul,
peeped Solo, right? Like
Paul just got away with words. That was just perfect. But yeah, that definitely plants seeds with Solo because Solo says, "Hey, you said one day I will be the tribal chief. I'm taking it now."
and he's not wrong for it, but what I don't like, why he had to wear Bray Wyatt type gloves on SmackDown. Like he's wearing the gloves with the holes in them. You know what I'm saying? Right by the knuckle side. Like, did you catch
He's
that?
getting his Suge Knight on.
Yeah, he's been adding to. I'm okay with the suit. He's adding the gloves to it. I'm
He
like,
got the
damn,
Hitman gloves on. No, leave no
yeah,
fingerprints.
you feel me? No trace, no case. A lackluster round two right there for me. We seen a little switch as we spoke about Braun Breaker going to Raw, Nia Jax going to SmackDown round three. SmackDown drafts LA Knight as they first pick for round three.
Now, the only
Miz,
reason why I enjoy this was because of
oh,
the gentleman that said that drafted LA Knight to the brand, which was the Deadlies. I was very happy to see Bubba Ray and Diva on there because it's been a minute since we've seen both of them together.
that is true. I like how
And
they
Diva
kept.
look a little slim there. He look a little slim.
I just seen reports they did something over the weekend, right? Did you catch that? They
I saw something about
participated in
Bully
something in
being in the
Philly.
match. I don't know if Devon was in it or not.
Yeah, they said Devon went out there and got the tables.
Oh shit. The
It was at
band's
that
back
same event
together.
that Tommy Dreamer, I believe he won the ICW Tag Team Championships.
Because the only clip I saw was Bubba Ray had some dude in a full dose and some two kids were just chopping the shit out of the dude. And Bubba Ray just gave him both the fist bump and dapped him up. It
Man,
might have been the same match because it looked fairly recent.
you see, I really wish it was like I wish that wrestling had like I feel like there is a room for slow pace, like a methodical slow pace, right? But sometimes when you put a more faster pace young talent with the legends, it could be hit or miss. Like I see some older talent, they put on good matches with the younger talent, with the younger talent to sell, carry the match, put them over, right?
Yeah.
But when you expect, there we go, Voodoo. I hear you, Voodoo. There we go. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir.
I
Cheers,
fixed
brother.
it.
There we go, brother.
Cheers.
Thank you. Finally, good to hear you, man. But when you got the older veterans, like I remember that one time. Do you guys remember that one time they bring back the headbangers? What were they
Mm-hmm.
called, the headbangers on SmackDown for that SmackDown Tag Team Championship tournament?
Uh,
Mosh and Thrasher.
yeah, something like that. Axe and Thrash, Axe
Yeah,
and
they bring.
Smash. No, that was Demolition.
No, that was Demolition. Mosh and Thrasher. They was dressed in the skirts. They was like
Yeah.
that punk from the '90s, and they even bring back the New Age Outlaws at one point. New Age
Mm-hmm.
Outlaws held on to the straps, if I'm not mistaken, for a little second. So I feel like if you could somehow incorporate, like, I wouldn't say put the strap on the Dudleys. I'm not saying that now. Let's not get
Making the
ridiculous.
gatekeepers of the division.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
But also
That'd be dope.
on that topic, you catch a lovely event from Impact from TNA Rebellion with the little debut or return at the end of the main event.
I still gotta watch that. No, I haven't seen it.
With
Put us on.
it was delightful. Broken Matt Hardy has returned. But
Gotta love
also,
to
he
see.
said he is not signed to TNA. He's an active free agent. So the door's open for WWE. And also, I think he also said in his own show that Jeff might be up for grabs too. So that's out there. We may have Dudley's Hardest one more time in WWE before they ride up into the Hall of Fame as they should.
I wouldn't be mad to see that right there. I feel like
Just a feel good palate cleanser.
I think the thing that AEW did really well, their showcase of Sting, right? He he was what, approaching 60 years old or what? He was 60, right?
He was almost 67
And
because he damn near Flair's age.
he went undefeated, right? I'm not saying every legend is deserving of going undefeated, but I think if done right, Hulk Hogan was champion at an old age in the young SmackDown era. Sting AEW Tag Team Champion. You know what I'm saying?
Why did WrestleMania season we appreciate the 21-0 before Brock broke the streak? It was special.
Yeah, I think you don't put him up against Brock Lesnar. We want to see it go 25-0. Possibly even it would have made 30-0 now, right? Let's say hypothetically if Undertaker it would have reached 30 something now.
But also if you look at Brock and Roman, who are the only guys to beat Taker Mania, look what it did for their careers. It revitalized Brock's career. It essentially made Roman into the big dog that he is today.
Yeah, it made a holy shit moment for Brock for sure.
Mm-hmm. That
Like we
shocked the
knew he was
world.
yeah, we knew he was dominant, but like you said, shocked the world. News media outlets are picking this up. Like my mother called me. Oh, the Undertaker lost at WrestleMania. Like, how'd you know? Oh, they just said it on the news. Like, like, yeah, I watched that shit. Yeah, he lost. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, wow. But that's what I think. Wrestling always it's always good to have shock value. Like we want to see Cinderella stories. Um, Edge had his moment. He won at WrestleMania. He retired the next night. He could have went off in that send off. He chose to come back.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Raw drafts Ricochet.
Wasn't already on Raw?
Yeah.
I guess. Ricochet's in a weird spot, but he's always been like that weird spot to where everyone knows that he can go with anybody. Pound for pound, he's probably the strongest guy that they have on the roster, on the payroll. And the fact that they're still trying to find something for him, I don't know if it's at this point that if it's Triple H thinking too hard, Ricochet trying too much. Like, what's going on with him over there?
I think he's trying too much. Like what I see from him, every time he comes to the ring, he runs, he does his flips, and then he's out of breath when he talks on the microphone. Like his promo doesn't sound very well, and it sounds like he's out of breath. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't make the promo sound convincing. Now, also, what I say, if he changes up his style, I really enjoy Prince Puma. His work as Prince Puma in Lucha Underground, I felt was way more methodical than what we see as Ricochet. He kind of lives up to the name Ricochet in terms of fast pace. It's just off the wall, boom, boom. It's everywhere. Prince Puma he's a prince, right? Prince Puma, like he had that great bangle with Rey Mysterio as Prince Puma.
He also had a hell of a match with the gentleman by the name of Killshot, now known as the new AEW World Champion, Swerve Strickland.
You're right about that. That also glosses over sometimes, yo.
But also, I mean, what those two had in Lucha Underground respectfully, that was just testament to Rey Mysterio being the mentor that he is, and also the genius that Conan is, that many overlook.
Well, he runs AAA, right, in Mexico?
Oh, yeah, he's running AAA there. They just had a Triple Mania Part 1 over the weekend. I got to rewatch that, but all I caught was
Nick Nemeth.
Nick Smith is the new Mega Champions over there. He beat ADR and the belt was vacant because Vikingo got hurt, but it was between ADR and Nemeth for the belt.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what people be doing on their regular time, but shout out to Mexico's greatest export, man. Alberto Del Rio was my guy, bro. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. That was my dude. I used to fuck with, like, his presence, like, all right. So what I saw from Alberto Del Rio was this: every Mexican superstar was like a high flyer. Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio. Alberto came in with like a luchador. Like he can do this. He can springboard.
He brought in that European technical style, the MMA style.
Yeah, there you go. And it was just so clean. It was clean. Like it was believable. Insert him into the heavyweight type. Like, all right.
You can't tell me that cross armbar was the cleanest thing you ever seen from a dude that big.
Yeah, bro. And I respect him for actually trying to, even like you said, get into the actual MMA post WWE. I know he did a little bit before WWE as well. You know what I'm saying? So like big shout outs to Del Rio for that, man. I always wanted to see him get a second run, but I know he said dumb shit to Triple H, but who hasn't? You just
Well,
got
also he had the drama when him and Paige had their demons too, so there was
yeah,
that.
and Paige is no longer there.
Yeah, but again, American promotions they don't really
They
forgive and
don't
forget.
forget. Yeah, they don't forget.
I mean, it's not they don't forget. It's just it takes a while. I
Yeah,
mean, there's a reason why we haven't really seen Teddy Hart in North America in the last 10 years. Really,
man, his name got forgotten about.
just certain
Oh,
guys
even
can't let the demons go.
Marty Skrull. Like I used to be a fan of his, and then like whatever he went through overseas and stuff like that slowed down his stock. Velveteen
Got,
Dream.
well, I think Marty. I think he just wrestles in Mexico and the Caribbean now, and
Yeah,
some
whatever
European
accepts him.
spots.
Yeah, whatever
Yeah, pretty
accepts him.
much. And same with Dream. I mean, from what I heard, Dream might be he's trying to work his way to be considered for a return, but I don't know.
I mean, if he's in physical shape, I think his ring psychology was in NXT. The only
It's how
match.
bad does he want? How bad does he want to earn that second shot?
Yeah, that's really it's on him. And how like I think like he was a Triple H guy, so now that Triple H is running things, like you said, how bad does he want it? Even if they sent him back to NXT, he doesn't have to go to the main roster. Nobody's really in this day and age. He would have to earn that back, in my
Mhm.
opinion. Like you got young viewers, nobody, or newer viewers. They don't even have to necessarily be young. You might have
But
newer viewers.
unfortunately, in his case, the internet is a very real thing.
Oh, how'd you feel about his? Another side note, y'all, cause we here. This is off the hip, baby. How'd you feel about his? Did you see his interview with Chris Van Vliet?
Dreams.
Yeah.
How recent was it? I don't recall him doing one.
So he did an interview with Chris Van Vliet. If you didn't see it, I'll send you the link, or you can look it up, whatever. But he did one about 6 months ago, addressing all of these allegations.
I might have seen that one then. Yeah, because I knew Gender was a recent one.
And yeah, I seen the gender one. And he took the screenshots and all of these allegations and
Mhm.
stuff to Chris Van Vliet. And his point was being that if he did what he was accused of, how come he isn't charged for these things? You know what I'm saying? As anybody else would be.
I mean, unfortunately, anyone can say that if you really want to break it down. But I mean, at the end of the day, he knows in his heart of hearts if it happened or not.
Right.
I
And
mean,
he's standing on it that it did.
right?
So
That's what I'm saying. Like,
that's a bold
how,
claim to come on the interview and on Chris Van Vliet's platform and
yeah,
stand on that. That's why I wanted to know your opinion because I was
yeah.
like,
That
yeah.
like I said, that it comes down to how hard does he want to bust his ass to earn everyone's trust back and respect back. It's not going to
Mm.
be easy for him, especially with those allegations, and those are pretty ugly.
Did you see him make that Indies appearance recently?
Uh huh.
Okay. I think that interview after that interview, he did that appearance. So I think that because Chris Van Vliet was asking him the same thing that you're asking, or like that you're saying in terms of how bad does he want it, and Velveteen was basically saying that Velveteen Dream is dead, but he
Okay,
still has the itch
but
to
you're still
wrestle.
Patrick.
Right, he still has the itch to wrestle. So he left like that opening right there. You know what I'm saying?
But it may not be Velveteen Dream, but his old persona still looks like Velveteen Dream. He has the hair permed up the same way, still has the glasses,
Yeah,
still has the
I mean like
same.
you can't escape your success, right? Macho Man Randy
Yeah,
Savage, he went to WCW and was in the NWO, but he was still, oh yeah, like you know what I'm saying? It's still certain things that you're gonna do that's just second nature. Kevin Nash went to WCW and rocked the same gear. Didn't change the
I mean
colors.
he's also Oz there too, but still.
Yeah, yeah, that was crazy, right? That was the worst. Mm, 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 mm. But yeah, like it's a certain people that once they find something, it's nothing wrong with sticking to it. It's also good with evolution, but you ain't gotta change certain things. We want to get back to the draft bloodline. This is the surprise for me. Bloodline, this is the collection of the bloodline getting drafted to SmackDown. Solo Sikoa, Tama Tonga, Paul Heyman, That's the bloodline getting drafted to SmackDown. What's your
I
reaction to
mean,
them getting drafted in the third round?
more than anything, it solidified the excommunication of Jim Uso. He's
Mm,
out.
jealous Jim.
hmm he's finito, done. But also solo booted him out, not Roman. So does the Usos reunite with Roman and go back to them being called the Ones, or how do we go about this?
Right. Okay. So they're the bloodline. What would the new name be? I like that. You on to something, Razor?
They started out with saying "We the Ones" with Sammy Uso.
The ones. That would be it.
Like I said, the Bloodline stuff. I mean, we're always gonna be a fan of it. We're always gonna want to keep a pulse on it, but it's like with the rest of WWE, they're in that weird spot of where do we go next?
Imagine they do some corny shit and just make the Usos a faction.
I think it's a little late for that.
Too late. Once they got the Uso brothers, that's it.
If Solo branched off of them, not Roman, you might be able to get away with it, but
The only
nah.
reason that made me think about that is when the bloodline came about, they started incorporating Us as the word brother, like
Mhm.
you know what I'm saying? And that's all it was. Uso, like Jimmy Uso and Jay Uso was more like they last names, right?
Mhm.
Now is main event Jay. Main event. You don't hear them say main event Jay Uso. It's main event Jay.
Samantha Aaron does say that once in a while.
Once in a while, okay. So I stand corrected.
Mhm.
Pardon me, chat.
Yeah.
I my ears hear what they want to hear sometimes. I want to hear.
Well, it's hard to hear when the crowd is going apeshit over the eat.
Nah, but now that you say it though, like it does, I've heard it, and I do hear them say Jimmy Uso. You know what I'm saying? So maybe we see the Usos reunite as just the brothers, but the trio is good to see what their name would be. That'd be the ones. I like that. I like that. The ones.
And also this makes it easier to
But
tie
they
in
won.
Rikishi because Rikishi he'll always say, "Hey, brothers fight is good, but remember, you guys always got each other's backs."
How you feel about day
And
one?
that could be something to play with too.
Cause you know the Usos be like down since day one.
hmm So again,
Look,
there's a lot of play on words. There's a lot of avenues you can go with this. And again, all of them, it's an easy time for Roman. It's an easy time for Rikishi and the rest of the family.
mm. I'm surprised. I'm very, and I shout out to Rikishi because he's a great father, yo. It's hard. Imagine being a father of like twins, right? And then your
Bless
other
that man's
son,
soul.
and you don't want to get on the camera like, yeah, I'm their father, and remind everybody like I'm
he's
Big
like,
Oos.
he's like, they got it. They'll squash out eventually.
And, and people been asking, oh, I want to see Rikishi as the special referee at WrestleMania, and this. Would that made him? I ain't gonna lie. Now that we retrospect, would that Rikishi in their match have made it any better? With
I
11
think
minutes,
given the crowd reaction,
it would
it
have
probably would have
popped.
made it a lot harder for him
Rikishi,
overall because yeah, because that would have been similar to what we got about 10 years ago when Roman won the Royal Rumble. You know, The Rock raised his hand in Philly of all places, mind you, and that was the first time we probably heard Rock get booed out of a city, and where he got caught off guard.
yeah.
So I think we were risking having that situation happen
I
with
ain't gonna
this.
lie. The Rock, my favorite shit when he get caught off guard is this. He
Huh?
start he starts smelling the air, looking around, thinking of what to
Like,
say.
this is different.
Yeah, I like y'all want to fuck around. I said, oh man, nah, I ain't gonna lie. I think, and once again, I'm gonna continue to say it because anybody that got any doubts, you even heard Kenny Omega say it. What Roman Reigns has done with wrestling the last few years. I've been to live shows, televised, non-televised, and I'm talking about. I went to a show pre-Bloodline, few shows pre-Bloodline. Most of them have been turned up post-Bloodline. Like, you know what? You know what's sad, bro? The Raw that I went to. You know what me and my wife fucking got hyped for?
What's that?
Stone Cold Steve Austin. Instead of people
Mhm.
that's on the regular roster, we popped because Stone Cold was coming to Madison Square Garden. And it was either him or Undertaker the next night on SmackDown. So that should let a lot of people know where the landscape of wrestling was at that time. They were relying on the legends to make a one-off appearance here and there. Roman
I
Reigns,
mean, I can see that, but also it's the Garden is notoriously WWE's backyard, like daily spaces for AEW. So I kind of get that.
gotta bring the big guns out sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Like every once in a while, they'd be like, "Hey, it's the Garden."
And but that's my point though. Since then, they were comfortable just bringing Roman Reigns there.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was the big gun. We didn't need like there was times that we go to these shows and we think we're gonna see The Rock there. Literally, that Raw before WrestleMania was the first time we seen The Rock in New York in years,
That's right.
and that was fucking crazy. And we
Because
didn't
the
even
Rock,
get
he doesn't
CM
want to do
Punk.
live events, or Roman don't do live events, huh?
Nope. And then we didn't the live events. Nope. And then we didn't get CM Punk until that live event. And I didn't go to that live event because I personally felt I didn't want to get disappointed by seeing CM Punk like in that weird. Like I seen the footage online. He didn't even have his right gear. He was, it was just like, it was cool him versus Dom, but I didn't want to ruin the moment. I'd rather have just waited for what was the Royal Rumble appearance, and I was good with that. You know what I'm saying?
But hey, no, did you end up watching that match with Dom on the internet?
Yeah,
It wasn't
'cause
too bad.
they had two. I felt like the one in Cali was a little bit better than the one in the Garden. I felt the
It was it
Garden
was, it
one,
was a little bit
first one,
smoother.
yeah, the first one was a little like I said, CM Punk looked a little bit like he was getting that ring rust off, and I don't blame him. He just got canned from AEW like what 6 8 months ago.
The Garden wasn't that where he fucked up the buckshot or something like that, or by some move that AEW fans were clowning him about.
With Adam Page, right? I don't think
No,
it was
it was with Dom.
with Dom. Okay.
Yeah, he gave
Yeah,
some move that again
it
you could
looked
tell
awkward.
Punk was gassed.
Yeah. I think it was his corner move, the knee into the bulldog, but I
Mm-hmm.
could be wrong though. But yeah, he looked a little gassed in that match. But again, it's going like CM Punk. I love him, right? He's one of those guys that's like, well, he's 38 right now, 40. We don't need to see him in a 30-minute match.
Just like we wanted to see Brian in a 60-minute match with Ospreay.
Yeah, exactly. You said that earlier. Like the same thing could have been done in a short amount of time with respect to both. Like they could have put on a hard hitting affair in less time.
Or if that was going to be the match that it was, make it the main event. Sorry about Joe and Swerve, but that's the match it was going to be. Swerve and Joey topping that. Bucks, FTR, damn sure ain't topping anything halfway close to that.
I mean, the thing is, right? Look, there's times Roman Reigns went on as the first match.
Ain't nothing wrong with it.
I mean, you're the marquee match. Like it doesn't. I get the old school main event thing, right? Like, but when you're
Title
the
has to go on last.
yeah, the title has to go on last. But when you're the draw, people know you're the draw. When you selling the merchandise, people know. It's no secret.
It's like, yeah, the 20, 30, 40-minute bangers, as Tony Khan says lately, they're nice. But, I mean, palate cleanses here and there, a certain squash match here, a certain game match here, making a melting pot.
And I feel also to that point, I feel like it's due to wrestling styles, right? Roman Reigns doesn't wrestle the flashiest, so it makes sense to put him on first and then have the Royal Rumble on last, like they used to have on back in the day. I remember when I was a kid watching Stone Cold, like is the main event, the Royal Rumble. Stone Cold sitting there like this. Who's coming out? Not the Royal Rumble going first. It's
Or
the
even
pay-per-view
that
called the
Rumble
Royal
where
Rumble.
Brock started and he just throwing folks out, just sitting there, just kicking back, chilling.
Yeah.
All right, I got 2 minutes to chill.
Yeah, like who's coming out? And then I think it was Drew McIntyre or somebody came out. It was a heavy hitter that came out. Things like that, like it makes sense. Like if like you said, if you're gonna have a high octane 60-minute match that's a more intriguing paced, then you don't want to put the slow paced technical. All right, people been drawn out for 3 hours. They had a 3 hour event. You got to take that into account.
4 hours.
4 hours, maybe five with the pre-show. Right, that pre-show
Hmm.
for AEW was crazy. It was almost like an hour and a half too, to be honest.
Yeah, and again, like crowds do get tired. It happens.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been there, and you don't hear no commentary, so you're relying off of pure energy from others. Imagine you've been to an event. And I've been there personally. I'm the only one cheering, yeah, and people looking at me like, dog, we at the wrestling event. Get crazy, like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to
Mhm.
bring up the energy a little bit, and yeah, that's why you put those matches the way that they are. I felt like Samoa Joe and Swerve, I wasn't mad at them going last, but I would have not been mad at them going somewhere ahead in the card either. Maybe opening the show. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Swerve
Give everyone
Strickland.
that feel good moment. Keep the crowd on good vibes the whole way through. Close out with Danielson and Ospreay. Everyone leave home happy.
And also, let's be methodical, right? We want to give our champions optimum rest. You put them on first, they get to do what I seen Swerve Strickland on the news maybe 2 days later or the next day. You got
He
him at the
wrestled on Wednesday, wrestled on Friday, wrestled on Saturday.
did the post conference after he won the damn main event. He got to sit there at the fucking table with Tony Khan. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I just wanted to. I think he was the first out.
Yep. You could have had him like showered up, fitted out. I mean, he's still fitted out, but you could have him just chilled out,
Yeah,
ready to go.
nah, it's like the opposite. Like
Maybe a little drink in hand to celebrate something.
something, like you know what I'm saying? You got this one dude asking him, like, yeah, how is it to throw the first pitch at a baseball game?
I
Like,
thought it was funny how they had him hold the belt when he's at the Cardinals game.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, so his IG and Twitter had it. I think AEW's Twitter had it. It was right before the Cardinals started their game. They had Swerve holding the AEW World Title already.
Wow, really?
Yeah,
It's like, yeah, okay. Spoiler alert.
right.
Did they have his side plates on it?
I didn't look too close into that, but I noticed they got his side plates in pretty damn quick because they had his side plates at the press show.
But you know what? I'm not gonna be mad at that because when Cody Rhodes was walking around with fucking Roman Reigns side
That's
plates on,
fine.
no, the next day I was like, why they ain't... Look, I'm watching the news station the next day, and I'm like, bro, they could have not just changed the side plates for this man. Like, y'all got the championship shirt already gone. Like, yeah, WrestleMania, finish your story. You gotta have the Cody Rhodes side plates ready, man. But I get what you're saying. It's not that serious though. You know what I mean? But I was just like, man, it would have been dope. And I see AEW took advantage of that as soon as like you said, they had it ready for Swerve right at the table. How you feel about you like his side plates or not? You think it make the title look a little whack?
I mean, side plates are always interesting because it's like I get it's supposed to appeal to the champions, person, all that. But I'm just a fan of the old school. Just put the name on the front.
Yes, the name plates. Go back to the nameplate. I
Yeah,
miss seeing the title.
have like the countries or something, whatever, something that epitomizes all elite wrestling on the sides or whatever, and just have the front nameplate. I'm simple.
Yes, Randy Orton in the front. That's what I remember seeing. Triple H on the world heavyweight. Let's be clear. I'm talking about not the John Cena spinning belt. I don't know what they was doing. I mean, I like rap and shit like that, but I wasn't talking. I'm talking about the world heavyweight prestige. Triple H,
Or
Ric
even when
Flair,
Taker,
Randy
Legend,
Orton.
Eddie had the undisputed heavyweight belt,
Yes, yes, it had that as well. Yes, you know what I'm saying.
or
That
even
was
like how New Japan does it, where you have the nameplates, but those are the side plates. Each nameplate is attached to the side plate on each side of the strap.
that'll be fine. I ain't gonna lie. For the people that got two names, it'll be fire. If, like on one side of the side play, they says Damien. On the other side says Priest. Oh my god.
Anything.
Anything. You just put two the same logo on each side. It's kind of cringe sometimes. It's
What you
like
thought
you
on the new
said,
tag belts?
SmackDowns or
Either
Raw.
one. Either one.
Okay.
He said, "Let me get a drink first."
Right, because I definitely need to send you a link when me and my brother Snake Eyes do the square pick. 'Cause we spoke about this. But look, boom. The Raw Tag Team Championships, I was not a fan of, but I was happy that they gave them a new design. The reason I'm not happy is because it has the same design as the women's heavyweight championship and the men's heavyweight championship.
Hmm. Okay,
Historically,
so that wasn't just me that saw that.
yes. And historically, that was never the case. Like, okay, you had the little winged on the tag team championship, but it wasn't looking directly like the fucking heavyweight belt. You know what I'm saying? You didn't have the tag team championship looking like the same belt that Austin held. I feel like all three belts on Raw look the same, and I
Hmm.
have an issue with that. On SmackDown, on the other hand, it's a little bit similar. You got the women's championship similar to the men's championship. I have faith that Cody Rhodes is going to change that championship soon. But before we get there, we got to SmackDown creating the World Heavyweight Tag Team Championships, right? I think those belts are a head nod to what you were saying, the nameplate era, to me when I looked at those belts, Brothers of Destructions, I think of Kane and Undertaker with those type of belts. All the
They
great
remind
tag
me of the
team.
belts that Brian Kendrick and Paul London had back in the days.
Yeah, the early SmackDown belts, yep. Very early. And that I really enjoy that because I remember like they had the Raw, which was like a play off of the WCW ones. Then you had the SmackDown ones, which were more the natural WWE championships. That's when I was talking about the Brothers of Destructions holding them. But the one you talk about, like the early SmackDown era, I really that's it takes me back to that too. And I think that color on the they don't need the red on there. That's cringy. It kills the okay now in the future. What we gonna do? Change it to blue if we want to have these champions here, or
Exactly. Yep.
it goes back to that like
Like when we had the Universal Champion. Just change the color of the strap.
that was the easiest like. And I'm not gonna lie, in retrospect, it wasn't even that bad because Roman Reigns went on to elevate that blue strap.
Hmm.
Like I feel like the blue strap. Let's be clear, Seth Rollins held the red one too. Maybe wasn't given the same reign, pun intended. You know what I'm saying? But Roman Reigns was given all the freedom to do what he had to do with the blue belt.
And then retire both of them, got a whole another one.
I personally, a lot of people don't like that, but I personally enjoy it. You know
Oh,
why? I'm gonna say
I thought
this.
it was refreshing.
Yes, and I got the other belt behind me right here. This is the first belt that The Rock bring out when he won this shit off Cena.
The 2014 one?
Yep,
Yes, he said that one was a simple design. Now, again, it says saying champion, have a little nameplate right there. Boom, it's perfect.
yep. And that right there,
But,
look, they made the check more amplified. They put gold on the back plate of the right here on the back piece.
mhm.
I think that gold was magnificent as a champion.
It makes
What
it
we
pop
said,
more
we
with the flashes.
and the same we chasing gold. That's why I hated the tag team championships of we chasing silver.
Hmm.
What are we chasing? Nickel?
The copper penny belts.
Yeah, the gladiator nickel penny belts. Like like bro, I'm a fan of gold champ. Even the ROH belts, I get why they might be silver and shit like that. But the AEW trios belts look better to me just because they're gold. If that makes sense. I don't know. I'm just
Mhm.
a fan of the old saying.
My favorite belts aside from the Wayne Eagle are the white strap IC belt and the original black strap New Japan Intercontinental belt that MVP had.
Mm.
Two of the cleanest designs.
Is that the like more skinnier New Japan
No,
belt?
it was a thick belt like the heavyweight belt.
You're gonna have to send me that picture then, because
Mm.
I don't think I'm familiar with that one.
Yeah, the slim ones were the tag team belts.
All right, all right. Yeah, I really, man, them belts to me back in the day meant more. I remember going to the WWF restaurant down in Times Square and buying the WWF Intercontinental Championship. And that belt to me, just like you said, the globes on the side plates, that meant something. Like as a kid, I
You
really
had different
thought.
countries right each side plate.
As a kid, I thought, oh, Antarctica, South Africa, like all of
Australia out
those.
of nowhere.
Yeah, like I thought those. Wow, okay, cool. This is what this belt means. And then you got the European Championship. Like it all meant something. Now, the titles just feel like it got a name and a design. Name and a design.
Just
Name
like
and design.
the talent needs its identity too.
Yeah. I hear you, Voodoo. I see you out there. I hope that the tag team belts, like we were just talking about, they get more serious, more tag team based. I'm tired of seeing strange bedfellows as tag teams. And if you're gonna have strange bedfellows, yeah, you remember that term, strange bedfellows? You're gonna have strange bedfellows as tag teams. I want to see maybe Cesaro. I be saying this a lot. Cesaro and Sheamus, the bar, best of seven. They were going at it, and then you know what? Put you guys in a tag team match. Let's see how you guys do. Then they end up doing really well.
Not everyone's gonna be the 2-man power trip.
Mm-hmm. That's absolutely true. All right, we on the last pick of the third round. Sheamus got drafted to Raw. I kind of laughed at this pick.
Why?
Reason I laughed is because remember what I said earlier. Raw don't have enough stars, so they rushed back Sheamus, which was originally on SmackDown. And then they just plop him on Raw. Oh, returning on Raw this week. Sheamus, but wasn't he a brawling brute on SmackDown?
But
The
to
last
your
time we seen
point,
him?
they're also lacking in heels. Sheamus knows how to be a heel. He knows how
I
to be
love
a nasty motherfucker too.
I don't like face Sheamus. I never did. It's kind of forced. It's forced. Brawling
Just needs to
brutes
be a
wasn't as
guy
forced.
to. My favorite Sheamus when he first came out against Called Love, just to do, or when he beat up Triple H, put up with Dukes. Let's fight it out. I'm gonna whoop your ass. All right, you my
You
bitch
heard
now.
you heard the story behind I think Sheamus just came out and said this. The story behind how Cena put him over the first time they fought for the belt.
Mm.
Cena felt like he'll be a great heel to work with. And I remember looking back, playing them video games, SmackDown versus Raw 2000. That was kind of one of my favorite matches to set up. Sheamus versus Cena. Like they had that physique. They were probably the two better characters in the game. Like you didn't have nobody like Sheamus around. Sheamus was always a throwback to like a Fit Finley to me,
Mm.
but more big. Like wow, like what I'm saying. You always had Fit Finley with respect to him. He was kind of short, like regular size. Sheamus was just like wow, this guy's massive. So to see him line up with Cena and have a great career, it just made me laugh to see them rush him back. That's all. That's all it was for me.
I mean, well, how long has he been out of action?
I
About as
mean,
long as Randy?
not as long as Randy, but almost near retirement. I think they said about
Yeah,
9 months.
yeah. So I mean, I'm sure he was just itching to get back, and I'm sure he probably prefer Raw. But we'll see where it goes. But again, the thing that I noticed, the common thing with these draft picks, they're all plug and play, folks. Nothing really screams, "All right, this is money for this brand."
Let me ask you something, right? Do you feel because I'm a player in the game that believes certain wrestlers look better on certain brands. Do you think certain people thrive on other brands, or you don't really matter what brand they're on, or like.
I'm kind of indifferent. I can see your argument only because for certain folks, like Sheamus, for example, we've been seeing him on Raw since he first debuted, what, 10, 15 years ago? And we've usually seen him predominantly on Raw, much like we've predominantly seen Randy Orton on a Raw. Like we see a Roman on like a SmackDown.
Yep.
So I think we're just accustomed to that. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm sure they can just be plug and play guys.
Okay. Cause I felt like again once it was special, like like you saying, some people that got drafted or like not even drafted, but there wasn't so much of NXT era. So back in FCW, you'll have a John Cena come up to SmackDown, and you'll see John Cena on SmackDown for 5 years. He wouldn't even touch Raw. I felt like that meant something. Triple H, we knew him from the Attitude Era. You wouldn't see him touch a SmackDown because he was with Evolution. He got drafted to SmackDown. It's like, whoa,
I still
what?
remember that crowd just losing their minds off of that pick and see Triple H's face like, I'm going where?
Right.
How dare you send me there?
That's the moments I think, and you know why? It's because all of this cross brand. They got enough superstars to keep them separate. It's the building of them.
I mean, we'll see what happens here in about half an hour.
Yep. Let's get the last few picks for the round 4, the last round on SmackDown. AJ Styles went to SmackDown. No surprise there.
I would have preferred, again, Badger Ty, I would have preferred to see him on Raw only because, with the exception of Tama, I'm not sure where the Good Brothers are currently branded, but we might have him go to Raw that we have most of the Bullet Club boys on one show instead of split in half. Just to kind of leave that possible idea linger for the masses.
I think, well, yeah, I see that, but since AJ Styles kind of left them, I guess the OC is just Luke Gallows, Carl, and Meacham at this point. Alpha Academy got drafted to Raw, the next pick. I felt like that was a throwaway pick right there. I mean, they could have just drafted Chad Gable.
I want to see Otis on his own. I've been a big fan of Otis for years because, again, much like Ivar with the Viking Raiders, you don't see big men like that move the way they do just out of nowhere. There was something there with Otis. They just got to figure out what it is.
Yeah, I feel the same way with Bronson Reed. Like, they do their best to present him, but I feel like there's still something lacking there. Like,
there's like one little thing missing.
Yeah, one thing. It might be that surprise rivalry, like kind of like I look back and I'm glad WWE did this. Bray Wyatt versus LA Knight. That allowed LA Knight to showcase his work.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still allowed for Bray Wyatt to look strong, get the victory, get the win. Debut Uncle Howdy. A lot of things happen in that rivalry, even though let's be honest, the setup was new, right? They did that little match. What was it? The Mountain Dew Blacklight. We might never see that match again.
Some stupid ass name.
Yeah,
something blackout match.
Yeah, we might never see that match again, right? So, but the lead up? We've seen a lot on the lead up. The conclusion, what it did for LA Knight, it catapulted LA Knight. It put him. We would never see LA Knight talk to Undertaker like that if it wasn't for that promo.
That made LA Knight before we knew who he was. It made Uncle Howdy. Could we just see some random dude from the top of like 20, 30 feet in the air just dive onto the floor?
And you need somebody like, okay, so I could see a Bronson Reed not being like LA Knight didn't back down to Bray Wyatt, right? Like usually somebody would get scared. Oh my god.
I think he popped him in the mouth first.
Yeah, LA Knight.
Do you guys think LA Knight will win the Money in the Bank briefcase?
I feel like his time has passed, kind of like what we were saying with Jey Uso.
Yeah.
All right, he wins the Money in the Bank.
He has to because, like, how is he gonna get a title opportunity?
Okay, let me ask this question: Who aside from LA Knight would you put the Money in the Bank briefcase on?
Somebody fresh.
But who else? Names. Who else would you personally invest in?
All right, I need a timetable. One with the
Carmelo
money in the
Hayes
bank.
is too soon. It's too soon for Carmelo Hayes. Damn. Maybe Braun. No, not Braun Breaker. Not even.
I'm gonna throw a hot take at y'all right here.
Go ahead.
Finn Balor, I would say.
Finn Balor's nice. What if the final boss does some final boss shit? Remember Brock Lesnar? He just came in the match. Boombox Brock. Remember when he won the Money in the Bank? He wasn't in that match.
That shit was hilarious.
I'll see you and I'll raise you. What about the Tribal Chief making his return?
And just
they'll do like a Brock Lesnar thing when he comes out of nowhere,
like the Brock in the Bank bullshit.
Yeah.
When Mustafa Ali was about to supposedly win it, and he had his hand on the shit, and he looked at the entranceway, he's like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
But not only that, what if Roman Reigns goes back to that Shield mentality, and we see a new Roman Reigns, a new form of the Tribal Chief, where he's more strategic, more meticulous, back in the Shield gear, and back on top with the briefcase in his back pocket, saying, "Cody, remember, whenever I feel like it, you better keep your eye on me."
It's a lot. It's a lot.
I think they should make another name Shield with Roman and other new members just to give them that clout. You know, like
I say no because you run the risk of ruining what the Shield had beforehand with Reigns, Rollins, and Moxley. But I can kind of see that if I didn't see that too because again Roman and Seth still got to have their match.
Oh yeah, they still got their powwow going on.
Yeah, because that match I believe ended in a DQ win for Seth.
Seth got the victory over Roman Reigns.
And in history, Roman Reigns has never held a victory over Seth Rollins.
Nope. Seth Rollins always do some scoundrel shit to him, or like the outcome be like Seth Rollins on top somehow, like a lot of cash in the greatest heist in WrestleMania history.
Now, one person I wouldn't mind seeing hold the Money in the Bank briefcase. Now, granted, it's probably too late for him because he's so heavily divulged in the tag team division. Would be having Montez Ford win it, and that would kind of tease the breaking up of the Street Profits, and or possibly further solidifying their bond. That would be one that I wouldn't mind seeing hold the belt or the briefcase either.
Okay, I'm not mad at that.
Because it's one of those things where dogs look at it, okay, either I got to step my game up or Ford's going to be like, you're holding me back.
If we talking current superstars, I think I'm on with Voodoo on this one. I could see Finn Balor winning the championship, right? I mean, the Money in the Bank. And then that creating a disturbance between him and Damian Priest. Like, we already know there should be one there. But that's going to solidify it.
You know,
especially since Priest has cashed in too.
Yeah.
You haven't noticed the looks that Finn Balor be giving him?
Oh yeah,
the dirty looks.
They always had tension. I feel like if it wasn't for them winning the tag team championships, there would have been more between them there. For sure.
A future.
And that's where you can reintroduce the OC too with Michin.
Finn
Balor has his own IC champion. But not yet. I would say JD McDonough is a future IC champion, but not yet.
That'd be a fun one.
Yeah, he would have to take that off. Maybe Sami Zayn. It can't be somebody like Gunther. I wouldn't see that.
Nah, Gunther he's long overdue.
If it were to be Gunther hypothetically, I could see that happening if you have those chicken shit heel shenanigans. To just get one over on Gunther time after time. I think
we would have to see more of a JD that we seen in NXT UK.
Mm-hmm.
More of that JD. This iteration, like
more of the Irish Ace.
Yes, this iteration is like his 2K character. He's like a 68 overall. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. Like, hey, I see you with your little man over there, Voodoo. Yeah.
Nice.
He wanted me to carry him.
The next pick, how y'all felt about Andrade? These are the last two picks of round 4 before we get into the supplemental draft, and then we're about to get into Monday Night Raw. You know what I'm saying? A little quick
Yo, in
predictions
a few
for that
minutes.
show. Yep. Andrade got drafted to SmackDown with the last pick of SmackDown for round 4.
So that means
I can see that.
Charlotte's going with him then.
Yep.
And the main
I think she's already there.
My
and the
wifey
main
said the
reason
same thing.
Ricochet ain't leaving Raw is because Samantha
Samantha
they're trying to
Irvin.
keep Samantha. Yeah, they're trying to keep her there. They keep
Triple H is
couples
a good
together.
dude. Yeah, Triple H is a good dude. They used to break up the couples when Vince was there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Vince
But
doing some shit.
also, the whole LWO story, that's all a SmackDown exclusive, isn't it?
As for now,
Like
yeah, they
Ray's there,
crossed over.
Santos is there, all Carlitos there, they're all there.
Yeah,
Yep.
Carlito turned heel now, but yeah,
I
he
knew
turned
that
heel.
was coming because he wasn't wearing the LWO shirt and he had a black and white
Yeah,
shirt.
yeah. It was time for him to do that right there.
Ringside News is a good source.
Who?
Ringside News is a good source.
Oh yeah, Ringside. Yeah. Shout out to
That's where I
Ringside.
knew what was gonna happen with Carlito.
Yeah, I like Ringside News, Solid Monster. You know what I'm saying? SC Scoops. You feel me? Shout out to all them
The
boys.
person that I have a bone to pick with is Dave Meltzer, yo. Dude be spreading lies sometimes.
You're not
Alright.
blocked from him yet?
God damn it.
The Meltzer driver. Don't get hit by it.
It's the TK driver now. Because supposedly, according to Siobhan, they changed the name a couple months ago when they came back.
It makes sense. I'm surprised Meltzer hasn't came in for some money off that.
Yo, they did.
Right?
They did. Yo, they named a move because they was throwing shots at Dave Meltzer. That's what it was.
Well, Meltzer was always high on them. And then once they saw all the 5-star matches they were getting, they named the move after him. Oh, what the fuck was it called before? I forget what it was called beforehand.
It was like a 6.
Oh, the Indie Taker.
Oh, I was gonna say that. There you go.
Man, let's get to the last pick of the regular draft for Friday Night SmackDown. It was on Monday Night Raw's take. Monday Night Raw selected Kiana James.
That was a weak pick, bro. That was weak. Honestly,
Yeah, I was not.
It was
I was
weak.
not a fan.
I was
not a
not
fan
feeling
of
that. I seen her on NXT, but I wasn't feeling it. I was going towards the lines of maybe
Lola Vice.
It's too soon for her, actually. I would say.
Okay.
The one that been making waves out over there has been Kalani Jordan. Kalani Jordan been making waves.
I could see them
But-
calling
so-
her up because Carmelo
But
Hayes.
it'll take her.
SmackDown.
It'll take her like 2 more years, I would say, to get called up.
I'm more surprised they didn't call up Cora Jade or Roxanne Perez yet.
Cora Jade there was rumors for her to get called up, but it didn't fall through.
I think one of them got hurt too.
Yep. Torn ACL. Her and Lyons,
Nikita Lyons, yeah.
They had a picture together, the whole torn ACL thing.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I'm gonna be honest. When they announced her name, I thought they was calling out one of the girls that just held the tag team belts. Yeah, like I didn't know what was going on. I'm gonna be real. I forgot who this girl was for a second. Cause I'm not like this times I watch NXT, but I'm only watching for like the marquee pay-per-views. Like I'm gonna be real. Like it's hard for me to catch every Tuesday when there might be something else going on. You know what I'm saying? But they announced her name, like you said, Voodoo. To me, it was a weak pick. I wasn't a fan of that. They could have did better with that pick. I felt like we're gonna get into the supplemental draft, which was
they're not gonna use her that much.
After. Yeah, they could have left her for the supplemental draft. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they did that to give her a little name on television and all that, but I wasn't really a fan of that one right there. Getting into the supplemental draft. This is post SmackDown. Alba Fire and Isla Dawn got drafted to WWE Raw. Raw. They got drafted to
Two
Raw.
solid heels for the women's division.
Since NXT has a women's mid card title now. You think there's gonna be one for the main roster, like two, the US and Intercontinental for the women's? But if they do that,
It's about time they did that.
that means SmackDown will have to go 3 hours.
There's always been talk about that once Netflix got the bid for Raw.
Mm. Yeah, I would love to see SmackDown for 3 hours. I don't mind. You get a lot of good action, extra matches, extra storylines, the whole nine.
I can see
It's
them
definitely easier than
definitely
adding
doing
a fourth show too.
Which is gonna be what?
Mm. I don't know, but they should keep the women's tag team belt across all three well, at least two brands like they've been doing. Add that mid card for the women's on either Raw or SmackDown. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like SmackDown's so strong. They don't even the storylines going on over there. They don't even need an extra belt. You can actually throw that belt on Raw. To be honest, in my
Okay,
eyes.
no, call me crazy, but they're probably better off scrapping the women's tag titles and just giving each show their own women's mid card title.
I said that too, but people thought I was crazy for that too.
Because
Yup.
again,
Yeah.
can anyone name more than four women's tag teams?
Not natural tag teams. These are
Exactly.
tag. Yeah, not natural.
These are
No.
Because
pair
you have
tag
you have
teams.
Alban Isla, you have the Kabuki Warriors.
Strange
Mhm.
bedfellows. Going back to it, strange bedfellows.
I seen a match like that when they spin the
Yeah,
wheel and then a strange bedfellow match came up.
yeah.
Now, granted, if Mercedes ever comes back to WWE, you might have something with the Four Horsewomen running Raw and SmackDown's the tag teams, but still, who knows if that's ever going to happen now.
I haven't seen the natural women's tag team in a long time, and I feel like that was
You had
done.
Sasha and Bailey, that was it.
Even them, they. So I look at them like singles competitors. Like
That's
they never
fair.
had.
Hey,
They never
what do you
had
want?
a tag team name that I was sold on.
You weren't a fan of Trish Stratus and Lita call themselves the besties.
I'm alright with that because that's kind of like you said, the powerhouse or the power struggle. You know what I'm saying? The power trip with
The two woman
yeah,
power trip.
yeah, the power trip with Triple H and Austin. Like you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that. Or even like I see how AEW builds they woman tag teams. They
What do you
build
want?
factions with like WWE
What?
just started now, but AEW been doing that. You know what I'm saying? Build some factions. You got the baddies, or you had the baddies when Jade was there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I think Layla Gray left AEW. I haven't seen her
A-
there in a
Athena
hot
got her
minute.
little minion, like you know what I'm saying? Like
Yo,
Tony Storm got the other
I would
girl.
love them to
Mariah
push
May.
her. I would
Yeah,
love them to push Athena to 1,000 days as champion, Ring of Honor champion. She's halfway there.
You got to get her on Dynamite or something. The fact that
I
she's had the
agree.
belt for almost 2 years or something like that. How many AEW has she been on? Whether it's Rampage, Collision, or Dynamite,
None.
you can count them on one hand.
None.
like Ivy Naya and fucking Maxine Dupree is not no tag team.
That's a joke.
I would rather see Ivan Allen and Zoe Stark as a tag team.
That's some shit you do in my GM mode just to fuck off. Like oh, I got no superstars left. I'm gonna just fucking put Maxine Dupree and Ivy now together. Like fuck it.
I'm
No,
weak.
nothing against Maxine. She's making some great progress.
Nah, but like if there's gonna be a story there, like at least incorporate um the Creed brothers. You know why is Ivy now on her own with Alpha Academy? What's going on there? What's going on? Like I don't understand. I do not understand why is that happening.
You had them together with the Diamond Mine, and why'd you break them up?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Damon Kemp. Where's he? Like let him get on his revenge tour and go. You know something. I don't know, man. They could do a lot with these like storylines. But again, I read something that kind of made sense. When you go to the main roster, they kind of like leave your NXT stories in NXT, and I feel like they need to do a better job on Raw or SmackDown going back and showing us the NXT footage. Oh, this is what they did here to familiarize the,
I don't think they've done that ever, to be honest.
and that's what they need to do, familiarize the Raw and SmackDown crowd. They'll just show like, oh, this person in a vignette coming from NXT. Yeah, I shoot my shot and I don't miss. That's what.
Once in a while, you might get a highlight reel vignette, maybe, but
Uncle
Yeah,
Howdy's on his way.
like
I
even
think
they show.
I think the only time they did that was when the first match you saw with Gunther and Ilya. That was the only time that Raw SmackDown actually aired the footage of that match.
They showed when Seth Rollins got drafted. They showed him in the bottom it said NXT champion, inaugural NXT champion. Show us how the fuck he won that tournament. You know, put people on. They'll just say like, oh, like he won it in a regular match.
It's like, because do you remember who his opponent was?
Jinder Mahal. That's crazy, right? Like
The Maharaja.
right, there wasn't some notable name, but still the lead up to it, one could argue, oh, Seth Rollins had to defeat somebody that was on the main roster in 3MB. Somebody that was already on the main stage, right? One could argue that.
The only man though, no, did he hold? No, he hasn't held the Cody top, but after that, you can say he's held every match on WWE from the NXT belt to the World Heavyweight to the Universal.
Who's that? Who you speaking about?
I'm talking about Rollins.
Oh,
because Roman was never NXT champion.
I think the only belt Rollins haven't held is the European Championship. I think he's held everything.
Was he U.S. champion before?
He said the European Championship.
He held the U.S. belt at the same time.
How old Rollins was when the European Championship was
that
around?
was the best.
European belt wasn't around when he was wrestling. He might have been like 9 or 10 years old.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like, that's the only belt he hasn't touched.
He was born like what, in the 80s or something.
If you count the 24/7 belt, I mean like
24/7, 7-11.
I think him being double champion, WWE did right with that.
That's right. That was when he caved in Cena's nose. I forgot about that.
Yep. He had the US belt. He had the US belt, and he defended against Sting.
I think that was planned. The whole kneeling Cena thing.
Yeah, I don't think his nose was supposed to blow up like that to like Joey Mercury.
Nah,
Joey Mercury was worse. He was a bloody mess.
The next pick of the supplemental draft is Baron Corbin going to SmackDown. I called this. I said they needed to bring Baron Corbin up. I'm glad they did it. I wish they would have sent him to Raw. I feel like Raw could have used his.
Wasn't he a free agent?
He was in NXT with the Wolf Dogs with Braun.
Oh, yeah, they had.
He chose to go. He chose to go there, right?
Nah, I think.
I think he was sent there.
Yeah, I think he was sent there.
Oh yeah, to
remember,
like elevate.
He was last on Raw with JBL, and that shit.
I think they put him there to elevate Braun Breaker.
Yeah, and to what we said earlier, like I think that one was this pick was anticipated because again we have Carmelo going to SmackDown, we have Braun going to Raw. It kind of makes no sense to have Braun and Melo on one show and Raw didn't get a single call up.
You got to let them showcase on different brands.
Because we all know that if you got those two together in a powder keg, it's going to be magic. Let them branch out on their own. Keep that rivalry just fresh in the wings. It'll come. Don't worry.
No, I could definitely see that right there. Who was the next pick? All right, this is my issue right here. Cedric Alexander and Ashanti the Adonis got drafted to SmackDown as a tag team.
Now, again, with all due respect, what the fuck has Asante the Adonis been doing?
I don't know, man. He got a good physique and all that. The dude looks good in the ring, like, you know. But as to Razor's point, I don't even know what he's done in NXT.
I didn't even know him and Cedric were a thing till the draft.
Me either.
Now I don't watch NXT religiously and all that stuff, but still, it's like I know who there was a thing. I forgot Cedric was still with WWE. To be honest,
be honest with you, top.
I thought he got let go. Mustafa got let go.
Top Dollar made more noise than Ashanti, whether it was for better or worse. AJ Francis,
Dollar knew he could be a star, and no shame in that.
shout out to AJ,
And look
man.
what he's doing in TNA with Joe Hendry. That's how spend money.
That's crazy, right? Let's get on to the next one. Ivar draft. So, all right, this is this. I don't know. Is this a lining in the sand right here? Ivar got drafted by himself. No Viking Raiders. Ivar. No Eric. Ivar.
Now there's been rumblings that with Eric's recent neck surgery and the fact that he just had another kid, he may be leaning towards retirement due to medical reasons. I hope that's just rumor and just dust in the wind. But yeah,
Man,
he may be on a situation similar to Big E.
that's unfortunate to hear right there.
But
Shayna.
you never know. Big E could, after maybe 2 or 3 years, he could probably make a comeback if he gets
Which is true.
He could get a fusion surgery. Didn't he get a neck fusion surgery?
He's got like 2 or 3 by now, both of them.
I don't know if it matters, but he's a big dude, bro. So I can imagine like that might work different for like a dude like Edge.
And even another person just had neck fusion surgery, Braun Strowman.
Right.
Yeah, man. He's been out for a while.
He's rumored to get drafted tonight, so we're gonna see what happens with him. Shayna Baszler, we got 2 minutes left. I don't want to hold y'all up before we get into Raw. I want y'all to get caught up on the show. Shayna Baszler gets drafted to Raw. I'm gonna just run down these last few, and y'all give me y'all last predictions. Shayna Baszler got drafted to Raw. The OC, Luke Gallows, Carl Anderson, Meacham got drafted to SmackDown. So Razor, like you said, they keeping all of them together, which they should have just drafted them together. But,
so now is everybody but Finn on SmackDown now?
Yes, but I don't think Finn was on the draft board for Friday night. So
all we said was champions were exempt. Everyone else is up for game.
Yes, they didn't say nothing about teams. Oh, they have to get drafted as a team. That's optional to the brand.
Yep.
We could be. Go ahead. No.
I'll say we could be seeing that split up today too. Again, I wouldn't be surprised.
I've been waiting for it. Look, before Rhea Ripley got announced as injured, when they announced his draft was happening, I had them splitting up Rhea Ripley. It might be Finn Balor tonight. I wouldn't be mad at that. And then it gives Damian Priest a chance to showcase if he's really the leader of the Judgment Day or not. And like you said, we might see something there with the OC and Finn Balor taking over them.
I wouldn't be mad seeing JD and Dom being Priest little lackeys either.
Right. Yep, like on some J&J security type shit. Seth Rollins. Yep.
Calm down.
I wouldn't be mad at that. The very last pick of the supplemental draft happened to be Zoe Stark to Raw.
Where'd they send Shayna again?
They sent Shayna Baszler to Raw, and Zoe Stark is on Raw. They should have kept them as a tag team.
Right. You already knew where I was going with this.
When it was live.
They should have definitely kept them as a tag team. But, like he said, Monday Night Raw is live. So, I don't know. They got somebody coming out the limo, man. Logan Paul came out the limo. I don't want to spoil it. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me.
I was going to say, it's too bad champions are exempt. I wouldn't mind seeing a little switcheroo between Logan and Sammy. That would have been interesting.
Oh, wait. Why he got Patrick Mahomes there? Oh, he's dapping up Damian Priest. Okay. We got some camaraderie between champions. He got speed with him. Turn that up, baby.
Logan said, game, recognized game.
Okay, he making some draft picks. I respect that. So that's the biggest prediction for the night right there. Finn Balor. What you got? I got Finn Balor biggest prediction going to SmackDown.
I got Ilya coming to Raw.
Mm. Voodoo, what you looking like? What's your biggest prediction of the night?
Mm. Uh, hmm. I think who's available, eligible to get drafted?
Anybody that's not a champion.
Yeah, Bobby Lashley, Street Profits, everybody.
I think
Gunther.
Profits might go to Raw.
Okay, you switching
But
up. Okay.
Bianca is on SmackDown, isn't she?
Yep.
Oh, no. So they staying on SmackDown then.
So now, and NXT supposedly was supposed to be part of the draft. Is there any chance we may see them get a couple of draft picks?
I think Karrion Kross and AOP going to Raw.
Like NXT, like Raw or SmackDown drafted some more NXT people?
Or do we see NXT drafting some folks out of the blue?
Nah.
No?
They
You see, because when they first announced the draft, that's how it was perceived to me. So I'm a little bit let down by that. That's a missed opportunity.
Like a call-up chance, yeah. That should look like the NBA draft, like they in the G League coming out of college and you get called up.
And that's a missed opportunity by Hunter. Can you imagine that crowd freaking out when folks get drafted to NXT?
That'll solidify them as a third brand.
And then you can let Ava just have her little thing going. You want my show? I don't care if you want to bitch and moan, pout, do whatever you want. You're gonna go out there and work.
Look, they just showed on the screen. You saw it. JBL back in the draft room. Teddy Long back in the draft room.
My boy.
Yeah, I miss Teddy.
I hope to have a goatee as majestic as his some days.
Oh wait. I mean, if y'all want to low key stay on for this shit,
I'm down. I got it on right here on the TV.
I bet. Give me a second.
Also,
go ahead.
I got a little surprise, random draft surprise of my own. What if Pat McAfee gets drafted to SmackDown?
Oh,
and they swap the commentators again.
I could see that.
Wait, Odyssey.
They starting off the show with the man Becky Pinch.
Wait, Odyssey Jones is on Raw?
I thought he was fired a couple weeks ago. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, they started with Becky Lynch.
Hurricane looked big as hell.
I was wondering who that was jumping and clapping like that.
Yeah, that was a Hurricane. Oh, that's a horrible visual of the NXT roster on the ring like that. Could we see them possibly moving Vinci from Imperium?
I might be ahead of y'all because I'm watching on my damn cable box. I'm like a man from the past. I don't do things on the, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're about 45 seconds ahead of me. It ain't no thing.
All right, bet. If you cool, if y'all cool, we cool.
I ain't sweating it.
All right, bet.
Yo, HD, I had to delete the voice meter, bro. That shit was messing me up.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I know I was talking to Streets about that the other day. I don't use that because like I got the shit set up where it's already like every time I go to something, you see I said go to the settings
Yeah.
and like you should be able to just equip whatever you want to talk from. I got like three different mics I could speak from, and I just go to. That's why I don't like using third party sometimes.
Check you
Yeah.
out.
Look, I can speak directly off here or off
Yeah.
this one,
Okay.
and then I got another one that's tucked somewhere over there because I don't got no use for it right now.
I got two headsets. If one dies out, I got another one ready.
Yep, there you go. That's how you do it.
Okay, so is it just me, or does Becky's current gear remind you of a Budweiser can?
Oh my god.
I feel like she's in an identity crisis between two of her characters, the man
Or she
and when she
repping
was
raw.
the fashion killer.
Or she repping raw.
Like you can't tell me pull up a can of Bud Heavy next to her gear.
Dude,
No, I love Becky, but it's like, come on, girl.
I have never drank a Budweiser. I would try it. See how it tastes.
You're not missing much. I promise you that, my friend.
At all. That's it. That's why I ain't gonna lie. Everybody
I'm
drink
better off with Bud
responsibly.
Light then. Bud Light or Ultra or Labatt.
I'd rather drink hard liquor than something that tastes like, like, yep, there you go.
Now again, I love me a good IPA. Sacramento
IPA.
has a lot, and California has a lot of great breweries out here.
I've been cool guys.
But yeah, certain
Nah,
lagers I just can't do it.
Anybody will tell you that the IPAs are different, like especially when done well.
And I'm not gonna lie, Stone Cold Steve Austin makes a damn good IPA.
I still haven't tried the Broken Skull Ranch, man.
Bro. It's
Wow.
not too heavy, not too carb. It's like just right. But a couple of them pints will have you on your ass if you ain't careful.
I can imagine because I went out to like downtown Manhattan, had this bar by the pier, and all I was drinking IPAs, bro. By the fourth one, I was slapped. I was like, yo,
Liv Morgan.
Next time I get some, I need to find a way to send some of the Broken Skull IPAs your way, HD.
Yeah, man, for sure.
And also, I guess Stone Cold just came out with a double IPA. The liquor stores out here don't have it out here have it yet. I gotta go to SoCal for it, but I need to try that one too.
Nice.
Cause them motherfuckers supposed to be strong.
Yeah, I always wanted to try. I just felt back from those, like I said, because over here, you know how it is drinking at a bar. Sometimes you might get good stuff on the IPA, and I feel like when you get the IPA from a bar, it's a way different experience than drinking out the bottle or can.
So okay, so I know the East Coast got Sierra Nevadas and Lagunitas, but do you guys have Stone Brewing out there or Stone IPAs?
Yeah.
Okay, so like the plain Stone IPA, right, with the gargoyle looking dude on the front cover.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, so they're hands down my favorite brewery. They got a few crafts out here that they don't make anymore that I wish they still carried. Like they're what the hell was it? They had a tropical IPA that was absolutely fire. You could probably drink a whole 12-pack of that and just feel just fine until you sat down.
Nah, that's dope. You know what was like? Remember I told you I was working in the bar and shit. So a lot of those IPAs they had were local too. Like they had some shit from like some spot called Brooklyn Brewery. It was a lot of like local items that they would have.
I didn't dive in too much of the. I didn't really dive into the New York IPA section. I tried a lot of the New England, Massachusetts ones. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of the New England style IPAs. There's something about the aftertaste. It's a little too much for me.
I think the only regular beer I think I was doing was like Blue Moon.
I can't do the wheat
Stella.
beers either.
Yeah,
Stella's are nice.
those are the only two I go for.
I don't know if your neck of the woods will have it, but maybe some of your bodegas might have it. If you have to stumble across a beer called Victoria, it's a lager from Mexico, bro. That is my shit.
Yeah, you fuck with that?
Bro, that is my shit.
Like I never.
It's so light, refreshing, whatever. Not too heavy.
She's
Why
on
the fuck is Liv wearing
SmackDown.
pasties on her shirt?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
I'm not
It
trying to
made
be
me wonder.
misogynistic, or whatever, but it's like, come on, what the hell?
You see, she wears shit like that, and then when people think shit, like they want to see through that shit, it's crazy.
Liv, stay away from the backwards for a minute, girl. Put the Russian creams down.
She got found with that bud, right?
A few times, and I guess a cover of lives where I saw one picture where I guess her homegirl pulled some out the oven and she had a freshly lit wood in her left hand, and you
You
can
know,
tell when it's a wood or something, it's not something else.
this is a hot take. You know who I want to see get a shot finally? Sonya Deville. She deserves a shot.
When is she
But
coming
even if
back?
it's an NXT, I don't
Is
care.
she
Throw
injured or
that.
is she still on her honeymoon?
She might be facing that gun charge still. I don't know.
No, I don't think it was that. I think it was like a stalker issue. She had a stalker or some shit.
Oh yeah, she's going to court for that because she was suing his ass.
And didn't she get pulled over with the burner too though?
I think that might have been her, yeah.
Yeah, it was Sonya. She
But
got
still,
pulled over.
look at Cash in AEW. He got the gun charge too and road rage.
He's supposed to do time. I don't know what's going, but money talk though. You know how that business go. I'm not wishing
Why
jail on
is he got to
nobody.
do time for that? He didn't show it.
He gun butted him with the gun.
I heard that he was doing something with his hands and that his shirt popped up and then the piece kind of like showed itself.
That I don't know. The one report, and this was early though. It could have changed from then. It said that he had pistol whipped him. That's why it was like assault with the deadly weapon.
Okay, I don't think he's that stupid for that.
I mean, you never know the concussions, the wrestling, aggression. I'm not
Yeah,
going.
but I mean
Just never know.
that's a special level of stupid. As much money as he's making, whatever the notoriety that he has, publicity wise.
But to your point though, somebody could have easily saw the gun, got their ass whipped by him, and started making shit up. Like, oh no, he was about to kill me.
Because supposedly there was multiple folks in the car. If that was the case, that video would have been out already on Twitter.
Who's this random white lady? Like,
I'm not quite where you're at just yet. Nice, almost done with her promo.
I'm sorry, it could have been a Spanish lady, a black lady. I'd have said the same shit. Who's this random white lady on the screen? I don't know who she is, man. Or like, I don't know. Like, what's going on here? Stephanie
I might be able to tell you here in a little bit there, Playboy.
Well, I want to know.
The first draft pick coming up after the commercial.
Also, side note, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but Becky got on them. What are those type shoes?
Yeah, man. This is what I'm saying. Ever since they started doing this little fashion shit, I feel like it be hit and miss. They got moments where their outfits look really dope, and then there's moments where
you get a Seth Rollins situation.
Yeah, like you didn't have to do all that. Like you could have just chilled out.
But for Seth, it must be nice when you and your missus have the same shoe size.
Man, I'm screaming. That was a kill right there, right?
This is what I do when I.
What you do?
This is what I do when I watch wrestling.
Oh,
Some snacks.
Listen. All right, so let's talk about snacks then. Perfect seg. Yo, what you eating right there?
Okay, so Michael Cole said the name who the lady was, but you was talking over it.
Oh man, yeah, like trying to figure out who that lady is. Like,
she low-key looked like Kelly Staff for a minute, but I know that ain't her.
I'm gonna have to kick that back or look on, see if they got something on Twitter on who that is. Like,
it's probably it'll probably listed as a quote-unquote WWE executive or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, Stephanie McMahon, the one coming out.
Tell us who she's with.
We're trying to figure out who the blonde lady is. So now this pick will be what, a raw pick.
Mm-hmm. It'll be both ways.
No, but I'm saying no, but the first pick will be a raw, correct?
I
Should be.
believe so. Yep.
I'm calling. I'm going with Ilya.
When they start on my screen, when they start, I'm gonna cut my camera off and go mute, so no spoilers for y'all. All right? I want
I
to see
got
y'all
you.
reactions. Yep.
I mean, all I see is a glare on your end, anyways. I just see a
That
big
shit
ass
mad
like
bright,
white
right?
rectangle.
Okay.
Yeah, I just see a white rectangle.
Yeah, the brightness be killing me with this camera, this webcam, man. It's insane.
Surprised you ain't got a green screen.
I do, but yo, listen, to set that shit up, it's a hassle sometimes. Like when it's not in
You
use,
just
it's in the
it's
way.
just a drop screen.
It is, it is, it is. It really is. But that should just be all in the way sometimes, man.
Yeah, I feel it.
And
What do you got,
Loki,
a
you know why I say
5x9?
that? Nah, I got one of them like studio shits. Probably
Motherfucker, you don't need nothing that big.
yeah, I know. It was on Amazon. I wish I had
I got
like
two of them from Amazon. I got one that you put over your gaming chair. It's like an itty bitty one, and I got one that's like 5 feet by like 7 feet.
okay, you see that's the type of one that I needed right there. I got like probably I want to say 10 foot on the width. Yeah, for real. Like and
He
it's not
trying
even
to be
extended
official,
yet.
official.
Yeah. You know what it was? I didn't really know all about the camera work at first and zooming in and all of that shit. So I was just buying whatever.
Yeah, I guess the rule of thumb is like, so I'm about maybe 5 inches from my curtains right now. If I put my green screen right on my curtains, boom, it works just fine.
Okay, I can see that. Yep. You see
Yeah,
how I
about
feel?
5.5 inches.
See, like I feel like all of this real estate back here. I feel like I would have to set the shit up right behind me and shit, and then I can't move back in the chair. I can't
They
freely
they
move.
make some that you put like right, that you latch on right to your gaming chair.
I seen those, the ones that come above this shit, right? But the support right here.
Some go by support. Some you can latch around where those two slots in our wrap where your shoulders are
Okay, I
for
got yeah,
to lock it in more.
yeah. I definitely gotta check those. All right, them draft picks about to come on. I'm about to lock in.
Let's go.
Boo!
Hey, bros, I got a clean ass shirt on.
Holla, holla, holla.
Okay.
Right.
So, hold the phone. That kind of ties into what I was talking about a little while ago.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, this first round is ass, bro. I don't know if this is supposed to be like the NFL draft where like the best person coming like the 7th round or something, but
Because I've been hearing a lot of noise about how supposedly Ilya might be joining Imperium. This could be tying in with it, but I guess. To be honest, I wouldn't mind seeing Vinci take on either Kaiser or Gunter, but that's just me.
I don't know. That first round was kind of weird, not exciting, not shocking.
We're keeping Damage Control together. Okay, that's another group I would have thought they would have broken up. Because for even the NXT days, I've always wanted to see Dakota Kai do her own thing.
Unless they got plans of bringing Julia into that group and kicking Dakota Kai out, maybe, or
Have you seen Julia's work before?
a little bit, not so much.
Bro, she is. I cannot stress this enough. She is Gunter levels of physical. Like, this woman can throw down. And plus,
she could possibly be a front
she'll grab you by the throat, start headbutting you in the jaw like no one's business. She gets down. So, I wouldn't be shocked if we see her in NXT for a minute as they teach her to like calm shit down a little bit.
Yeah.
Because she gets a little manly sometimes.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm tired of the New Day, bro.
Yeah.
I'm tired of them coming out in different outfits, man. I used to like when they match.
Another thing that's also a testament to the large void that's in place post Big E. Like it shows how much he meant to that faction, and that's the unfortunate part with those because Kofi Woods, they're both talented cats.
He was the glue keeping them together for real, yeah.
And then Woods and Kofi both got that state of mind like similar to a Tetsuya Naito in New Japan, to where these folks are so over with the crowds, the kids, or whatever. These two cats could kick a puppy over the Brooklyn Bridge and no one's going to cry about it.
King of the Ring tournament kicks off next week.
If Gunter don't win that, I don't know what to do with him. The only theory would be maybe only because his pop seller back in the day, you might put that thing on Tama Tonga, but still, that's a very big stretch.
Yeah.
But goddamn, is New Day hurt without E.
Hell yeah.
And again, it's nothing against these two guys either. It's just one of those things. E's energy, with all due respect, you just can't match that.
Yeah, he definitely gave them life. You don't even hear that intro no more. Don't you dare be sour.
Be sour. Clap for your world famous X amount of champs and feel the power.
Yep. It's a new day. Yes, it is.
They should just use BE to like do their entrance.
Make him a manager.
I feel like they tried at one point to just try, like, I don't know if it was like a audio they had of him, but they'll have him in the beginning saying that shit. And then
but
they would
because the pre-record stuff ain't the same.
It's not. Yeah. Him being in the back with the microphone, getting them hyped up. with his eyes.
Because
Oh,
you could hear him put his soul into it.
Mhm. Yeah, on the pre-recorded, it's like, "Don't you dare be sour." It's like a line now. It's a line.
And how many months ago did we already do New Day versus Imperium?
3 months. I say 3 months.
And again, if E was healthy, ready to go, I can see a reason to keep this going. But unfortunately, he's not healthy, not available. Why are we still doing this? And again, nothing against the guys competing. It's just it's not the same when one faction will never be complete again.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially.
Big E's title run was stale to me. I feel like that was the downfall of it all. Like the clamor for them to win single championships, and then it happens. They pull
But
them
hold up.
apart.
If Edge came back from a neck injury, I think Big E could do the same thing.
Which I'm sure he's pushing for it, but also he's also accepting of the fact that it may never get to that point, and he's like, "All right, I'm good with that."
Yeah.
Yeah, I think health is wealth. Like, I don't know if anybody remembers Draws.
Yep, took that
Um,
power driver.
yeah, from D'Lo Brown. He was in a wheelchair for his whole career, his whole life. So you don't want to take chances just for a few bucks. Like, you'll be thankful for what you made, thankful to still have a job with the company.
Yeah.
The crowd, the audience will still love and appreciate for what you've done for this business.
Yeah,
There's
for
no
sure.
need to go above and beyond when you don't have to.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I look at Edge's work. Like right now, what is he doing in
It's what
AEW that he couldn't have done in WWE? I'm tired of hearing bringing up new talent. Okay, unless this talent is gonna go on to fulfill their peak in their career, then it's for nothing. If their peak was AEW and then released and back to Indies, this is for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
and also you look at a guy like Daniel Bryan who was forced to retire due to concussions and neck injuries to go to let his contract run out with WWE, come out of retirement, go to AEW, and he's had a broken arm, a broken orbital bone, a few concussions. He may have another concussion
Okay.
and or neck issues now
Do
after
you
having neck surgery
remember?
in WWE.
I don't expect you to remember off the top, but who did he sustain those injuries to? If you can remember some of the wrestlers,
The AEW WWE injuries.
AEW, the ones for more recent, if you can. I feel like he might have taken an
It was
injury during one of those Forbidden Door matches with a Japan wrestler.
well, I know Okada tagged him with the broken orbital bone. Same with the
But
broken arm incident.
he's a
Uh,
star, so I can't say much about that.
but some of the concussions were just some of the homegrown up and coming AW guys trying to hit the OG trying to keep up with the young guys.
And I'm sorry if they're not gonna make it to the main level. If they're gonna end up like the dudes from what was that group that Brody Lee was running.
What the Dark Order?
Yeah, if they're gonna end up like the Dark Order just released, like Allen Angels, or it it just don't make sense, man. Or you gonna let
Damn,
them
he
walk
smacked.
to TNA
Yeah, Gunther smacked the soul out of Xavier Woods.
on the outside, yeah. See, like
He gonna be feeling that for a few days.
unfortunately, I feel like people can say what they want. Oh, Jade left AEW, a place that made her. WWE snatched her. But your ultimate goal is to get to the
You want to get to who's gonna make you the most money.
yes.
Jay
Without
Cargill
making
Who's
said it
it? Who?
herself.
without making it sound sleazy, it's not about this place is giving me the most money, so I'm gonna just go over here without no. This is main stage as well. Like This high level
Like
production.
Jade Cargill, like she was on some panic mode because she's 31 years old. So she's like, you know what? I need to go where the big stage is at, and I need
I
to.
may never get this chance again.
Yep.
That was the same talk that a lot of folks had when Okada was a free agent. They were like, okay, he's zeroing in on 40 years old. He has a chance to have a WrestleMania moment. If he goes to AEW, and depending how long Tony holds him hostage, and I use that term loosely, he may never have a shot to have a WrestleMania moment. He may retire with AEW or go back to New Japan after AEW. We don't know.
Right, and to make the comparison to sports, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with like Dennis Schroeder, right? Play
Mm-hmm.
basketball, NBA. The Lakers were gonna sign him to an extension. He turned it down, right? Because he believed in himself, like, oh, I could get more money. And then
Same
he
with
didn't
DiVincenzo when he left the Warriors.
right. And then now they gotta settle elsewhere for whatever it is. And that could very well happen. So she's not wrong for taking her but she's old right now.
She wants to good money, but also she would prefer some stable money as well.
And I'm not gonna lie, her presentation is night and day. You see her on AEW, I don't care what people say. Some AEW loyalists are gonna say, "Oh, she belongs here." Everybody else is gonna say, "Oh, I can't wait to see her in WWE." That's just the status quo. What you say
How
about
soon were folks
MJF?
saying that once MJF won the world title?
Exactly. Yeah, I can't wait to see him in WWE.
And again, that's not a knock on his AEW run. It's just with
No,
all due respect, we all know the spot that will actually do better by you in the long run.
you got.
Because
I mean, as
professional
a
wrestling is it's as crude as it sounds. It's a "what have you done for me lately" type of business.
he got a position to be in the ring with some of his heroes. I mean, not saying he didn't have that in the AEW, but I'm talking about look at the position Cody was just in.
He could be a star all over the world, not just North America and Japan.
I feel like
How,
AEW has that to offer, but WWE on the grander of what we gonna keep saying,
how many
it's
times
grander.
did WWE offer the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega contract, and then they rejected it?
Well,
Yeah,
what
but
folks forget, Kenny Omega used to be in WWE developmental.
Yep, I seen the documentary.
you
Yeah,
gotta
he,
know
he
your
used to be
worth
there.
too, though, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
you
Yeah.
gotta know, like if you're gonna get used, I they might sign me, but they're not
No,
gonna
he wrestled all
utilize me.
his life in Japan.
Some wasted years. Um, who's in
Because
the undisputed team with Adam Cole right now?
Adam Cole, Roderick Strong,
Mike, what's his
Matt
name?
Taven, and Mike Bennett.
Mike Bennett, right? I remember when he signed to WWE, he was fresh off that hot TNA run. Fresh hot. And WWE missed on him so badly. It was crazy.
Well, they didn't really miss him but during that time, Mike Bennett, with him, he was recovering from substance abuse issues. So with him, he was very public about him not being in the frame of mind during his stay in WWE. So when they let him go, he was like, "All right, I'm already getting clean as it is. Let me just focus on myself."
Hmm.
So he's him, much like Swerve and Pac. They're like the very few exceptions to that rule.
Some people, yeah, they got to go through that story. Like, I feel
Mm-hmm.
like everybody that somebody said it, I think it was Bully Ray or somebody said it to Cameron Grimes on a Busted Open where, like, you have to go through this first release from your first love to kind of get better.
That was Dreamer.
Yeah, it was Dreamer, right? Like, you have to go through this sometimes. And I understand that feeling like your first love sometimes ain't gonna always treat you how it's not always the perfect love story. You got to go through the hardships.
And like they always say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yep.
Cameron Grimes, he will bounce back on his feet, whether it's back home in TNA, whether it's anywhere else in the world.
I mean, I was a fan
He
of
will
Trevor
make the most
Lee.
of it.
Again, this is
Mm-hmm.
why I enjoy watching wrestling because
Yeah, Trevor Lee killed it in the X
yeah,
division.
bro. Yeah, bro. People like look, I don't blame it because like people know what they know. So if you it's like if you watch only the NBA, you probably don't watch college basketball, high school, whatever, etc. But like I tend to keep an eye on everything just to know when these wrestlers come in, their background. Like, okay, Cameron Grimes was Trevor Lee. Oh, he was an X Division. Okay, you know what I'm
This
saying?
man had TNA on his back.
Yeah. And then to find out who his father was too was just like, oh wow, like, and never publicly mention that, like, really all the time, like you see how Shane McMahon openly the son of Vince McMahon, like, hey, I'm
Mm-hmm.
here.
Wait, who was his father?
He was a CEO for Impact. I forgot his name though, because he got a different last name from Trevor Lee.
Wait,
Like I
is
don't
it
even know
Scott
Trevor.
D'Amore?
Nah,
No.
Bruce Pritchard?
nah. I could look it up right now and tell you. Hold on.
Give me a second.
That's why even Tommy Dreamer said it on Busted Open. Like he knew him all his life. Like he was there from the moment he was born.
Tracy, his father was Tracy Cadell, who was a promoter basically for like a lot of stuff in the Canada, New England scene, a lot of the
Wait, who
upper
was it?
Midwest stuff. He was an old promoter back in the days, like like late territories, all that stuff.
Wait, who was the guy? I didn't hear.
Uh, Travis Cadell or Caldwell or something like that,
Oh,
or Tracy Cadell.
never heard of
Yeah,
him.
like a lot of people in the like a lot of
Okay,
wrestlers.
he was one of the territory guys that Vince ultimately put out, but he had like the Midwest Canada region.
Hmm.
Man, he got him plugged into Impact and shit. You feel me? Or with
Yeah, because
TNA.
Impact's always had a strong connect with Canada.
Wait, so Trevor Lee is technically what, Canadian?
No. He's from America. He's from North Carolina, but his father had strong ties and running like the Chicago, Detroit, Windsor, Ontario, Canada, that type of area.
Okay.
And then they had strong ties to TNA in the old days as well, when D'Amore was stepping into that role of being a booker promoter.
But Trevor Lee, like to the point I was making, like he just came in and was doing him. He never used none of that to like his
Mm.
on screen advantage. Maybe behind the scenes he might have got an extra look because of that. But on screen it was never like, you know.
Because in his mind, anyone could use the name notoriety and so crash and burn. Of him, he's going to get his. He's going to earn it on his own merit, and it paid dividends and then some for him.
Right. That's like, let's say if Jim Crockett had a wrestling fucking somebody in his family and I'm Jim Crockett's grandson or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Imagine if David Benoit went to wrestling and didn't use the last name Benoit.
I mean, even Arn Anderson's son, it didn't do much for him in AEW. Yeah, you Arn Anderson's son. You got a nice spine buster. What else? Nobody want to see a rip off of their parents. And I feel like the thing that made Charlotte Flair the different from Ric Flair, he was the dirtiest player in the game. She's royalty. She's the queen. So bow down to me. Like she don't care
You
about looking
know, my
good.
pedigree is documented.
Yeah, like Ric Flair was out here trying to, sleep with girls, be the dirtiest player in the game. Like I just said, she not out here looking for every dude like AJ Lee was. With all respect to her, 'cause we know that's in story. But in terms of her character, like you know what I'm saying?
And to a degree, that's how Roman perceived his Tribal Chief character. Like the lineage, look it up. Look at every member of my family. We've been here. We've done it all. We
Absolutely,
run this.
absolutely correct. I'm with you on
My
that.
family has been in this business for almost 60 years.
I'm a bit bothered. Why is this match like a 30-minute match, a
For real.
20-minute match?
It should have
It's
ended
not
up in the
even a
first
main
segment.
event at all.
But I ain't gonna lie, the fact that Gunther got to take care of Kofi, look, I'm about to call him
Woods.
Kofi, Xavier Woods, in 15 to 17 minutes is crazy. I guess
And
making
that
Xavier
and that
look
crab is
strong,
in
right?
deep too.
I don't know. Let's see. They might get into the second round.
That was interesting. Okay, so we're teasing some dissension in the New Day. That's what I'm getting out of this. Honestly, would not be opposed to Kofi versus Woods. Honestly, I think Kofi could actually make a pretty halfway decent heel.
You think? I mean, it's it's something that I could say I haven't seen from Creed. I would, yeah, it would be dope if they just let Xavier Woods go. Austin Creed sound like so much of a better wrestling name to me. I'm not gonna lie, Xavier Woods kind of sound crazy. Like,
I'm just saying he's always going to be Consequences Creed to me.
yeah, like I'm not mad at that either. I'm not mad at that. And then you just come out with the that same gear he just had at Philly. 'Cause that was a head nod to that a little bit. Head nod to his old TNA
To the roots.
Apollo Creed, yeah.
Well, like, no, folks will see Apollo Creed, but the actual historians, the actual diehard fans will know the actual story behind all that. But I mean, honestly, I mean, if we do end up getting a Kofi versus Woods, I wouldn't mind. I think Cody could or Kofi could do a heel pretty good because he'll be like, "I'm the OG of this crew. Y'all should listen to me from Jump Street. Now look at us now. E's gone. We ain't doing shit now." I'm with it.
We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see. This second round, I'm thinking this second round is popping up. They hit me with commercials on commercials. We need that hour free back. The hour free commercial. Anybody got any NBA scores? Anybody in the chat? Y'all appreciate everybody that's been out there live on Twitch. We live right now on YouTube.
I was just looking those up right now.
I welcome your thoughts off the hip. Everybody,
yo, I got my phone. I got you.
God damn.
Yes, sir.
At halftime, we got the Heat up over Miami, 58 to 36.
I'm about to go live after Raw. After Raw, I'm gonna go live.
You going live after Raw? Say that. What's the
I haven't been live
like
at all today.
Right now, you just got Boston being the dog piss out of Miami.
Okay. How many games on today? Is 2?
3.
Lakers play
You have a Boston, Miami, OKC, and New Orleans, and then in about an hour and 15, you got LA and Denver. That's gonna be a good matchup.
I think
OKC can the Joker put LeBron away?
I think OKC wins that series.
But can Denver put King James away? Is the question.
Never bet against LeBron James.
I know, but this is still the Joker on the other side. This man is not human. Also, I'm thoroughly surprised in how the Knicks have been playing. I know you happy about that.
Hell yeah.
You and Spike Lee, the only motherfuckers that never gave up hope.
Definitely hype about that.
I'm not big on basketball, but I gotta support my local team in the Kings. But they got plagued by the injury bug, and yeah. But as for me, as far as sports, I'm in baseball mode right now.
Who's your team in baseball?
I'm born and bred a Giants fan, brother.
Mm.
How about you?
I'm over here riding with the Yankees. You know, hype. But
Uh-huh.
I didn't see who they played today.
Yankees got the Orioles right now. You guys are down 1-0 in the eighth.
Crazy how we
But the
smacked.
Orioles got a squad. I'm not gonna lie. That's a whole squad of young killers right there.
Mm.
But Yankees got a squad too. You got my boy King Carlos Rodon on the mound whenever he's healthy. He can dish out some shit. Giants, we play. Giants go to Fenway tomorrow. That should be a fun series.
Johnson and Cubs.
Mm.
Oh,
Red Sox,
Boston.
Boston.
Yeah.
Also, this just reminded me. Did you guys know that Ric Flair is essentially paying for to have his Woo energy displayed on AEW and the commentators tables,
Yep.
not the other way around?
Yep. Smart move right there by Tony Khan.
But if you're Flair, why will it should be the other way around?
It should be, but he's desperate. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, to get that look from them.
What you mean? They were saying that they're worth $2 billion.
All right.
I don't see it, but okay.
Okay, Logan Paul coming out. Okay,
Is that what this video montage is about?
looking like it.
Oh no, this is just all the stuff from kids from Kansas City.
Nah, it
I'm
had
not
nothing
gonna.
to
I'm
do
not
with
gonna. I'm not gonna lie. WWE and Fanatics, they put out some fire ass belts.
I ain't even see the. Well, you talk about just the team belts in general?
They got the NFL ones and the NBA
Oh
ones
yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah.
Those are clean.
ISO speed. Wow. How much clout is this guy gonna get?
Voodoo, if the checks are coming in, it doesn't matter what the hell you're doing.
True.
Like if Triple H offered you say 700 grand to just show up and just take an RKO, would you do it?
Yep.
Yeah.
700 grand off top, cash money.
Hell yeah.
I'd have been like, "What time my flight leave in the morning? I'll be there."
As long as it's rehearsed, safely, I'll take the RKO.
You wouldn't trust Randy Orton out of the blue?
No, I'm saying if me and him rehearsed it, I'm saying if we practice it the right way. I know he's good protecting other wrestlers. I'm just saying.
Okay.
How old is ISO?
I don't know.
Yo, I should get a gig in WWE as a hype man. They just got to pair him up with the right person to be their hype man.
Mahomes got some nice Oakleys.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. What type of dumbass name these niggas got, bro?
I'll have a reply in just a moment.
Oh, they're staying on SmackDown like I predicted. The Street Profits are. I thought Lashley was going to Raw. Oh, so they. Oh, okay. They going as one. Oh, the Pride. That's what it's called. Their team now.
Oh, Lashley's faction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're officially called the Pride now.
Yeah.
No, one of these days, I'm sure this is just me being petty, but best of a WWE crowd would have a "fuck the Young Bucks" chance going on.
Bro, the Pride though. I don't know why. I'm still stuck on the Pride. The Pride.
He mad about that.
Nah, I'm trying to be chill. Like,
Nah, let it happen.
In the sec. Oh shit. Thank you, baby. Book. Thank you, baby. I appreciate that so much. You heard? I almost lacked in my macking right there, chat. I gotta get the photos for the, you know what I'm saying, for the
Tiffany with the Tiffany Stratton with the PME.
Bro, the Pride though.
Braun staying on Raw, okay. Again, is he even close to medically cleared?
Yo, look what I DM'd you, huh, Razor? Then
Oh,
you get a
God.
chance.
I'm hella weak. Hey, I wouldn't put that against Tez, and somehow his stupid ass still make it work. Let's be honest.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. They come out.
He got that certain swagger about him. Somehow he'll make it work.
Nah, they come out there with the fluorescent Gucci's. It'll work. Like,
He'll have a whole like fluorescent LV fit.
you feel me? Like, man.
Honestly, like I didn't realize that Montez has already been in WWE for like 10 years already.
Yeah, shout out to all these brothers, bro. For real. Like, it's safe to say that, like, yeah, big shit. It's safe to say that, like, and this is what I tell my wife all the time, that I love watching these wrestlers' careers grow. Like, we get to really watch it unfold. Like, even to the dudes that get released, like you said, some people got to go to come back. CM Punk, I watched him go 10 years ago, and I waited.
Not even that. Just look at what Swerve's done since he's left. Everyone knew some folks just aren't meant for that WWE shell, which is fine, but other folks are better off blossoming into their own shell.
Swerve would have been in shit row right now, or probably released again.
Honestly, he might have been like an IC or US champ by now.
Maybe, but he's a world champ now.
Again, ain't no knock on that. Personally, I wouldn't mind seeing Swerve in the G1 this year.
Like, I ain't gonna lie, I don't know how much years Dolph Ziggler got left in him, but if he didn't sign too long of a deal under Triple H regime,
folks forget he was there 20 years.
Bring him back for a legendary run, one last time.
Well, he's already kind of hinted that he's just doing his own thing, doing his little fun. He's like, I was tied down for 20 years. I'm just having fun right now. And then whatever happens after I get my fun out the way, it is what it is.
Yep.
So I can see him coming back by like 2027, 2025 or something like that.
Riding off into
Because right now he's the top dog in AAA, and he's also got one of the top championships in New Japan Pro Wrestling. I won't say the top champion in New Japan. It's a new championship, but still.
When some of these promotions they book him and then they play his old music, that would make me want to just go back to WWE.
Yeah, which is why I'm very impressed on how Matt Cardona, FK, and Zack Ryder has kind of done about his thing in the last couple of years.
For sure.
Personally, I think his current song is much better than his "Oh Radio."
I like that old radio shit, but nah, you right though. That was like commercial shit. Like
that Always Ready kind of slaps. I've been slapping that when I'm in the gym or I'm on the road just cruising.
Nah, just this Matt Cardona too. Like way better wrestler than Zack Ryder was meant to be a jobber, kind of.
Another cat. Wish him a speedy recovery. Is Logan Paul the same size as Jey Uso?
Oh, why you put that straight to the noggin like that?
Well, this is interesting.
I was thinking that. Nah, that's a still shot. I need that picture right there. Whoever got that in there, I need to find that. You find the Instagram with that. I know they're gonna take that picture.
Which image?
Jey Uso just standing behind them. Watch, you gonna see it?
Just before they pop up.
Yup.
WWE, IG, Twitter. I know you got it.
Oh, baby. I'm about to get my Booker T voice. Things about to heat up.
Get my Jim Ross on. King, business has most certainly picked up.
He's back.
Yo, Braun Strowman always come back with a stupid ass haircut though, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That shit don't even
He
look
got to
right.
commit to going bald. I'm sorry. He got to commit to going bald.
Is he the bald or the long hair that he had when he first appeared
Boy,
with the? Like,
he's been balding since he got called up by Bray Wyatt. Jimmy Uso hit him with that. You got knocked the fuck out.
my boy Tank Top. You seen it? I ain't gonna lie. This is that presence though that I said Monday Night Raw needed.
Yeah, this mullet ain't working for Braun. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not a fan.
I'm gonna assume it's a mullet, and he's lost quite a bit of muscle definition. He's leaned out quite a bit too, from the looks of it. Hopefully, he's healthy this time.
He got backup now. Jay got backup. I just had a brainstorm in my head just now. When Jimmy Uso comes back, I want him to make a surprise appearance on Raw and try to he's gonna get back with Jay. And I want them to make a faction with Strowman. Like nobody will be able to stop him.
I'll say no to that only because Braun's got the history with Roman, and that seems like to be the mission.
Wasn't that like when he first came, when Reigns first came back?
Yeah, right when Brock was doing his thing, and they tried to have that weird four-way with Braun, Brock, Roman, and Joe. Yeah, whoever told Braun Strowman to grow out a mullet, they lied to you, my boy. Also, I'm gonna need the still image of Pat McAfee's face and Mahomes is handing Logan Paul the Super Bowl rings.
I'm not gonna lie. Those Raw Tag Team Championships, they look fire and cringy at the same time.
They look like them golden chocolates I was telling you.
I'm gonna start calling him Samuel Zayn. I'm gonna stop calling him Sami Zayn. Samuel Zayn. My boy Samuel. Remember he was El Generico. My boy, that was his name in the Indies before, babe. El Generico.
Now remember El Generico, he's working on some orphanage in Mexico or some bullshit, whatever, or he got burnt up. I forget what the story was.
I wouldn't even be mad one day he'd come out like Samuel Zayn.
I mean, they had Sammy Uso going for a minute. Fuck it.
I remember who called John Cena Juan Cena. That shit had me weak. Somebody had called him Juan Cena.
Yo, they made him look.
It might have been Santino, to be honest, knowing his stupid ass.
Yo, they made it look like he was Mexican.
Because he called him John Cena for the longest time and some other shit.
John Cena.
John China.
Nah, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Sami Zayn, he's a phenomenal talent. It's just like Jinder Mahal was explaining. Yo, MB, what's up, MB Vice? I see you out there. Like Jinder Mahal was explaining at that time, in that moment in time, Vince appreciated the physique because he felt like it took a certain discipline to get there, which I do agree. I'm not gonna lie. Working out, for people that don't work out, if you think people just gifted with the ability, some people are gifted with energy and will, yeah. But that don't mean that shit don't take pain, sweat, and discipline. That's a whole different demon right there, for real. But that's not to say that people that are like, that don't have because there's people that might work hard too that just can't bulk up, right?
Look at Rey Mysterio post Eddie Guerrero.
I feel like that shit was steroids. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm talking about Rey Mysterio's run. Once Eddie died, and he saw the charisma that Rey had and all that in the fight he had when Eddie died.
So that, I feel like they gave him the belt because, I don't know.
Part of it was because of Eddie too.
Yes, that's what it was. That's what it was, to be frank. I feel like they held Rey Mysterio in that cruiserweight division prior to, and that little tag team with Eddie prior to what you're saying, when Eddie passed, that's when they catapulted him into a heavyweight contention for sure.
I like how before Eddie died, they had him tag with his nephew.
Oh, Chavo?
Yeah.
Nah, but to your point though, anybody should be able for contention. But that's why these events, these pay-per-views, these PLEs, all used to have meaning. The meaning was, I don't know if this gets lost on people. It might get lost on some. But
each pay-per-view had their own identity back in the day, whether it was Backlash, Judgment Day, Survivor Series, even the old school Taboo Tuesday. They all had their own thing.
They should bring the Judgment Day back. Because they got a Judgment Day faction.
Right.
I got something for both of them.
Bring back Cyber Sunday.
I got you what
Oh,
you
that'll be
need, bro.
hot.
But yeah, everything used to have meaning before. You know what I'm saying? Pardon me, guys. I had a food delivery come through. Everything used to
You all
have
good,
meaning.
brother?
Now I feel like everything doesn't have so much meaning to it. The pay-per-views, like what I was trying to get to, the point I was trying to make. Um, people don't want to mention it. Chris Benoit entering, what was it, number two, number one, underdog in the match. You wouldn't see him contend for a heavyweight championship if it wasn't for that Royal Rumble. Rey
Mm-hmm.
Mysterio, kind of the same thing. Shawn Michaels, kind of his story. There's a few events that catapulted people into heavyweight contention rather than they're like what we just saying, the stature, being big in stature didn't
Stone
matter.
Cold Steve Austin, the only dude as of right now to win it 3
Hey,
times.
Stay there.
But I loved his
Okay.
storylines because he's trying to overcome what people
The
love Daniel
authority.
Bryan. Yeah, the authority. People love the Daniel Bryan authority. So how could you hate the Stone Cold one?
Hey.
It was Austin versus the Corporation.
And then if you're a fan of Austin, right, then it might resonate more. Like, damn, he was getting fucked over by a few companies. Like, you might take it deeper than what his actual character story arc is. You might look into the
We
person like, damn.
we never get Stone Cold Steve Austin if it wasn't for him going to ECW.
Yup. And that's the thing too, right? You see how you mentioned people. You mentioned that. We mentioned Kevin Nash being Oz before going to. There's so many loyalists now. Like you have to be AEW or new or one or the other. Like if you go to the other spot, it's such a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. If you go
But
to
we know
WWE, it's 20 bucks. You're going to the evil juggernaut.
selling
You
out.
go to Harvey Weinstein. I mean, folks can make the Harvey Weinstein joke all they want, but if you want really want to break you down to the nitty gritty, Pulp Fiction is one of the greatest movies of all time.
Surprise, please. Our boys out there, man.
Fun fact: he's still in the New Japan faction of TMDK.
I feel like that's what wrestling should be though. Like, why? Because you're not contractually obligated to perform for this company, you're kicked out of a faction. That's corny.
Here.
That's stupid.
Hey.
I mean, if you go back to WCW days, right? Once you had ties to something, you was like, okay, in
You
Japan,
there until they say something about it.
yeah, like
Like they said, NWO was for life.
For life, Papa.
yeah, and if you had ties to like a Japan company, then that was held within them. Just because the Japanese superstar came to WCW didn't mean that the Japanese superstar severed ties with whatever faction they was in, right? Like, no, they came, they joined the NWO, and they were still part of their faction as well.
Mm-hmm.
This whole notion of they signed to AEW, they aren't Bullet Club no more. I think they killed that whole Bullet Club shit with that. That little separation. They were supposed to show Bullet Club love. I see what they tried to do. They try to make it a work, but like it didn't feel like a work. It felt more like a shoot.
Yeah, and that was a weird one for me because yes, technically, per the general rule, Jay White was never formally excommunicated from Bullet Club. Yes, the then guy who then said he's a new leader technically took him out, but it wasn't. He wasn't officially at Bullet Club then in San Jose. So I can see the quote unquote story for Jay White arguing that, but why hasn't that been pitched once since he's been in AEW?
And then also with the backstage rumblings when you got some of the New Japan Bullet Club members saying that golden Bullet Club shit doesn't matter. When they saying whatever AEW Bullet Club does
And
doesn't matter.
and they're saying whatever AEW does with the New Japan heavyweight championship doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's kind of like, oh, why there's no cohesiveness?
And I get again, some folks are saying that that's building towards an extra Forbidden Door. Also, if you want to argue shit, they're kind of speaking some kind of facts because if you look at the last two Forbidden Doors, how many New Japan guys have won their match versus AEW talent? Exactly.
It's far in between. I had to think. And
I don't think any of them have won their match versus AEW talent.
Arguably, let's say this, right? I just read reports that John Moxley signed a New Japan deal before AEW. So all of these matches he's been winning under AEW's umbrella, could it be he's really under New Japan contract?
See, now, if AEW wants to do some type of invasion shit with AEW, that'd be something to keep an eye out for. But still, it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, Tony, commit to a single plan. Just stick to one plan.
What he got right now, the core of what he needs to hit a reset button, right? And I'm not gonna say that what the fuck is a better time to hit a reset button? You don't have a game plan. When there's a reset button, you just hit it, is what I'm trying to say. Right now, the company's at a low. Their viewership is low, everything's low. You have a good roster in terms of on paper, you have people that can perform. What you need to do is continue with this storyline. He's an on-screen character, but he needs to just now find a way to capitalize, become Vince McMahon early in the 90s. I'm sorry to say, he got to become everything he hates.
Now, with the current fold that he's in, this would have made sense about 6-7 months ago. If they did what they did last week, then this would have made perfect sense. As for now, it's definitely a little too late. Not only that, it's like you're only doing this because the golden goose you let go away was open about his side of what happened during Wembley. You guys then show the video, which, if you think about it, justifies his story. At this point, you guys need to focus on, do you want Jack Perry to be a heel or a babyface? You've already said he's going to be a heel, so he's going to be with the Elite. Build him up as the number one heel.
I would have had Jack Perry as some snob ass kid. You know, way more snobby than the fucking Elite, right? The Elite, some EVPs. Jack Perry, he's just a fucking contracted talent. So he just needs to be
instead of that punch to the stomach, hit him in the head, and then start teeing off on him, then have the EVPs break him apart or something.
That's where their agreement needs to be a bit better, right? Like,
have him be an absolute wild animal.
Yeah. Because it makes no sense for him to take the Meltzer driver, but like you saying, Jack Perry just hit him with a body punch. Like, what is he, a boxer now?
And Tony Khan sells out like he just got shot by a cannon point blank.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. His selling on that was terrible. He just flat out just went to the floor, and then 3 seconds later started grabbing at his rib cages. Like, I do better selling that. I do better selling than that in my house right here. I get hit. I'm like, oh, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy.
And again, I don't mean to delve into the stereotype, but that angle shows that Tony Khan has never played a sport a day in his life.
I'm gonna be honest,
because or a contact sport.
He needs to build body mass.
Because he always been a businessman. That's why too.
That's cool,
he's
right?
He's been a silver spoon kid is what he's been doing.
Most of these guys that I see in the ring, with the exception of maybe Eric Bischoff, but Eric Bischoff still had a cool factor to him.
But Bischoff, he's certified in martial arts, believe it or not.
Yeah. So he had, even though he was playing like a little bitch on screen, like you said, he's certified, which he bring that character over to WWE, but it was more gimmicky there. You know what I'm saying? But he has that background in real fighting, real martial arts.
And then as many folks want to disagree on this topic, he had Vince Russo for a minute. whether you
Over
love or
here.
hate Vince Russo, yes, there's a lot of shit that he put out and published that was questionable, but also he brought a lot of good as well. Granted, not everything's going to be the Jerry Springer style of entertainment.
I got a
There are
theory.
going to be a lot of there's going to be a lot of hit and miss with that style, but also it's like you got to take the good for what the good is, and that was some very entertaining shit. Like he
WWE
brought the
sent people.
DX, he
WWE sent
brought
people over to WCW to sabotage.
Yo, breaking news.
uh-oh.
Camille just signed with AEW.
Whoa.
I'd heard some stuff that she had that she was signed back in February, but no one was certain where she signed to. This is interesting because
It was going back and forth, the negotiations between WWE and AEW.
well, an article broke out that she said that she's been signed since like early February.
Oh yeah. And plus she was backstage on AEW, hanging out.
Yeah, and I was almost certain she was going to sign with WWE only because of the fact that she has a strong rapport with Nick Aldis. So this is very interesting.
I think she's trying to build like more, build more her stature first before making the big jump.
Camille, she should have been at the high stage. I'm gonna say that. Secondly, she's doing nothing different than what we see current superstars doing now. It's just she ain't have the chance to do it on the high stage. She was doing it in NWA. She was going 2 years undefeated as a women's champion. Nobody could touch her. Nobody could touch her in-ring work. And I'm talking about, I mean, the only person I'm going to argue, and I'm going to say Charlotte Flair. At that time, Charlotte Flair was touching her work. Outside of that, nobody else was touching her work. It is what it is.
Who broke
I'm
her
happy
streak,
to see her
though?
sign that. I'm happy to see her sign that deal. I don't
I don't think she's lost yet.
Yeah, if she's lost,
I think she just dropped the belt. Because a lot of folks kind of left once Billy Corgan got on his high horse.
And he signed Brutus Clay. That was a turning point.
Yeah, bro.
He had nowhere to go.
Tyrus coming in definitely killed a lot of good faith with a lot of folks.
A lot of people tied it into his relations with Fox. Billy Corgan denies that. But what's the reason to bring him in if everybody's opposed to it?
Yo, he tried to ruin TNA. Billy Corgan.
But honestly, I kind of would have preferred to see Camille with TNA because that roster is absolutely loaded right now. And especially TNA has the guidance of Awesome Kong and Gail Kim backstage as well. So that division is only going to go upwards.
You know what I would enjoy? She gets the women's championship over there. Every women's Royal Rumble, or almost every women's Royal Rumble, we see a TNA Knockouts champion.
It seems like that, yeah, because we've had Mickey, we've had Jordan Grace.
So since 2 years ago, or seems like we've been getting, maybe we could get a Camille appearance if she was to sign there and expose her to the WWE audience, right?
And also, WWE has never quite explained the lengths of their partnership with TNA as of late either.
Always something interesting to look out for. I think so is TNA's in the bed with AEW. I feel like WWE is gonna hold out on giving them major exposure. You know what I'm saying? I feel like AEW is taking all the shots. TNA has done a great job as like, okay, we're not here to be competitors with y'all. We just want to be us. Like,
and TNA's been doing that for 20 years now.
Exactly.
This summer will mark 20 years.
And that's why I respect TNA, because they stood in their own lane. I've never felt like, well, people want to make the comparisons of this and that. You can't compare an organization that had a 6-sided ring to one that got a 4-sided ring. Different matches, innovative.
And in their own lane, they've made AJ Styles, they've made Bobby Roode, they've helped. They solidified Samoa Joe. They made Beer Money. They reinvigorated Jeff Hardy, Jeff Jarrett, Booker T. Kurt Angle had the best run of his life there. Sting was there the majority of his career.
Bully Ray, Aces and Eights.
Bro. And this is all them just doing their own thing.
cooking in the kitchen, uninterrupted, no social media.
I mean, for a couple weeks they tried to say we're gonna rival WWE, but then that was just a 2 week little span. But that was it.
hmm They had to try to do something, and they said that didn't work. So
Back to what we know, and this does work. And then you fast forward to a couple years ago, even during the dark age of TNA with the Owl and all that, you had Broken Matt Hardy and the Broken Universe.
I strongly believe that AJ Styles was the bridge for that gap. Getting AJ Styles was like one of the marquee TNA
Oh,
guys. Like,
easy,
yeah,
easy.
yeah.
Because after that, you got Jeremy Borash, you got Bobby Roode, you got
Wait,
Joe for
yeah.
a couple
I forgot
times.
Borash was there for a second. Yeah.
The
Damn.
Borash, he's one of the main producers for WWE
Yep.
right now.
Yep. That's crazy. Yep.
And then now you got Petey Williams, you got Abyss.
Because they recognize greatness, like, like we said earlier, WWE gonna be the major juggernaut. Like, they got the funding, they're a publicly traded company, so the favors are on their side to make business happen. But
Yeah.
it's just like anything else. If they see inspiration, the deletion, Matt Hardy, they bring that over. They had a graveyard match with Undertaker AJ Styles. I doubt that would happen if it wasn't for the work Matt Hardy was doing.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure it was Matt Hardy's idea for that boneyard
Mhm.
match.
It was him and Borash.
That's dope. I didn't personally know that information right there, so that's dope to know right there.
And then what was it? Bobby Roode's been him, Petey Williams, and Borash have been sharing the main event storylines of Paul Heyman.
Mm.
Knowledge
Borash
is
was
that
an
much more
expert
in depth.
I didn't know Jeremy Borash had experience, like doing.
Borash has
work.
been around since the WCW days, believe it or not.
Yeah.
He's been around for a minute, but folks don't realize that because he's always behind the scenes.
He was a ring announcer for TNA at one point.
Yep.
Is that let's call it what it is, right? The natural people gonna just judge people by you're gonna judge a book by its cover. So they see some of the people, you don't really look up their background and see how they got there with their background been. And that's what it is. Even a lot of people don't know. So, like AJ Styles performed. He's one of the few to have performed on WCW, TNA,
Him.
And he's a
WWE on the
TNA
early
original
days.
since the Asylum days.
Yeah.
Now, if
I haven't seen that in the TNA Hall of Fame yet, AJ Styles.
I'm sure that's coming. Same with Christopher Daniel. Same with Kazarian. Same with Bobby Roode. It's coming.
The thing is, if that happens and he's still in WWE, he will have to get permission from like WWE to attend the Hall of Fame ceremony.
But again, WWE now has a very exclusive partnership with TNA that we don't know the extent of just yet. That could be coming at this year's Slammiversary. Could be next year. I'm sure it's coming. But also, what I noticed with TNA when they do their Hall of Fame stuff, it's mostly for folks that are already either on the verge of retiring in the next couple months or already retired. They don't usually do the Hall of Fame for active talent. So I'm sure once AJ retires, but AJ's still wrestling full time.
Oh. In WWE history, the only, I think, 2 active wrestlers that ever been active as Hall of Famers were Rey Mysterio still active, and Flair.
Yeah.
Heard you guys mention Frankie Kazarian, Christopher Daniels. AEW missed with SCU, in my opinion. I enjoyed them as a tag team. Felt like they could have did something.
Yeah, they fumbled that hard.
Definitely with Scorpio Sky, if anything.
That was his time. Scorpio Sky.
That was lightning in a bottle if I ever saw it.
And do any of y'all know what he's doing now?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know if he's hurt. I don't know if he's just on the shelf. Last I saw was a couple years ago when he was doing that stuff with Ethan Page.
Another one
And
they
that
have.
was a minute ago.
Yep.
Like Scorpio Sky, again, another guy that's shockingly up there in the age, but he could be a star anywhere in the world.
I agree with that. That's why I'm surprised. Like, I felt like maybe not trios. Maybe they could have found a way to make Kazarian and Scorpio tag team champ. I know they made Scorpio TNT champion.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't really do nothing with it. Maybe not his fault. They changed. That was a weird time too. They would change the TNT championship into the color of whoever was holding the belt.
Yeah, and also they're trying to make it similar to what WWE had with the 24/7 title. That's how it looked to me.
Mm.
But I mean, I know they kind of fell into like a weird funny spot once Daniels kind of medically took a hiatus from his eye issue that I guess apparently his eye issue is permanent. I don't know, but that definitely put them in a rough spot. And then because they're ultimately leave and go back to TNA, so
Let's pick up.
Scorpio is really in a weird spot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, what's Ethan Page doing right now?
I don't know.
Because again, in TNA, that man was a monster. Him and Josh Alexander? You kidding me? 5 years ago, I would have said Josh Alexander, Ethan Page versus FTR. Sign me up 7 days out of the week.
Wow, y'all gonna get shocked by this pick.
Ah, damn. Now, is it one of those I'm going to chug my drink and anger shocks or what?
Nah, just the like, what are they doing?
That's close to what I was talking about yeah.
Oh, okay, all right, yep.
Oh, they're going to Raw? Holy shit.
Oh shit. I fucks with the APA. My boys, my goats. I'm not going to lie. Like, growing up watching SmackDown, their segments were my personal favorites over the entire show.
Hell yeah.
Oh my God, they're gonna bring them to Raw. It's the SmackDown. Oh, they gotta stay on
Ron
SmackDown.
Ron Simmons like a scary motherfucker. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so we're splitting up the Latino factions, I'm guessing, or that storyline.
Nope.
No, I'm saying like
No,
you
he's
had the
staying on
LW
Raw.
on Raw, you got Legado de Fantasma on SmackDown. Is that what we're
Oh
doing
yeah,
now?
yeah. But how they kept
I
Carlito
guess.
with them?
Yeah, that's the interesting part right there.
Oh, he's staying put on SmackDown. Oh, he's going. Oh, he's going to SmackDown Shinsuke. Okay, forgot he was on Raw.
I mean, I'm not opposed to keeping the factions together, but I mean, I would like to see Carlito on his own. I would like to see Dragon Lee on his own. Yeah, this has definitely been one of the more underwhelming drafts that WWE's had in a long time.
Yep.
And nothing against Shinsuke, but I'm pretty sure that once his contract runs out with WWE, his ass is headed right back to New Japan.
I don't know if it's been his fault or not. I feel like he's been a bust in WWE.
I mean, like I said with a few of the guys that are now AEW, it's just some folks. It's like oil and water with WWE. It's no one's fault.
Yeah.
Like shit just happens. For it is what it is. And that's kind of my concern with Okada with the Elite and AEW too. It's like that kind of was never his gimmick beforehand. He's naturally a babyface, but he wanted to be almost like a chicken shit heel. It's not really his cup of tea to begin with. What are we doing?
Oh, we got the
So our Drew and Punk both drafted the Raw?
Yep.
Okay, then.
And commentators was talking about how Drew McIntyre is mad because CM Punk got drafted before him.
Yeah, I'm listening to that right now.
Oh.
But I mean, Drew Punk SummerSlam, that'd be nice. Cause I saw stuff on Twitter. Drew's brother was hyping up how brave Drew is for competing with a messed up elbow. That could, as he put it, would cause imminent nerve damage. They got Punk in a press box?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. Punk's been in the. You can tell he's been in the gym. Even in AEW, he didn't like. He was in this kind of like physical shape.
He got to, though. CM Punk got to get believable again.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you between the couple since AEW to now, it's like you could tell like his body's actually like he's comfortable like being in physical shape now.
Yeah, I would hope so. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, that AEW run looked a little rough. Now,
He looked like Ric Flair in his last match.
he need to. I don't know. Like, it's hard to prevent injuries. Like, you can't say, "Oh, I'm gonna do this and not get injured," but
Mm-hmm.
he need to find a way to like do his best to like whatever it is that was getting him injured. Just don't do those things.
Well, some of Punk's injuries were just going through the motions, so it's like, I mean, there's a fine line between putting on size and all that jazz, but it's like I think now he's finally found like that even medium to where like, all right, I'm good.
Yeah, his body's used to that. Yeah, I mean, 10 years off, it's like, and I mean, you gotta expect some kind of injuries just jumping into the like. I think it was Edge too, right? Right when he came back off that injury, didn't he tear something against Randy Orton in that filmed match they did in the pandemic?
I heard something about that.
Think like that's when they had the
What?
greatest WrestleMania match or the
Yeah,
greatest
the
wrestling.
greatest match of all time.
Yeah, and they had different camera views and stuff. And he was telling the story how he wanted to take a different RKO angle and he ended up getting injured.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like to your point, it takes time for different people, different strokes for different folks. Some people might
I,
be able to like come back. Mhm.
I'm just saying, Punk might have hit the same dude that Randy and AJ hit it before they bulked up and shit.
No, I mean, and then now
it's showing on Punk.
got to, man, got to bulking up in the size.
But I
Got
mean,
to.
shit, fucking AJ and Randy came back looking like super heavyweights, and Punk ain't that far off.
Even The Rock, right? Like, let's be honest. That gym trainer Rock that used to come out wearing the little tank
Mhm.
top, the sweatpants, he looked more fit, right? But this final boss, I don't know. It's something about his arms. Like, I don't know if it's mind tricks, that tattoo. I don't know what it is, but he seems
Rock
bigger.
looks like he leaned out for when it came time to WrestleMania.
Yeah, like, and then it kind of made his arms look bigger. Like, kind of, you know what I'm saying?
Like that, to sit in the gym, low weight, higher reps. That's how you get the definition going.
Yeah. So that definition could play mind tricks with you, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
because theoretically, somebody could be the same amount of pounds, 180 pounds, but 180 pounds of muscle gonna look different than 180 pounds in sloppiness and just non-athleticism.
Oh, hold on, real quick. Was cat I follow on Twitter? Morning Peresu just
Yeah,
posted
I'm
on
here.
Twitter that I think we kind of missed by Andrade wasn't drafted with the LWO like he was supposed to be. So Andrade is still a free agent right now
That's interesting.
because he was technically supposed to be an LWO guy to fill in with Dragon Lee. We might need to keep an eye on that one
Yup, yup.
because I don't think Andrade got drafted already, or did he?
Say that again.
Did
Well,
we talk about
Andrade got,
Andrade?
yeah,
Did he already get drafted beforehand or no?
yeah. He got drafted to
Okay,
SmackDown.
yeah. So still very interesting because again, he was supposed to be on the LWO side, so maybe he might link up with Fantasma. Maybe this could be Santos versus Andrade, which again I wouldn't be opposed by because that'd be a match I want to see any time of the year, just because. But we shall see.
Hmm. If I see Candice LeRae versus Ivy now or Maxine Dupree, oh my lord, bro, there's no way, Razor, that we just. I could recall speaking about. I'm tired of seeing the iterations of Maxine Dupree and Ivy now versus Candice LeRae and Indy Hartwell. Do we not see this shit every week? Like,
And again,
yeah.
I love Indy. I love Ivy. Those two specifically deserve so much more.
I
But
feel
on
like.
a side note,
Hmm.
I wouldn't mind seeing Braun versus Sheamus just throw it down just for shits and giggles.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
That's
I
gonna
was,
be nice when we
yeah,
get it.
I was looking at that was another backstage segment that was kind of weird. You got a good face off, and then Drew McIntyre running by like a weirdo, like crazy.
Well, Drew just walked by because he knows Punk got another one up on him. Rent free, bitch. But with Candice and Indy, I know they've been teasing them two splitting up. I mean, but yeah, it's like, why are we getting this? This is something that, again, with all due respect, should probably be like the first or second segment of Raw.
Yeah,
And it's like, I mean, with Maxine, it's almost better if she goes down to NXT to further owns her own craft and her own identity.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of bothered by this. Chad Gable just yelled at her and told her to go win the championship.
That's what I'm saying. It's like maybe she's probably better suited for NXT to where she, like I said, there's a lot of like that whole division's up for grabs in NXT. So maybe it might be better suited for her to like come into her own.
Yeah.
And as for Mrs. Gargano, I just don't know with her.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't see nothing special about Candice LeRae no more. Like that era of like when Sasha Banks and all of them was coming up, yeah. This style of wrestling was but now I ain't gonna lie, we in the EST era. We in the Jay Cargill era. We in the Rhea Ripley era. Don't even let Raquel Rodriguez start finding her shit. She'll be
And then
dominant.
and also with Candice LeRae, like to be honest, the only stuff I know of her was her intergender matches when she was teaming with Joey Ryan. So I don't know too much of Candice LeRae's indie work.
To be fair, right? Like
Yeah. All I know is that she's Johnny Gargano's wife. That's about it.
for real, that's how I feel.
Like I'm sure she's talented. It's just like
Nah, I'm gonna be
this
honest.
ain't the
It's
way to
not showing.
showcase it.
Yeah, it's not showing right now. Like
Round 4, guys.
seems like she trying hard, in my opinion.
It's like she's going through the motions.
Kind of too, yeah. Oh, you want me to be a heel? Okay, I'm gonna just do whatever. Like,
Yeah, one week gonna be a heel, one week gonna be the baby face. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna play the greatest hits. Boom. And her gimmick is supposed to be the pixie princess.
the greatest
The
hits
fuck is
got
that
it.
supposed to be?
I ain't gonna let you get away with that when the greatest hits got it. Go play the greatest hits, get them out of there real quick.
But again, what the fuck is a pixie princess supposed to be?
Yeah, it's trying to sell us on bullshit.
And the bullshit ain't even selling. The only thing that Cancel Ray got is Indy Hartwell and Dexter Lumis kissing and just Dexter carrying Indy out the fucking ramp.
That's another thing. I'm surprised Judgment Day hasn't been drafted. I'm screaming. I called him Dirty Sanchez. I'm screaming.
Yeah, this was funny. Like, Carlito beats up your boy, and you draft him with the same faction that he just beat up on.
I'm gonna be honest. This is a hot take. They don't know what to do with Carlito. It's probably not a hot take. It's probably an obvious one, but it's something that people are scared to talk about. The thing is, we wanted Carlito when he made the Royal Rumble appearance. Y'all went in this weird state. Y'all made us wait until fucking Black Backlash in Puerto Rico to get him, or whatever the case may be. That was weird as fuck. Nigga, the Royal Rumble was in fucking January, nigga. The fucking Backlash was in like June. 5 months later of no build shit. No shit being built. We didn't give a fuck at that time. We like, oh shit, Bad Bunny's here. Oh, Carlito too? You know, I mean, damn, I guess they signed Carlito. Would we don't know. Bro, I'm telling you, that shit made no sense, bro. It should have been done sooner. That shit was crazy. They don't know what to do with Carlito. I feel let him go back. I spit in the face of people who don't want whatever
The
you
moment
saying.
they changed that song, I lost all hope in them. I'm gonna be honest.
That shit was troll. Like, what can they not?
That
Can they
was the
not bring?
character right there.
It was.
The apple spitting in the face. That was it.
It was. That was Carlito.
Everyone knew it.
What can WWE not play Jim Johnston music or something? Like, how do they have rights to Undertaker and all this extra shit, Stone Cold, but you can't play Carlito?
I mean, goddamn. John Cena's theme is Jim Johnston.
This is insane. This is crazy.
Both the Triple H's theme songs are Jim Johnston. Stephanie McMahon's theme is Jim Johnson.
And I'm pretty sure he's okay with getting royalties. Like, I think I seen an interview with he's still like he not with them, but he getting royalties for shit. Like, what?
Give the man his job back. Get Def Rebel the fuck out of there.
I like CFO better than them Rebel guys.
And that ain't saying much either, because they had some trash too.
You think so? I feel like didn't they bring this might not be saying much, but they bring Shinsuke.
They had Shinsuke, Enzo, and Cass's theme. That's
Balor,
probably about it that I
Enzo,
can remember.
Finn Balor.
Was that CFO or was that right in between when Def Rebel came in?
I'm not sure. I want to say CFO, but I'm not
Because Finn's gone through a few different song changes too.
Yeah, but yeah, it's not saying much though, because CFO was really on the NXT. CFO wasn't they responsible for AJ Styles?
Yeah, but that was supposed to be for I think James Storm.
Oh, James Storm, yeah, crazy. That was a fire song though.
Mm-hmm. But again, it's like, just bring the gold back. Either bring the gold back or spend the money on some actual fucking songs.
I think a little bit of everything. Like, what's wrong with breaking the or not? I don't even think it's break. I mean, it depends, right? Like, you got CM Punk with cult of personality. It wouldn't hurt to have an established superstar with. You got Cody Rhodes.
Drew McIntyre had Broken Dreams. Bring that motherfucker back. and Shaman's Harvest is one of my favorite bands of all time. Cody's song is by Downstate, which is another band that I'm sure Cody paid for, but still, but it's like, you have artists that love WWE, just spend the money on them.
He went on record to say he wasn't coming without the song, so they had to make some kind of right, some kind of.
Mark Henry's song was 3-6 Mafia.
3-6 Mafia.
It's like Cody used to say on Being the Elite: spend it now, make more later.
Oh, my boy playing games with him right now. They didn't have the next round yet.
I'm just saying, do you remember when like W used to have put out like albums of who's gonna have what song or whatever back in the day?
Yep.
Like just that, you know how many fire ass songs that motherfuckers still listen to this day?
Yeah, now
because folks forget Randy Orton's song. That's not a Jim Johnson song. That's fucking Rev Theory.
Didn't Jim Johnson get fired?
Yeah, he got fired by Vince. That was a sad day for all of us.
I think CFO is the one that makes the songs now, right?
No, it was CFOs, and they got let go. Their contract ran up, and then now it's Def Rebel.
But CM Punk's theme song is actual artist.
That's what the fuck is it called? Yeah, Living Color, yeah.
I would love to see Living Color in concert.
They're one of those type of bands to where, now this is my opinion, I feel that they're much like a Taylor Swift or whatever else, they're a better studio band than an in-person band. But again, that's just my opinion. But I saw some folks on a few different bands on TikTok that are basically telling WWE, "Hey, we'll give you our song for free to give to whatever artist you want. Just take our song." And these songs are fucking fire. And even even your boy Russell and Flo, let him get a few bars for some of these artists to save their songs. Pipe bomb.
One time.
So it's kind of funny. What I find funny about this segment between Punk and Drew is that some of the AEW loyalists will make fun of the fact how the seats behind Drew are empty.
Yep.
They'll say it's not a true sellout. It's like, well, shit. Can you guys consistently get 14 to 20,000 folks in a seat in a building? Also, real quick, how do you guys feel about this new overall setup for Raw and SmackDown, with them kind of like shrinking down the Titantrons and shit to make more room for seats?
I fuck with it. Gives it that old school feel for real.
I mean, hey, if you can get more butts in the seats, why not, huh? That just means more money for you.
I'm not gonna lie, this is the worst draft ever.
I think the last good one was probably like 2005, 2006. Because that was the last time we had like genuine like brand warfare. But one thing that will never get old is the theme song to Teddy Long.
It's Mr. Mac Militant.
Okay, so that's Alundra Blaze would take long. Who was that blonde lady earlier?
I'm still trying to figure it out. I ain't see her all night.
NXT. Uh-oh. I know he was gonna get drafted.
Teddy, I wish I can get a goatee like you, my boy. But notice how it was them but Priest that got drafted. So Naomi, Jade, and
There's
Bianca all
rumors
got drafted to
speculating.
SmackDown, right?
Oh, there's rumors speculating that he could possibly be part of the Imperium.
Who, Ilya?
Yeah.
Again, personally, I would love that, but also I wouldn't mind seeing Ilya versus Gunter one more time, or a few more times, actually.
That would be nice.
Ilya is just next level, whether it's in-ring
I saw this
charisma.
coming, though, about Ilya. I saw this coming. Because he dropped the belt, so that was like a little sign that he was going somewhere.
Yeah, and again, I kind of had feeling that he was going to be anywhere that Gunter was going to be, purely because of that matchup.
Is this going to be a squash match? Is this a squash match? Guys, is this a squash match? Live and night.
HD, I can't hear you, my boy.
Oh my god!
My bad. Good looking, bro. I said that Triple H had one job and one job only. Right here, this is his first draft, and he had opportunity to show if things
Yo,
were
you
gonna be
breaking up?
different or not. I don't really care what happens after the draft. This draft has been ass itself to me. Friday
Well,
and Monday.
okay. So aside from moving some folks from Raw to SmackDown, vice versa, what else would have made the draft different?
That's a good question. Let me see. All right, I think
Because
first off, they limited themselves when they said champions have a restriction. I could have understood
right,
if they said the heavyweight champions were protected.
meaning what, Priest, Cody, and that's it.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so then what about Bailey and Becky?
The females never been protected. No, actually, no champion's been protected. So this concept of the champions being protected, it kind of put them in a weird box. And then re- restricting all the champions was kind of like, all right, like you said, okay, cool. You got the men's and the women's championship. At least make the mid card available for swap for a little surprise, right? Or like
Okay.
leading up into the pay per view. They could have did that. Um, outside of that, maybe you're right. There isn't much that they could have done aside shake up the obvious. Like, okay, we
The
thought
usual
that,
NXT call-ups and all that jazz.
yeah, like aside from the usual, like, okay, we thought Bianca and Jay was gonna go for the tag team belts. They're gonna give us the obvious, right? They're gonna
Mhm.
give us
Nia
that.
Jax lost a lot of weight.
She has.
She lost an abundance of weight.
Yeah,
That was a little surprise sending her to SmackDown. Like
but
you
then
could have sent
she didn't
Jade or.
lose all of it completely because she needs to keep the power gain. You know.
Hmm. You could have sent Jade or Bianca to Raw. As far as the guys, again, you could have broke up either the Judgment Day. You could have sent Bobby Lashley to Raw on his own. There's a couple things they could have did to just. I feel like they're keeping a lot of factions, a lot of teams,
Because the thing is, they have a feud with the Final Testament.
and this is
That's the
what I'm
thing.
saying. This is a chance
Yeah,
for
but
the
they had, if
draft.
you think about it,
And
they had the payoff at WrestleMania.
yeah,
But also, like to your point, AJ, like they definitely pigeonholed themselves once they said champions are exempt from the draft. Had they never said that, and you saw maybe like one or two champions, that would have made this draft light years different.
then you take Roman Reigns out from. He excused himself on Friday. Okay,
What are you left with then?
yeah,
Nothing.
Literally.
it's like who are you left with? And then you look at it, and then like Voodoo saying, they tied into storylines. I always felt like the draft should be a way to reset that. Like,
That's
okay,
the point of it.
yeah, like you're in a storyline, but WrestleMania Backlash or whatever it's called now, Backlash. This is it.
Mhm.
Y'all resolve this, and after this, you're on Raw, you're on SmackDown. That's that.
It's almost like they should have had this after Backlash. If this was the case.
Yeah, but they
Tiffany
always do this.
Stratton
They've been doing this the
turning on
past few
Raw.
years, where they'll have the draft right before the pay-per-view's happening, which kind of makes the pay-per-view predictable in a sense. Like, okay, we
And
know that.
it further
Yeah,
pigeonholes the draft too.
yeah, we know that. Okay, these guys aren't switching belts if they face, like, let's say if the heavyweight champion of Raw is facing a SmackDown superstar. Almost 10 out of 10 times, we're gonna see the Raw superstar retain the title.
What they should have done, in all honesty, was go back to the drafts of old, in which you'd have a Raw guy versus a SmackDown guy have a match, and then the winner gets that draft pick.
Again, meaningful shit. When I say make the draft, make the brands meaningful. Fight for prominency. There's no fight. There's no fight. Even when, let's say when somebody from SmackDown goes to Raw and they're not supposed to, there's no repercussions for that.
Right.
There's no before it
Like
used to be
before, it was
Vince
like
McMahon.
there were suspensions and shit beforehand.
Yeah, you'll hear Vince McMahon's music come out of no, no chance. You don't hear
That's
that
all
no more.
you got.
Maybe you can hear Triple H's music, right? But Triple H is kind of on some Tony Khan shit right now. He coming out to make announcements. Feel like Triple H is taking this time to get some more TV time, make some announcements, do things of that nature.
And then at that point, what purpose does Adam Pearce and Nick Aldis serve?
Well, I always felt the managers of each brand are supposed to manage the brand itself, like book the matches, right? Or maintain. But now when things get out of hand, then upper management got to oversee that, which used to be Vince, right? Vince will come and oversee, like, all right, obviously, like when, what was the guy that was running Raw that he was a referee? Maddox,
Oh, Brad Maddox?
Brad Maddox. When he was running Raw, like they came and eventually bumped him. You're not suited to Raw run Monday Night Raw. We're gonna give this to Vicky Guerrero.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's none of that going on.
Well, I mean, in his case, there was other situations that kind of was the cause for
Right.
that.
Behind the scenes shit, yep. A little sexual shit going on with him. So yeah, but
So
definitely
some non PG shenanigans.
understood. You know what I'm saying? So in his case, that's probably not the best example, but there was always change of on scene management in a sense.
Yeah, because
So I
again,
feel
you had, for example, you had Bishop on Raw, you had Heyman, Teddy Long on SmackDown.
Flair was like the first GM, right? I think Flair was
It
the
was
first
it
one.
was Flair and McMahon,
Yep. And
and
it'll
again,
always be
it
cool.
wouldn't hurt for them to go back to that type of mentality either.
Yeah, I mean, like Triple H is always the authority, but right now he's playing the babyface authority.
Because what was Triple H doing 10 years ago? The authority with him, Stephanie, Kane, Jamie Noble, and Seth, and yeah, J&J Security.
Hmm. Yeah.
Like
So,
again,
so the pace.
WWE is just as guilty as Tony Khan as far as they're leaving too much meat on the bones, too much money on the table. I get it. There's a plan for the plan, but it's like the amount of money you're leaving on the table versus the money that's you're shooting for. It's like you may as well get the money on the table too.
Yep. Might as well. I'm not gonna lie. Nia Jax should be disposing of Liv Morgan right now. This is what I was talking about earlier. Nia Jax to
Uh,
me should have always been presented as a beast.
but also, like, if Liv Morgan is perceived to be the heel versus Becky
It's
Lynch,
over.
this is the one matchup you do not want. You want to have Liv versus maybe a Tiffany Stratton, maybe versus Maxine Dupree, some kind of type of squash like that to solidify herself as I'm that bitch.
Versus a fan favorite, yeah. I mean, if she, look,
Because again, like between Liv and Nia, with all due respect, both of them should be contention for a world, the women's world title in each brand.
yeah, I agree with that.
Because Nia versus Bailey would be kind of fun to watch. Liv versus Becky, I'm sure will be fun to watch. That might have been Nia's like best Samoan drop ever.
Nia look like she could definitely move now for
It's over.
sure. Like she could move before, but now it's just
Now she can really move.
yeah.
And again, massive kudos to her because, like I said, she's dropped a considerable amount of weight to where she's healthier and all that stuff. She could really be a monster now. But again, she's another one. If push came to shove and she decided to head out to NXT to try to run roughshod over there, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Mm.
Because again, she's the type that again can just get shit done, run it over there, prove to be an absolute monster, come back to Raw or SmackDown, being even a bigger monster.
No, I'm not gonna lie. The way they be having Liv Morgan, wouldn't be feeling force for.
I'm so confused by how they're booking Liv Morgan. Like 1 minute she's supposed to be on her some fucking Harley Quinn bullshit, then the next minute she's like,
I mean, she won like a scoundrel will win, but to your point, it didn't feel like opportunist. It felt like a baby face that was in need of
a
of a, of
babyface
a
that
opening.
overcame adversity.
Yes, yes. That's definitely very much what it felt like. Yep.
And why the fuck is Naomi beat up on fucking Tiffany Stratton?
Cause that dates back to the beef that's been going on SmackDown with Tiffany Stratton interfered in the Naomi and Bailey championship
Okay,
match.
but there was no interference. So again,
The
what's the
bigger
purpose of
question
this?
is the bigger question is why was Tiffany Stratton just sitting at ringside watching
Right.
Nia? Yeah, like
Like there's so much wrong with this segment right now.
Nia Jax's drafted to SmackDown having a match on Raw with Liv Morgan for no apparent reason. And then that's what I'm gonna be honest. I don't like that whole the draft picks don't take effect until like a week later. Shit, like bro, like what's like and
No,
what
it
like I
should
don't.
be that moment in time.
That's what I'm like. As soon as you drafted to a team, you part of that team.
Yeah, that's your new squad. That's your new family. It's like during the old baseball trades out of
Round
the
pick,
blue, to
round
where,
five.
for example, I don't know if you remember when Yasiel Puig got drafted away from the rest of the Pirates, while Amiri Garrett's beating up on all the Pirates.
It's crazy. Like the team got rights to you at that point, like contractually. Like
So, like I said, do you guys remember that incident with Amir Garrett?
nah,
So it was about maybe like 7 8 years ago. We learned that. So Amir Garrett gives like throws a fastball right by dude's chin, and then I don't know if he drills him or not, but uh, pitching coach will come out talk to Garrett. They ultimately end up giving Garrett the heave ho, and then he talks to the managers, and then starts sprinting towards the Pirates bullpen or dugout, and just starts cold cocking every motherfucker in the yellow jersey that he sees.
I do
dropped
remember
a
that.
few, dropped a he dropped a few cats or whatever. Yasiel Puig comes in. Contractors are going, well, this is strange. Yasiel Puig has just been traded to the Pirates, blah blah blah. And then you pan to Garrett just flexing, going, I'm nice like that, and just a whole bunch of other awkward shit. And the contractors just focused on, okay, so with Yasiel Puig, who's gonna tell him that he just beat up his new team?
That most insane shit. I remember that now that you mention it.
Uh, I mean, granted, it's one of my favorite baseball fights of all time, but still, it's like it's a big moment, and like you never know what's gonna happen when a trade happens.
And we know that this isn't real sports, but it's like so then don't call this a draft. Like I don't know. Like I feel like I don't know what
It's
other
like
word
it's
we
like what I
could
say with
have.
AEW quite a bit. It's the small attention to detail.
Yeah, it's
You
like the
never
ranking system.
never leave the audience with okay, this happened, but what about this? Never leave them with a sense of doubt, because the doubt will lead to turmoil, which will then lead to bad faith.
Yeah, because if we supposed to invest into, if we supposed to, like we know it's storytelling, right? But it's like if we supposed to invest into this, but you just give us anything, how am I supposed to buy into that?
Exactly.
Like, you don't want to know that. Okay, at any given moment, you're not honoring a story arc or just going down the right avenues with characters and shit like that.
It's like, what are we really doing?
Hmm.
And then and then again, this isn't the 80s and 90s. Everybody has social media now. Everyone's gonna read up on everything. Everyone's gonna Google shit. So again, at least again, this is where I give Tony Khan credit to her. He appeases to that audience to try to avoid that type of demographic and that type of backlash. But Triple H tried to take word from that and be like, okay, we can't really do this, because if we do this into this, these folks are gonna chime in saying this ain't really making sense, and what the fuck you even doing with this bush league shit?
And like just on a random sidebar note, I think like just 'cause what we talk about, Kane was one of my favorite wrestlers because he didn't have to change his character so much. He could take off his mask, go through all of these changes, but still be Kane, the essence of Kane. the storytelling
Yep.
that was within. You know what I'm saying? And Glenn Jacobs himself did a great job at bringing that to life.
And
So like
everyone knew when that pyro hits, we get the big red monster.
exactly the big red machine, man, for real. You don't see that these days. You don't see that. Like one moment a fucking dude is a part of the Dark Order, and then the nigga's like just on some flip shit. Like, oh yeah, I'm just on some athletic shit. I'm not even a deep entity anymore. It's
Next thing you
like,
know, I'm with Trent Beretta and the best friends with Orange Cassidy.
yeah, like it's just happy days now. Hey, I miss them days kind of where
Man.
like I don't know if it was more on the characters or booking, but like if you were a dark entity, like Alistair Black, I enjoy what he do with the House of Black.
Right.
They stay true to their like their shit.
Because again, it's that small attention to detail. Like they
Hmm.
say, a little goes a long way. You focus on your own craft, everything else will fall into line.
Yeah, like who want to see Alistair Black as a good guy? We want to root for that motherfucking bad guy. That dude that's like, oh, he looks cool, man. Like, we want to like a guy like Alistair Black. It was cringy when they try to make him a baby face in WWE. It was like, man, just let him be
Most
him.
deaf.
Uh-oh, your boys is out.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna need Pat McAfee to start using that John Madden jumbotron edit yellow marker bullshit that he used to do back in the day.
Yep.
But you guys caught that stuff before the Dudleys came out, right? With that little glitch in the thing.
Yep.
That's my boy right there. Ah, shit. Wait, I'm telling you, Reverend Devon, he done lost some weight.
Bro, the crowd reaction to this pick though.
I'm gonna need Devon to adjust his tie clip though. That's kind of triggering my OCD. Thank you. So, Ishi,
Oh,
do you hear some of the
bro.
noise that Bubba Ray was getting
NXT.
post the WrestleMania stuff that he did as a special guest referee?
Nah.
So basically,
Lara
I
Valkyria, I know she was going to get drafted.
I guess
I ain't gonna lie.
before
Why
then
Shawn Michaels don't be
I know
hugging the
she was going
guys
to get
this
drafted,
long,
though.
yo?
Because once she dropped that title, I know she was going to get drafted.
Shawn Michaels don't be holding the guys that long.
I mean NXT's got a lot of folks ready to go. I mean, at least we got that going for them.
No te decimos nada.
I would love to see Pretty Deadly do something like noteworthy in WWE. Just let them boys stay healthy.
I'm not gonna lie. I want and I don't want this in a negative way, in the sense of like followers just follow. If people genuinely don't like what they see, speak up about it. This fucking
Mm-hmm.
trash. This draft has been ass. Don't just follow because everybody else is saying what they say. I want to hear people genuine. Like if people are genuinely happy with these picks, with sitting through 2 episodes where they juiced us up. They didn't have to juice us up like this. We would have still tuned in.
They could have just out of a random raw said, "Oh, by the way, guys, we're having the draft today." This would have been
Yeah,
just fine.
surprise draft. Yeah.
Yeah, so Lyra Carey, I saw that coming from a mile away.
I mean, on the flip side, at least this isn't an all-out slaughtering of NXT like in previous drafts under Vince. So I guess that's a plus, if that means anything now.
Yeah, besides that pick I didn't like that they made, the other ones were great. I think also Truth retains.
Is the roster as deep as it once was touted to be
For NXT?
for the whole roster? For them to be having this draft separate heavyweight, like back to how it was, because the argument was when Roman had the title, oh, so many people were getting left out, and now it seems like there's not enough.
I mean, the term "not enough," I guess it's up for speculation. I mean, you and I could probably make the argument for different folks till we're blue in the face.
Right, because yeah, if we talking potential, they got all the talent in the world for potential. If we talking immediate impact,
Hey, what's up?
I mean, again, if we're going off of that, then again, it should have been maybe, like I said, the obvious Ilya. It could have been Tony D. It could have been, again, like I said, a Sol Ruka or something like that. Maybe even a Corey Jade or a Roxanne Perez. But I get, like I said,
Soroka.
But also to what Amina H talked about earlier, it's like it's almost like certain folks are off limits for NXT, Raw, and SmackDown, respectively.
What's up, Streets? Welcome. Chilling, watching Raw and having discussions with the boys.
What's up? What's up? Yeah, I was in here watching it with y'all, going crazy.
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself, Razor? Nice to meet you, bro.
Likewise,
So
man.
far,
It's just another day in paradise.
Facts, right?
yes, sir.
Draft been really, really good.
I'm trying to get better. I'm nursing a little bit of a cold, so excuse the voice.
Hey,
Hope you feel
that's
better,
all good, man. Just
It's that
rest
bug
up,
going
stay
around.
hydrated.
Factual.
Yo, Streets,
Yeah,
let me
this
How
ask
you
you
feeling out the
something,
draft
right?
so far? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
What's up?
I wanted to ask you that same exact question. As somebody like you telling me like you want to keep up with wrestling, you haven't
Yep.
been keeping up with it as much as you feel like you should have. How you feel about the draft so far from what you've seen?
From what I've seen so far, I'm digging it. I mean, I feel like obviously they're trying to move certain people around so they can get certain matches and stuff like that. Like with CM Punk and Drew McIntyre being on the same, roster on Raw now and stuff like that. I think it's pretty cool so far. I caught like the middle of it, so I haven't seen every person who got drafted. But so far, it's pretty cool.
I feel like that's been the main point of this whole draft. Like a lot of people been staying home on the brands they've been on, and that's what I was just telling Razor. Like this to me hasn't been a shocking draft, right? Like okay,
Nothing like super crazy over the top. It's like
Yeah,
blowing your mind. Yeah.
with Triple H at the helm, it's very different now.
predictable isn't always bad, but it doesn't always make for the right outcome either.
I mean,
Sometimes.
old girl that got drafted after night one was pretty surprising. The Kiana James,
Oh, that was trash.
Yeah.
but
Who comes? Oh, it's trash. It's trash. Get her out of here.
It was trash. Oh,
like she haven't been there for what? over what 2 years, and she's like getting
But again, that further pushes the narrative of what does the cerebral assassin see in her that we don't see in her necessarily.
All right, so let me play devil's advocate here, right? Are these brands drafting like the sports team would, drafting by need? Like they're in need of female superstars, so they're like, we're gonna go with this route. I feel like a lot of females got selected that. I'm be honest, why y'all putting some of these females highly in a high round? You're not gonna
Could
put
we
them in
be
the high
seeing?
type.
Could we be seeing the highly anticipated evolution too? Maybe.
Mm.
the woman's
Because when
evolution.
you talk about
That'd be
first
cool.
round,
That'd be dope.
bro, when you talk
I'm
about
talking. I'm,
first
I'm talking about.
rounders,
I'm talking about the women's pay-per-view evolution.
I doubt it. I
It was
doubt.
I
I
mean,
mean, they
There was
talked
talks
about it.
about them
They
bringing
talked
it back,
about it.
but it never fell
Yeah.
through.
because I'm saying a lot of folks have won that for some time, and again, between Raw, SmackDown, NXT, respectively, there's plenty of women there that could fill a roster that could plug 3-4 hours worth of work, of quality work. I'm just
I
saying.
feel like when I'm thinking of first rounder in any sports, I'm thinking of somebody that's gonna change the brand, somebody that's gonna change the team, like somebody that's supposed to turn a once in a lifetime generational talent going first round. When you just select somebody that's like from NXT that's like really not known, it's kind of just like, damn, like Randy Orton went second round, AJ Styles went third round, everybody in the arena's chain, LA Knight, he went third round.
Yeah. But also, if you think about it, Raw has Judgment Day, SmackDown has the Bloodline. What else does each show have, respectively?
That's another thing, yo. The factions, has been faction, but that could be a shocking thing in itself. But then that be turning people the wrong way too when you break up a team, break up a faction. So they got to be very careful in these draft nights.
Yeah, because now we have LW on Raw, Fantasma's factions on SmackDown still. What was it? Kabuki Warriors are now on Raw, but still it's like, and I'm sure Jade's faction is stay on SmackDown, but still it's like they're keeping everybody together, which is fine, but also it's like you're kind of, as we talked about earlier, you're pigeonholing yourself as to who can actually branch out and be more than what they're actually set out to be.
I haven't seen Charlotte Flair get drafted. I haven't seen
Isn't
Rhea
she still
Ripley
injured?
get drafted. Yeah, but Seth Rollins is injured. That's the
Yeah,
big
that's
question
true.
mark to me. Seth Rollins
That
get
day.
drafted in the first round, but these other injured
Punk's injured. Rollins is injured. Braun, I thought, was still injured up until today.
yeah, but the high marquee female shot. Now I understand you might want to leave him as a surprise, but surprise for what?
Mm-hmm. Like this draft, they could have done so much more, especially knowing the fact that in less than 12 months, Raw is going to be on Netflix.
That's
So
the
you
thing
would
too.
assume you would assume they want to further establish themselves as, hey, we spent this much money on our roster. We want this crew. We are the number one show. And like you said earlier, you and Voodoo HD further establish and reinvigorate the old-fashioned brand warfare.
Yes.
Give us a reason to pick one show over the next, because that's what it's going to be like in the next 18 months. Which show do we want to watch? Because again, if you think about it, a lot of folks don't want to spend $20 for Netflix, and you're going to effectively spend that for Monday Night Raw.
And to bring it up, unfortunately, the old man was the insane genius. Vince McMahon sold Fox, SmackDown to Fox, right? They had the draft, which sent Roman Reigns exclusively to SmackDown. But up until now, that seed still planted. And I want to see what is Triple H going to do to combat that. Is it going to just be, oh yeah, we just let everybody
Wait,
free
hold up.
roam?
Fox
Like,
owns SmackDown now?
no.
No.
For the
When
TV, right?
SmackDown went to Fox, Roman Reigns went there exclusively as part of the deal because they wanted him. Much like when Saudi has their pick of shows, they wanted X amount of legends there.
Mm.
And to me, that was meaningful. That was a power play right there. that made SmackDown much more C than it has been in prior years. Like people wouldn't really
And the
tune in.
number showed.
Like, yeah, the numbers showed. There's been times that in recent years people say Raw needs more talent just because they snatched away Roman Reigns from there. And Roman Reigns is just one superstar when you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's insane.
I mean, yeah, you can argue they had Roman, they had Brock, AJ, Cody, blah blah blah. I get that, but think about it. You guys had Drew, you had Seth, you had Finn, had all these other cats that could be the guy. Just invest the time in them.
And then USA was okay with that, right? USA was okay with the people that they got. Now we're gonna see, like
USA's
you
like
said,
just let us know what you want to do. We're cool with it.
like you said
As
earlier,
long as
it's
the
gonna be
numbers are right, we're right.
It's gonna be interesting to see what Netflix wants going forward.
Like I said, that's what's surprising me because I'm surprised that Raw didn't draft Roman and or the Bloodline.
I mean, possibly keeping Roman open for the future because if SmackDown's supposed to go away from Fox, then it makes sense why they aren't giving Fox anything other than Cody Rhodes at the moment. Like they got Cody Bailey, you know,
Mm-hmm.
so it makes sense for them.
So as I said, I mean, I know a joke about WWE being in a weird period right now post Mania, but it's like it seems like they have a vision of where they want to go. It's just up to us as the fans to guess what they're trying to do. I mean, it's almost like we're playing chess, they're playing Moncala and checkers on us, but we shall see where they go. So, HD, your beloved Yankees lost to the Orioles 2-0.
And is the last
Insane,
pick.
insane.
Last picks.
Again, I'm not surprised because I said the Orioles they got a squad that they're going to be deep in the playoffs this year, no doubt. Let's see how's Miami doing against
Oh,
Boston?
so they're going to Raw. Final Testament. So they're not doing the story no more. DIY going to SmackDown.
So because of that segment of the Kabuki Warriors not ganging up on Becky, it would have been nice to see maybe a Charlotte or Bailey get drafted to Raw just to fuel the whatever damage control is versus the horsewomen type of shit. That's just me though.
NXT. Let's see. Uh-oh. Larry Davenport. Holy shit.
That's interesting. Now, don't get me wrong, she's incredibly talented.
The top guy Gene.
Yo, by the time Adrian Chase make it to the main roster, he gonna be a general manager, bro. Look at him just standing.
Top
Look at Adrian
Kajin.
Chase just standing here, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
He gonna be like Freddie Blassie on the sidelines.
You feel me? Like, bro, he look like he aging in that nigga team. Call that man up. Like, what are they doing? He could bring the whole Chase University up with him. Like, yeah, like, come on.
Even if it's just him.
Duke. Even if it's just that, like, bro, I don't understand.
Like he'll be like, you guys will be the expansion of my Chase U, whatever the fuck.
Niggas put DIY on SmackDown, like,
Hey, look, how do you try out for NXT? Maybe we need to all go try out, man.
To keep it 100, if you're out there and I don't know, are they in Tampa or whatever, but they actually do like open trials and shit.
I love the Blair Davenport pick.
Because New Japan, they just closed up their shop for their summer Young Lion classes out there here in Long Beach, California.
Oh, what? I didn't even know that. I'm out here in Cali.
Oh, same here, brother. I'm out here in
That's
Sac.
dope. Oh, that's dope. That's dope.
And same thing with the Impact. They do a lot of open tryouts out there in Vegas every couple months.
Really?
Uh-huh. Oh, no. I'll be keeping an eye on that because if I can get my body right, I wouldn't mind having to dabble at that.
No, I wouldn't mind to go out there and go crazy on somebody. I don't know. I could have that
Go
shit.
get ready and go live.
yo, you know, yo, Streets. How would you feel if I told you our tag team name is gonna be the Pride?
Let's go. He's stupid. I'm screaming. Fuck you, we in there. We the Pride.
Man. The Pride. Come on, baby.
Let's go, nigga.
No. I say fuck it. Word of the United Nations.
There you
I'm
go.
with that.
I'm with that.
Yo, Streets. Why they gonna call Bobby Lashley, Montez, and the Street Profits? Gonna call they tag team the Pride.
That's clean.
You
They
fuck with
try to
it?
switch it up.
Really? Really?
I'm gonna tell you
I'm
why.
gonna be honest. If you're gonna go all out, if you're gonna go all out, go all out. You might as well just call it the Black.
All right, HD, let him cook.
Yeah.
Let him cook.
Cook, brother, cook.
You feel me? Like, I like the Lions Pride. I like the. I don't know. For me, they take pride and try to, how the world tries to make it and try to spin it but flip it. But I think it's dope.
All right, now hold on. If you're kicking me that angle, I'm definitely not mad at that. They never presented that to me though. I never got that aura from them.
Exactly.
So I feel like the pride of what now? Like if you go in that angle, I bet next time I see them on TV, they gotta represent. You feel me?
They gotta come with it. They gotta come with that ferocity, ferociousness. You feel me?
Funny shit. I'm gonna call it like what it is. You got the LWO. You got the Spanish niggas putting on.
Yeah.
Like fuck it.
Come on.
Call it
Well, you know they weren't trying to do another nation. Well, they're trying to do another nation of domination without having to be the nation of domination type.
That's
you know what I'm saying?
That's what they really supposed to be though.
That's what they want to build it up to. Yeah, they want to build up to that.
Yeah, they were speaking about that for years, but it's been because you know the era we live in. It's been touchy to kind of that. Yeah.
But I mean, that's what the WWF was built on. That's what it's built on.
Now
it's being kind of edgy and kind of being nothing like that, right?
If they come out on that type of angle, I fuck with it.
Street sold me on it.
Yeah, if they're gonna be the nation 2.0, I'm with it.
That'll be hard.
If they're gonna come out like the same Street Profits and the same Bobby Lashley that we see every week from now, come on.
But
I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like they're holding Bobby Lashley back. I heard you say something the other day, like he's the black Brock Lesnar. Like, dude, look how freakishly huge this dude is, bro. And they just don't give him like his.
And this man is a certified MMA champion.
Bro. Right. Why don't you let this man dominate the way he's supposed to? Like you always have him being like a C-list wrestler. You know what I'm saying? He ain't never like in the main category. If he is, he just uses like a big dude, like a big jobber. You come in, you're gonna be big, you're gonna throw some people around, but you and ultimately not gonna get like to the level of the Undertaker and Kane, how they was big dudes that held the title and whooped everybody's ass. They're not gonna put you on that level of Brock Lesnar or like a Roman Reigns. They're gonna put you on like a low tier level, and I just don't understand why they do that.
So on that note, if you guys remember the Titantron to Bobby Lashley, it read 4 words: hard hitting, soft spoken. Let that big motherfucker be a silent killer, just wreck shop across everybody.
Right? Why does he gotta talk?
That's how Roman Reigns came back, wreck everyone and leave. He just came and spearing motherfuckers and out of there. I'm stacking.
I don't see how
gone.
Bobby Lashley's one of the biggest dudes they got, like physique wise.
Pound for pound, can't nobody touch him.
Right, and they just got him there. Like, imagine having the Hulk on your team. And like the Avengers, remember when they had the Hulk and they didn't have him do nothing? And it was like, what are you doing? You got the Hulk here. He's not even gonna fight in the movie.
We have a Hulk.
It doesn't look
right. You have a Hulk. Yeah, you feel me?
It don't look right to put him in matches with regular size dude. Where they rather just have him come out with the Street Profits now, and that sucks because they don't got no creative for Bobby Lashley. But like, I agree, like he's a dominant player in the game to me.
Yeah, but I mean, would you rather see him be a good guy or a bad guy?
A bad guy for me.
A bad guy, bro. Come on, like he'd be dominant, bro.
The only reason why I'll say he's better suited as a bad guy is because of what he can do, and because of what his credentials say he will do to you if push comes to shove. He has to be a heel, and it has to be a mouthpiece like an MVP or even a Leo Rush. If you want to bring him back, let him just be on the microphone, whatever. Lashley, he'll do all his talking in the square circle. Duke's up, ready to go. He don't need to be on the microphone talking and shit.
Actually,
nobody got mad at Andre the Giant when he couldn't talk and had Bobby the Heenan and all his managers and anybody that had a manager that couldn't talk. Nobody was mad at them, bro. Everybody had.
Was anybody mad that Brock Lesnar had Paul Heyman as a mouthpiece for almost 20 years?
Nope.
That's what I was about to say. Brock Lesnar and Paul Heyman.
Was anybody mad when Big Van Vader was under the Heenan family? No. Was anybody mad when Big Show was under Paul Heyman? No.
Even low key, Paul Ellering with AOP. People weren't mad at that.
Exactly.
It works. It works.
You play to their strengths.
Yeah.
Because again, he went to TNA, absolute fucking monster.
Actually,
WWE just need to have that moment where it's like, if you want to have half for the kid audience, like the shit that's gonna sell merch, you got that. And then
let's be honest though, HD, kids gonna gravitate towards what they ain't supposed to see or like anyway. Think about how many I was going to the WWE shows when they was talking about puppies and girls in the crowd showing their titties.
No,
you feel?
Bro, I mean, we was in
back when I was going with my pops and shit. So I'm saying they always kind of had to be edgy, and I feel like when they got away from that whole take your vitamins with the Hulkster, the Hulkamania era, and they got into more of the attitude era, and they got into more of the ruthless aggression. That's when they really solidified themselves and popped. You know what I'm saying? Is when you were edgy, when you did shit that was kind of like it hadn't been done before, or just push the envelope. You know, like Val Venus about to get his dick cut off, and then right when he's about to get his dick cut off, the lights cut off, so you don't know. Then he comes back with a cast, like, oh, I blocked it. But you were naked on TV, and they're about to cut your dick off. I mean, all kind of shit they used to do. Come on, bro. Like, what?
He did not bring up the choppy the pee.
Yes. Oh, yes. Choppy the pee. I'm a real wrestling fan, nigga. I'll go back. You feel me? Back when Stone Cold had the pistol. Stone Cold went to Brian Pillman's house. That nigga pulled a pistol on him. And, you know what I'm saying? I had to come out with no guns, no knives, just chairs, T-shirts.
This is why I said they got to understand what lines they want to tippy toe, right? So if they on there, like, yo, we entertainment and y'all sponsors, y'all either with this or y'all not. They can't they can't be caving. The second they cave for sponsors,
factual.
I mean, it's in the sponsors' hands. They got the it's in their hands.
Yeah, it's like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll go ahead. My bad, I want to cut you off. Go ahead.
There you go. But at the same time, like, folks like Lashley gotta learn when to say no to certain shit too. Like, Lashley got to stick to his own type of character and be like, hey, this ain't really good for me. I ain't rocking with this. I
I'm
can't
gonna
do
be
this.
honest.
Maybe
That
he
nigga
ain't having a
last week.
voice. Yeah,
Nah,
yeah.
I'm gonna be last year that nigga like to collect a check, bro. I'm gonna be real. The second that nigga came back to WWE, they gave him a fake sister, and he was dressing up and all this extra shit. I knew.
Yeah,
I'm like,
bro.
man. I'm like, no, not Lashley,
They doing
not
it.
him,
They doing like
not
on
like this, bro.
purpose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Saudi.
Like ultimately, everybody got an option in life, even if it's gonna cost you, right? Like, what's the worst that can happen? The niggas terminate your contract, niggas sue you, breach your contract. You gotta
The
eat
worst
that
thing they can
bill,
tell you is we're not rocking with your idea.
right?
Facts.
Like, but nah, niggas go with this shit and then complain later. Oh, they put
Mm-hmm.
me in a stupid. But you know who don't complain? My man, All Truth, Lil Jimmy, Lil Jimmy.
No, never complain.
Again, Truth. Again, like we touched on many other guys, he's an anomaly.
Definitely an
It
anomaly.
was amazing.
And for his age, he's very, very new to the game. Like that man is special in more ways than one. But also, it's like again with other folks, it's like again if I got no problem with folks being committed to whatever character they want to perceive, but also it's like if certain folks presented you a certain idea for a certain check, ain't nothing wrong with saying no because no just means not right now.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I feel like Vince McMahon is booking this show. Not even this show would have been better. Like this is a weird ass triple threat match right here. Or not even a triple threat, a 6-man
It,
tag match.
it, it's almost like Triple H is testing the water, see who gets a reaction from certain things or whatever to see who he wants to move forward and shit.
Yeah.
But again, this is a house show match. But then again, this is all like pre-PLE filler type shit. So that's also the other downfall of WWE doing the draft right now.
Like we're about 10 minutes, 15 minutes from the show ending, and what's the most notable thing that's happened tonight?
Drew or JD getting that titty on his forehead, getting shaved down to a fucking scuff.
Yep.
Also, on the quick sidebar, I'm very happy that Dominic does not have to get Tommy John surgery on his elbow.
Yeah.
Because that would have put him out at least 2 years.
Somebody came up with the crazy story, like I ain't gonna lie, like I'm watching these three right now, Ricochet, Jey Uso, and
And
Andrade.
Andrade?
I feel like I put together my faction team in WWE.
Now, this is one of them WWF Here Comes the Pain type of random 6-man tags.
Yeah. Just
Again,
pick whoever.
the folks on paper, solid match. Knowing what they've done the last few months, may not be the strongest main event. Which, again, is a detriment to all 6 men in this ring right now. If the story is to promote Jay versus Priest for the main event on this weekend, do like a Jay versus Fed with some shenanigans afterwards, not this type of bullshit.
I'm just trying to think of everything else that's been like a key moment, and it's hard for me to pinpoint.
There
I feel
haven't
like
been
the
any.
obvious things. Yeah, CM Punk, Drew McIntyre. Wow, the Creed brothers haven't even been drafted. I'm surprised about that.
This is just another Raw.
Yep, just another row.
And that's the sad thing about it.
I mean,
Again,
it's
like once
sad too because you don't want to believe that. Like when The Rock came back, it made wrestling must see every week, and I hate for that to be the reality of it. Like he's standing on business. Like, yeah, when I come back, this shit is must watch. When I leave, when Roman's not here, look at what it's like. Look at the landscape.
Yeah, it's kind of
And
bullshit. It's kind of like, meh,
Yeah,
meh, meh.
yeah, it really
mhm.
is though. Like, we don't want to shit on the wrestlers because we not trying to discredit them and their hard work that they put in. But like, whoever's writing this shit, you know what I'm saying?
Between the amount of yes men potentially that are just agreeing to everything,
This is crazy,
it's
bro.
it,
People need to
it's not
people.
it's not a recipe for success.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, and I know you hear me like bash or heavily critique AEW to many degrees, but it's the same thing goes for them too. It's like both shows currently have a lack of consistency. They both have a lack of who is the top dog. There's no hierarchy of talent.
That's true. Yeah. And then what I'm saying is, I think we're in the era where you need to have the title on you for it to make a difference. Back in the days, in our days, the Attitude Era days, you didn't need to have the championship on you to shake the room. Stone Cold and The Rock were fighting over the Intercontinental Championship. Shawn
And
Michaels, Razor,
do you know
Intercontinental.
what separates that crop of guys from the guys today?
What's that?
They all had egos. They weren't afraid to have to drop their
Step
nuts on
on
the table and say,
toes.
"Hey,
Yeah.
I'm running it right now."
Yes. Everybody's a nice. I ain't gonna lie. That's what my villain dog. Streets, you know the villain. We on our villain all this nice guy shit. It was cool. You know, like Jedi mind
Facts,
trick.
facts.
Everybody wants you to be on this night, but you gotta be business savvy, selfish savvy to get where you want for you and your family and your career. And that's just a harsh reality. The truth hurts. People don't like to hear it.
There's an old saying: "It's easier to ask for forgiveness than apologize."
Yeah, ask for permission for sure. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's better
Definitely.
to ask for permission. I mean, better to beg for forgiveness than ask for
Mhm.
permission.
Yes, sir. I agree with that at this point because I used to always be the one asking for permission. Oh, do you think it's cool if I do this or do you think it's a good idea? I'm not even gonna lie. If I was some of these wrestlers, I'll take the risk. What you gonna do? Fire me because I did a move? Well, then fire me then. We
Yeah,
gonna tell
let
this
me go. I'll
story.
be a
Yeah,
star elsewhere, all over the world. I'm gonna go get mine.
yeah. Like, I hear stories. Oh, we can't do this move. I mean, that sounds like a you problem when the next man start doing it. Then you got John Cena and everybody else doing it, right? And it's
Okay, think of another move. Ain't no thing. It takes 5 minutes.
yeah, like you know what I'm saying? Like you got to take a risk sometimes. Do something else. People kind of like, and I get it. It's kind of like you want to point the finger at somebody at that moment, like, oh, they holding me back. They holding me back. But it's always the big but.
There's a difference between holding you back and you being afraid of your own potential.
Yes, and I could speak from that because I've been in a situation where I've been afraid of my own potential without even knowing it. If that makes sense. Like you kind of afraid of
Because
failure.
yeah, that's human nature.
Yep. And I like some of these guys. They like I hear some people say some of these when it might not be now. It might be in a few years. Some guys tell stories how they called the audible in the ring, right? Like, oh well, we just played to the crowd. We went with
Look at what Cody Rhodes has done these last 10 years.
yeah.
If that's not a testament to trusting yourself, I don't know what is. The man
And
got
he's not
fired
the
from
only one,
WWE,
but he's been the major
wrote down a
in
list on the internet of who he wanted to wrestle. He got everyone on that list, learned how to love and appreciate himself, was a star all over the world. He led, or I'll go on and say he was credited for running the first and only independent show to host at least 10,000 fans that wasn't a WWE show. Started his own company, and then goes back to WWE and wins the World Championship in a couple years.
Nah, he definitely like did some. You saying you know why it's not appreciated? Because time is a tricky thing, right?
Hmm.
In the moment of time, nobody's appreciating what's going on. Then in retrospect, people could be like, "Oh wow, that was crazy!" Like, he really did that. But to experience it in real time is one. It's a whole nother demon. I'm gonna be honest.
Hmm.
Like I really felt bad for Cody Rhodes when he, and it's hard for me to like really feel bad for anybody that's in positions to like do what he did, right? Like he created his own destiny eventually,
Hmm.
but
Like
you would
he's been
think,
saying for years, undeniable to undesirable.
and that's somebody you want to root for, because like I said, I felt bad, like damn, bro, they really jerking this nigga. Like I really looked at him in legacy, like even Ted DiBiase Jr. I wanted to root for Ted DiBiase Jr. too, but he
And
had
then
his
you
own
have the
demons.
Stardust bullshit.
Yeah, bro. That like they could have not inserted legacy into a better position. Maybe timing wasn't on their side, right? They got paired with a Randy Orton that's like a young Orton,
Yeah,
not where
and
he's at right
even
now.
Orton, then he'll admit he was in the right headspace standing during Legacy.
Yeah, so it's like maybe timing wasn't on their side. But these are people that you didn't want to just see them flat out lose, right? Like,
Hmm.
all right, cool. Like, legacy, like third generation superstars. Like you said, fucking Stardust, man. I'm gonna be honest too. I thought he wanted to do Stardust. Like I thought that was something he wanted to do. So I
I
was
thought at
rooting
first
for
I
that
thought it was a
too.
tribute to Goldust at first.
Me too. I thought that was something he wanted to do. So I was on board with it. Like I was so on board with it. Like
That's like catchy theme song, decent finisher.
he committed
Promos
to the
were
gimmick.
all right. They were all right.
I mean, he played to what he was. He was like the cosmic as to where Goldust was on his flamboyant, right? Like
Mm.
I think if people were okay with Goldust early '90s promos, how can you be bothered by Stardust promos?
It's almost like if he started out as Stardust before Cody Rhodes, it may have been a different story
Yeah.
potentially. But the Ted DiBiase stuff, that stuff on the sidebar is a whole another conversation.
Yeah, these dudes always like, man, like I don't know, like my father was into what he was into, and I just decided to be. I guess that's why, right? Maybe like I felt like my father, like he did a lot of crazy stuff in his life, so I was like, let me be different from that. Maybe
Mhm.
some of these guys, they fathers are good, and when they end up wanting to be opposite of that, like I don't know what's the explanation, but you kind of set. You're in the WWE. What why are you gonna fumble that bag? Like other than pressure, right? Like the pressure to live up to, but
I mean, DiBiase Jr. has some other issues on top of that. But
you talk
I mean,
about
because
the tech stuff he was doing, the
yeah, because
paperwork.
I
Yep.
he's looking at prison time for that stuff.
Yeah. That shit was crazy. He was on some Brett Favre shit for real. He was wilding, going crazy. Jay
Well, with
Uso
him,
wins
it's
the
like
matchup.
yeah.
Let me lower this
Like Cody
down.
Rhodes is old as fuck in the face.
He's 38. He's older than me,
I
bro.
it must be them George Waters because of him and his pops Dusty Rhodes aged rather quickly.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yo,
You
them
know
niggas
what
look
gives me
old.
hope? Diamond Dallas Page started wrestling at 40, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Then
crazy.
you got Cody Rhodes champion at age 38. The only thing that's not on my side is that none of them guys was my height. You know
That
what I'm
don't
saying? I'm
mean
probably
nothing.
around. It don't. I'm probably around the Rey Mysterio, but it's gonna be uphill battle. We're gonna be out here like Daniel Bryan. You heard? Going against the Authority. You feel me?
Hey,
So
as long as you ain't afraid to take a look, and you be all right.
nah, I ain't gonna lie. I think that shit. As long as like there's trust, right? Like it's hard to want to do that shit with people you don't trust. Like you gotta obviously trust the people you working with. I feel like if you go into situations like that where you might want to get into wrestling on the indies, that's why they say do it with professionals or train, because you don't want to be in the hand of somebody reckless. That's also why I just like, if I was to ever venture into that, I'm gonna put myself into the right hands. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to just put myself through wear and tear for the fucking shits and giggles and not be in the right hands. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And then I've always looked at it like, again, in case of emergency, if push comes to shove, do not be afraid to, again, stand your ground.
Yeah, you got to give a receipt back for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I
Like,
think
you don't want to come
in the
off as
ring,
being
I'll
the
give a
bitch of that
Brock.
party.
Yeah. Oh no, for sure. I think I'll give off like a Brock receipt. You remember when he gave Braun Strowman that
Braun the
receipt?
knee to the head.
Yeah. I'll give off a little slick one like that. Like it'd be like, wait, he just did that? Yeah. Like,
Be like, hey, don't get it twisted. We can get down if you need to.
yeah. I mean, that's how it was when I used to play basketball, right? Like, all right, so I'll play basketball. I'm going for a layup, and then somebody will foul you, and I'm in my head. I'm like, oh, the very first time I got fouled. Damn, I thought we was cool. Quickly in my mind, nah, we playing physical now. I start digging my shoulders into them when I'm driving, elbows out. I just start playing more physical. Like, okay, this is what we doing. Like, you know.
I've played rugby games where fights broke out after the very first tackle of the game.
I seen
Less
that you.
than
I
two,
seen. Yeah.
less than 2 minutes into the game, fights are breaking out.
Yeah, bro. Like, and that's just the nature of competitiveness and being a man. Well, if females get into it too. Females scrap. So I'm not just saying just gender, whatever, but the being in competitiveness, being a competitor.
It's that alpha mentality.
That's that alpha mentality for sure. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, Kenny Mega said it. Like, he said there's nothing wrong with having fights behind the scenes and squaring your shit off like that.
At the end of the day, it dwells into iron is sharpening iron. Yes,
Yep, sure.
shit's gonna go down whether you like it or not. But again, that's where we learn who's really bad, who's really a true ride or die, who's trying to make shit better.
Yeah, like you said, you don't when you're doing something like this, when you're playing a sport or something, you don't want to be bitched up, right? So like you gain the respect of your peers when you showing up, and you
Mm-hmm.
can battle with the best. And even if they not the best, they could be the fucking trolls of the shit, but they still in the building with you. We all in the same building, so it's like if you
Yeah,
can endure that shit.
and also them type of scenarios will tell you real quick to where if shit goes down, who's the first one to go run in hiding?
Yeah,
Who's towing the line? Folks, remember that.
that's a major factor right there. They definitely know what's going on. I
The
always found it
OGs,
fun.
they'll keep note.
Yeah, who's always on the scene? Who kept the flea? I always felt like I always wanted to get a foot into the business somehow too. I just never found the right avenue because I didn't want to just pour money I didn't have into. And I know that sounds like a cheap excuse, but I wasn't in a situation that allowed me to just chase a dream and
Mm-hmm.
just like, okay, I could just dish this money and not worry about not paying rent. You know what I'm saying? So it was either like, okay, pick this or the other, and both were just like, I wrestling schools in New York were far. Like I live in Manhattan, so anything I would have to really, it would be one of those stories that you would hear like, yo, I had to travel miles and hours just to get to a wrestling school kind of
I mean,
thing. Like,
well, for my dad, I'm sure they're a lot closer to you than they are for me. Because I mean, there's one school about an hour from me, and then the rest of them are about 6, 7, maybe 8 hours from me.
yeah, there might be some shit in Jersey now for sure, maybe in Long Island too. But then it's like not having a when I was younger, not having a car, everything felt like miles away. Like
Mm-hmm.
something that was in Jersey felt like 4 or 5 states away. You know what I'm saying? Like it felt kind of impossible, especially when my parents wasn't like really open to like knowing like, okay, we're gonna travel to take you to this school over here for wrestling. Like my mom's always thought it was just like a phase kind of thing. Like you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And I respect her for that because I mean like it's kind of the era I grew up in where like you're kind of taught the 9 to 5 life, right? Like everybody's like grow up and be a lawyer and go to school and go to college and
Well, and also you and I are of the generation of it's like dreams can be just dreams. If they don't come true, it is what it is.
Yeah, yeah. And now I feel like in 2024, even like, and it's always kind of been like this, but now on a grander scale, because you see it on social media and videos and everything, is more exposed that you can really achieve what you, to some degree, you might not achieve the highest, but whatever you set your, you might get your foot in the door to something if you really work hard enough for it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine like I'd be thinking it's dope. Like just imagine setting up the ring for an indie scene every week. Like you know what I'm saying, getting that call like yo we got this show, and you're like all right cool. Like I'm about to, every week you just going to a show and just
Mm-hmm.
building that experience, going to a show. Going. I thought about it
Building a
too.
rapport with folks.
I thought about it. That's how I might have to start out. I might have to check Eventbrite, go to one of those indies, and just go at it, talk to people, and see what it is. Like for real.
Yeah, because there's India here in my neck of the woods, but their actual wrestling school is about an hour from me in a different city. So it's like I would do all
Yeah.
that stuff, but by the time they get their shit done, I'm still on the clock at my regular job. So I'm like, shit, do I? How much do I really want to risk it? Because I
Nah.
got bills.
Nah. I get it, bro. For real. Like for sure. That's why I wish I was like in a more financially stable place to where I could like sacrifice. Like okay, cool. Like there's certain things that I don't worry like dressing the most expensive. I don't worry about those things no more. So I could take all right, I don't buy Jordans every week or the best Nikes or you know what I'm saying? I could
Mm-hmm.
make those sacrifices in my lifestyle for something, but it's also but what you did mention is the time. Like when I clock in for work, I have to be uh GPS to clock in for work.
Mm-hmm.
So when I clock in, I have to be in a certain area. I can't be out the area. Even when I clock out, I can't be away from the area either. You know what I'm saying? So that works against me. Everything is time based for me as well. This draft though, like how you? I mean, now that it's over,
4 out of 10.
4 out of 10.
A generous 4 out of 10.
Hmm, I'm not mad at that. I feel like I would have had more fun watching the NBA playoffs. WWE they definitely did a good job stealing the view from NBA for me. I was looking out and like you made a good point though. What could they have done to shake the room other than controversy? Brock Lesnar appears.
And again, that's the weird spot of doing something like this right before a PLE too, because like you're already pigeonholed by the stipulations you put yourself from the draft, but because you got a PLE coming up, there's even more stuff that's pigeonholed, and you want to let too much of your secrets go, so it's like you really have nothing to work with.
I think the only thing that could shock me, to be honest, right? And this would be light shit, cause and this is no disrespect to the females, but I always look at the male storylines like the prominent thing going on in wrestling. This could surprise me if Jade and Bianca don't win the tag team championships. They have dissension in their match, and that starts their feud.
That'd be something. That'd be something if you want to just get that out of the way or get that kick started, because that can
Right.
go easily. If you start it now, you can easily milk it till SummerSlam, especially if you draft them on different promotions.
Yep. It still gives a chance for damage control to maintain some kind of strength, I guess, within their faction. We know Bianca and Jade are obviously strong individually. Like we know they can handle damage control.
Whereas Naomi fall in with that if shit goes sideways.
I feel like Naomi's kind of out the fold now that she's been caught up with Tiffany Stratton and Bailey in the title fold, but they could always bring her in later down.
Because the live events have been billing them three as the quote unquote big three.
Hmm. I mean, if they feel like again, this is where business takes part. If they feel like they're the more profitable decision to have them as a team, but I feel like they sell merch together apart, but as a team, they'll sell I guess more because if they make one of them heel, right, then they might not put out the merch for the heel, right?
Right.
So if you make Bianca heel, you might not have as much EST merch, whatever merch they have for her going forward, and you'll now have Jade. I don't know. It's all
I
about
mean,
marketing.
what'd be wrong about having Bianca's heel? She ain't
I'll be
half bad at
for it.
that.
I'll be for it. I feel like I don't want to see like I haven't seen a heel Bianca on the main roster.
She started out as a heel, but again, folks took a liking to her because of her athleticism and how well she performed against like Charlotte, Rio, and all them other cats.
And then like if you talking, what was that 2018? So 19
It was definitely before the pandemic where folks took a liking to her in NXT.
and 5 years, and people put things in perspective. 5 years might not be a lot of years, but a lot of things can happen in 5 years. So
Yeah.
I mean, like we seen a blonde-haired Rhea Ripley and a Judgment Day Rhea Ripley in the course of 3 years.
How
You know
many
what I'm saying?
hairstyles has Bailey gone through?
Yeah, I feel like she wants to be a hugger again. Hug life.
I mean, she's still the role model. We shall see.
Definitely, man. It's been it's been an episode because I feel like we touched on everything. Did we is there anything else? I
I
know
mean, we touched on.
people clowning the Moxley championship. They saying that should look like the Divas belt.
I
I,
got mixed emotions about Moxley winning the IWGP Heavyweight Championship.
why? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, again, now personally, I don't know how deep you are in New Japan stuff, but it seems like every time Naito's given that spotlight and all that stuff, they rip away from him right before he gets his feet on the ground.
Yeah, I could see
So I
that.
was hoping for him to have a lengthy run, but also it's like a part of me feels like AEW is trying to hijack New Japan, ultimately take New Japan from everybody else, and ultimately buy them out because of the fact that he has the Bucks, Okada, Rocky Romero, and the front office and shit. Hopefully, I'm wrong on that regards, but that's how it's coming off to me personally. Nothing against Moxley as a competitor, because again, I've always said that Moxley under the New Japan umbrella is vastly different from John Moxley under the AEW umbrella. I just wish that AEW would have more of a general directions of what they want to do.
Yeah, that's
As
been
a,
the consensus. Yeah,
but it's like, I mean,
you know
again,
what's interesting
I
too? I forgot which one of the wrestlers from New Japan mentioned it. They had an issue with
there's a
John
few of
Moxley
them.
defending against Will Hobbs.
I've heard stuff from Yoda Suji. I've heard stuff from Yuya Uemura. I've heard stuff from Ishii. I've heard stuff from about 7, 8 other guys from New Japan about how they feel that New Japan is being manipulated by AEW.
I mean, they very may well be.
Now, granted, this could be pushing the Forbidden Door stuff, but still, it's like some of these cats are cats that you never hear from in general. So for them to suddenly be openly public about this stuff has to have some merit.
I mean, but from my perspective, what some of the New Japan guys got to remember is that like if New Japan is reaching out to America or UK or wherever they are to get this global talent to put on a pay-per-view, like they got to take that into account as well, in my opinion.
Well, that's all fine and dandy, but again, it's like when they've allowed Guy Jeans to have the belt, all this side third left field politics has never been an issue up until now.
Yep.
Like when they put the belt on AJ, the politics was never an issue. When they put the belt on Kenny, politics was never an issue. Now the politics
Because it
are
was
suddenly an
in-house,
issue.
right? Yeah.
So it's like, what's going on behind the scenes that the casual fans can identify
I mean,
that
one could argue though that maybe not so, but AEW has put an eye on the Japanese wrestling more than what it was before.
I can argue that nothing's really changed as far as the eyes of the North American audience over that for them.
Okay, you feel like it's the same core?
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. Now, because of the fact that AEW has slaughtered that roster and signed a lot of the guys, that has put a damper in them. But generally, the New Japan fan base hasn't really changed. They're actually more
New Japan,
involved and more invested in the current guys they have currently because they have a lot of young talent there. You have guys that still want to work for them that are free agents. They have a talented roster in general. And again, me personally, I don't know if this is me being biased. You can call me being biased or whatever, but they didn't need the stuff the AEW has been doing to make them who they are. They were already there. They were in again, much like TNA here in North America. They're in their own lane, doing their own thing. They're steadily on the up and up and up. Once AEW comes in and takes a boatload of talent, they drop a little bit, but they're still making that climb back upwards. Much like WWE, New Japan has a formula that works for them, that builds talent, that's still working for them.
okay. So it's just they just it seems like they're succumbing to whatever AEW shenanigans and politics they
That's what
have
it's
to
looking
offer.
like.
Whatever false hopes may lie behind these forbidden doors and publicity stunts and exposure. Because that's what it seems like. It seems like, all right, we put you guys on pay-per-views across the globe. We give you American exposure, but what you're telling me is that there's no real North American exposure. It's just the same core base that AEW pretty much fed off of and slash their
And
roster.
and also on top of that, since the pandemic, New Japan is now going through their second all-out clearance of managerial changes. So aside from Tanahashi, it's a whole new front office there now.
Mm.
So, but on top of that, Tanahashi is very close with Okada and Rocky Romero, who were very close in with Tony Khan and AEW. So that's a little worrisome for me. But on top of that, Tanahashi, he's seen the dark ages of New Japan. He knows where they were about 10, 20 years ago. And this was the guy that, told him, hey, ride with me. I will get you through this. He got them through it, got him out the mud, put the blessings on Okada. Okada just helped him fly out the mud. And now Okada's gone. Kenny is in limbo, whatever. But now you have guys like David Finlay. You have guys like Shota Umino, Ren Narita, a whole lot of young lions on top of the, again, I said the Finleys, the Jeff Cobbs, the Great O'Cons, the TJPs, all those other guys that are established to help them elevate themselves. They don't need the AEW stuff on the side, to be honest.
And that's more hindering their. And it's unfortunate that it seems like this because AEW seemed to be the promotion that was like by wrestlers for wrestlers, but it just seems like they're just leeching off of everything that's going on, whether indirectly, so it may be, but they took a lot from New Japan. They flooded WWE's leftovers.
They killed Ring of Honor. I'm gonna just say it right now.
They did, yeah. Buying it was an indirect because you think, okay, yeah, we own the footage, but they doing nothing
Yeah.
with the footage. Nothing to bolster up the on-air talent that might have had footage from ROH.
Did you happen to hear Tony's comments from the media scrum from Dynasty?
Nah, I don't think I caught all of it.
So I don't know if it was Brandon Thurston or whatever, but someone mentioned essentially the elephant room in the media rights deal and the negotiations. They asked Tony if any progress had been made, and I'm just paraphrasing, but Tony had referenced, all he'd referenced was they have a 5+ year AEW library Collision is 1 year strong. He now owns the Ring of Honor library and his partnership with New Japan Pro Wrestling. Nothing of anything's getting done as far as the media rights deal, which should be due in a few months. Like, something should have already been set in stone as far as that. Because by like October this year, I believe, or somewhere around that time, AEW has no television at all. Like, literally, they have nothing. They have Honor Club, and that's it.
And still no deal.
Yeah, and also I was reading some stuff how they had just lost a Latin American stream deal, and they just lost a contract with DAZN. I didn't know they had a contract with DAZN, to be honest.
Me either.
So you essentially, now again, folks might say otherwise or whatever, but if push comes to shove, you lost 2 contracts that were streaming deals already. 2 of them, or one of them at least with DAZN, could have been an international media rights deal in general, but apparently no one knew about that.
That's insane. They just fumbling deals. And to get dropped from the deal says a lot, because it's not like, oh, you guys decided to walk away, whatever the case may be.
The DAZN deal was like a 3 to 4 year deal, but DAZN had an opt-out clause each year. So after the first year, they just opt out immediately once that term was up. That to me is telling, because that shows that they have no faith in what you guys are doing currently. Now, Eddie Hearn runs, I think he runs DAZN still as a whole, much like he runs boxing, but he ain't fucking around. If he is in charge, he ain't fucking around with no bullshit. If he feels you are profitable, he's going to rock with you. But the fact that they opted out year 1 to the day, that's pretty alarming.
I mean, I haven't seen no promote. I mean, they do a poor job at promotion. I remember they used to heavily promote Bleacher Report as where you can purchase pay-per-view. So I could see why DAZN feel like that's a case of where I feel AEW is probably doing too much. You know, they ventured out to too many, and now here's a case where the numbers aren't adding up, and like you said, it's showing.
But also, it's like, as much as Tony claims that the ratings are great, everyone else is seeing a different number apparently. So, what are you not telling WBD that everyone else can see that's clear as day?
What's his expectation? I mean, like, let's say, for example, what if an optimistic person opposed to the pessimistic person, an optimistic person thinks, well, even I paid, I'm gonna just put out $100K for this venue. I paid $100K for this venue, but I made back 70,000. Like, I only sold 70,000.
You're in the red 30 already.
Yeah, I'm only in the red 30. It could have been worse, right?
Yeah,
That's
but
the pessimistic person don't want to hear that.
But again, if this was year 1, 2, maybe 3, you can get away with that. But you're well into year 5. Whatever plan you had in place should already be tenfold already. There ain't no reason why you're struggling to sell out your fucking backyard.
I mean, that's when we got to do a diagnostics into his business background. Like, I always look at the Jacksonville Jaguars. They haven't historically been a great football team.
Right. And again, his pops owns the franchise, so
there's a lot of things, yeah.
But at the end of the day, like folks say in the fight game, you never want to leave your hard work in the hands of the officials. Right now, the officials have the scorecards. They're reading everything. They're looking at the rights deal. They're looking at the numbers. They're looking at AEW as a whole going, why the fuck should we give you more money? You haven't made a dime in 5 years.
And I'm pretty sure that report was a bluff. I seen Warner Brothers was happy with that Tony Khan segment. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they was happy to see him get put on his head.
Now again, has there been a legitimate tweet from Warner Brothers Discovery or something like that, or something further
I haven't
endorsing
seen
that statement? Again,
No.
we haven't seen it. So Tony Khan can say whatever the hell he wants. And they're probably looking at it like, oh, he's saying that about us? All right, bet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, if the rating, and I get it, linear television is becoming a thing of the past. I get that, but at the same time, it's like when, with the exception of the NBA during their season and playoffs and all that, when your only competition is nothing, just again with lack of a better term, reruns on TV. Of course, you can be number one above them. It's a fucking rerun. What are you doing to bring more guys in as opposed to retaining your casual audience? What are you doing to give folks a reason or a random fan that's never seen AEW wrestling to want to tune into the following week?
And continue to grow the product. They have some. I didn't even realize at one point until Dynasty that they have a Continental Championship and what's the other one? International.
They have. It might be the same belt now, I believe. But then again, AEW brings out a different belt every like 6-7 months.
Yeah,
it seems like.
Roderick Strong has the Continental, which
no.
Kyle O'Reilly.
No. Okada has a Continental Championship.
Oh, that's Okada.
Roderick Strong has some other championship. Yeah, you're right.
And I didn't even realize at what point did they introduce them. I thought, like you said, I thought it was the same championship.
And also, what I don't understand is when Eddie Kingston won that Continental Cup, whatever, he had 3 belts. I thought that all 3 belts, including the New Japan Strong belt, would be up for grabs every time he defends the Continental Championship. I was wrong.
That's where that belt came from that Continental Cup.
Mm-hmm.
That's
so every time that, so now it's like every time that belt's defended, it's under Continental Cup rules. So if someone interferes in the match, they're eligible to be fired on the spot. But it's like you're just creating all these rules to go around other rules, which then confuses everybody else. And then you wonder why you're losing X amount of hundreds of thousands of fans every week for your ratings.
It's like you're trying to create a subdivision that means something.
A subdivision for the subdivision that's already in another subdivision.
Yeah, pretty much.
You expect your fan base to keep track of all that shit when half of them tune out before the second hour starts anyways.
You're not lying there.
Like I said, with the amount of brain power that Tony Khan has on his payroll versus that extremely talented roster, there is no fucking reason why the numbers are as low as they are. It's inexcusable.
I feel like AEW took pride on, their core, which is, I guess, hardcore wrestling fans that enjoy these dream matchups or whatever AEW has to offer, and they don't care about drawing in a casual
because if you look at the numbers from this time last year, they are now again we're barely in quarter 2. Okay, this time from last year, the overall viewership on average is down well over 120,000 on average. And this is the year where they're supposed to be in contract talks for a new rights deal. You guys are not giving yourselves a chance to show Warner Brothers Discovery why they should give you guys more money. You can't just say, "Oh, we put on great matches." That ain't gonna fucking fly.
And I feel like
you can go watch a fucking great fight at a goddamn bar fight.
And no, that's true. At one point, WWE were lacking good matches. Like
Mhm.
it was a point, but now that's not the case. So now I feel AEW has to bring more to the table. Like you just to reiterate your point, having good matches is not enough. We can
What
watch
is their
Chad
identity?
Gable have a good match. Yeah. And with
What
people
is
who
all
him,
elite wrestling's identity?
it's true. We used to watch Tony
No,
Nese have better matches on 205 Live than whatever he's doing in AEW, to be frank.
no, I said I know. I mean, I know it sounds like a rhetorical question. I'm asking a serious question. Like, what is their genuine identity?
For
They have no
AEW,
identity.
yeah, they
Yeah. What is?
identity is just put on matches. That's it.
Yeah.
Book shows. Put on a
Dana
like
White does that every week on the UFC Fight Night Live.
and I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how UFC like I guess people like you said, people enjoy watching combat sports, but like there be people that like I can't invest into these fighters because are they gonna be here next fight night down the road? I don't know. Some people just here and then they you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And it's kinda like that
yeah.
with AEW.
Dana White puts on a fight every weekend. Bare Knuckle Boxing puts on an event every weekend. WWE does their house shows every weekend. AEW don't even do house shows anymore, from what I've heard. So it's like, what is your guys' identity?
I think the identity right now is this EVP shit that they got going on. Like that's their that when I think of AEW, that's them right there. The Young Bucks, Tony Khan. I like
You know what that comes off to me as?
what's that?
Again, depending on how they tread, but if they steer in the wrong direction, I will put this story, quote unquote, in the same conversation as the Kennel from Hell that Vince Russo tried to put on.
Mm.
Now, the Elite, which Jack Perry and all this stuff, with Swerve saying that this was a bitch move, they have something special on their hands. My concern is they don't know what the fuck to do with it.
Yeah,
This story could be absolutely box office.
You know what?
You see Anthony Flop Davis, man. Jesus Christ. Sorry to come in so abruptly.
I'm watching the Lakers game right now.
Dude, the dude put a block on Anthony Davis and he fell to the ground like he got gut punched, dog. He was like kicking his feet and crying. Like, what are you doing?
Streets, I ain't gonna lie, I thought you was asleep on the microphone still.
No. Here.
But like Razor,
Got a lot going on right now too, so that's why.
Tony Khan hasn't been under the tutelage of said
Anybody.
Yeah, anybody like
Well,
anybody that holds weight. Yeah.
Like I said, you have Jeff Jarrett, who under his brain alone is 3 generations of booking. You have Jim Ross, 50 years of booking.
See, but there's a difference though, right? He employed them. Is it like you said, being under somebody? Vince was under his father.
All he's got to do is, get him on the phone.
But when you a boss, right? And I'm sorry, I'm gonna look at Tony Khan like a millennium, like I don't know how old is he. Do you know how old is Tony Khan?
I want to say early 40s. Let me see.
I just look at him like without him having to say it, he want to do things on his own. Like he want to have people there as like an opinion. Yo, what do you think about
this? This year he will be 42. He's 10 years older than me.
Okay, so me and you the same. I mean, I could see him being in that stubborn area where it's like he's reaching out to these guys, right? Like picture this, Razor. I picture out to a veteran for advice, right? And then they telling me what they think, but because I'm this millionaire and I feel like I know it all anyway, I'm gonna just piss off your advice. Like I just had enough money to ask you for your advice and piss it off anyway. I truly believe that's what Tony Khan does. He pisses off his advice.
And what's sad is I think you're spot on with that. Assuming he does reach out to them, But
Yeah, like
again, that ain't the way to run shit. Again, it's because you're so naive in the game. Again, we've all watched wrestling for over 20 years. We've all seen shit. We all have an idea about how the game's supposed to be run. We're not stupid at this shit. We all know it's a work, whatever. But if you essentially employ guys that have knowledge far beyond your wildest dreams, you have guys where between three guys alone is almost 2 centuries worth of knowledge, and you're not going to them every fucking day of the week, and your numbers are what they are. You're
three.
fucking up.
They got no. Actually, they got like four. If
I'm
well,
just saying. I'm just
yeah,
saying between
between
Jim
two.
Ross, between Jeff
Oh man,
Jarrett, and let's for
I'm
shits and
thinking Paul.
giggles,
I'm thinking
what
Paul White. I'm thinking Mark Henry if he's still employed.
I'm
Jeff
saying
Jarrett,
between Jim Ross and Jarrett alone, that's over 100 years right there of knowledge.
man. But you know why I wouldn't like? I'm not saying I wouldn't trust Jarrett, but he wasn't in the WWE game, right? Like the WWE guys that you picked up. But I can see why you
Jeff
trust Jarrett though, because he ran TNA
Jarrett
though.
is a
So
third generation booker. This shit is in his blood.
yeah, that is
Jim
true.
Ross has been in the game over 50 years. It's in his blood. Bully Ray's been in the game 30 years. It's in his blood. He's offered to help you fucking for free. Eric Bischoff's offered to help you for free. It's like you got some of the greatest minds that this business has ever seen willing to help you unfuck yourself.
But you know what?
And are you
You
and
know
all
what
you're
he
gonna do is
does,
take
right?
shots at them? Are you
Yeah,
fucking
you know
kidding
why?
me?
You know why, in my opinion? Because this is what I look at like little pissants, right? He's looking at everybody that's like, oh, all of you guys fell to Vince McMahon. I'm gonna do it differently. And yes, there's nothing wrong with doing it differently, my brother. But also, I would take from what worked and mix in what I want to do. You know what I'm saying?
One man had Vince by the balls for 83 weeks. One man has offered to help Tony Khan before this recent bullshit. One man still offers to help Tony Khan. And yet the one man is the one guy that Tony Khan still chooses to bash on the internet.
I'm gonna be honest though. On the flip side of that coin, I think some people are out of touch with certain things. Like I feel like Eric Bischoff, he was a better on-screen talent than he was like a behind the scenes for many years already.
So again, I've listened to Eric's podcast over the years pretty well. He's been adamant of the fact that
Great fucking
in the
podcast.
early stages, yeah, he was trying to get WCW up to that Titan level, and he did admit the money got to his head. He owned up to that, but also the same fact that he was adamant that Ted Turner kind of took that from him. But he's never held any ill will. It's just business. It is what it is. Because of the fact that Tony Khan, from day one, first thing he said was, "Oh, I got more money than Ted Turner." Oh, if Jim Crockett, Vern Gagne knew 1% of what I knew, they'd still be in business. Bitch, karma is biting you in the ass as we fucking speak.
Mm, that is true. This is why my whole point earlier was when I was saying if Triple H doesn't like, I'm sorry, like Vince was a creative genius. As people want to say, he was bringing us whack PG shit, this and that. He also bring us a lot of good moments in between those.
Vince
So
was trying to appease the sponsors. I'll give him that.
yeah, that's what it is. That's the silver lining people miss right there. He had to do certain things like that
And
to
he had to
grow
let folks know,
WWE.
hey, he probably had folks know, hey, we're in a different time or we're approaching a different time. Certain shit back then, it cannot fly now. There's too much money on the table to let certain shit fly.
And
And
it showed though. Like anybody that like, I'm pretty sure Triple H believed in it. He's at he's still there at the realm of things. Bruce Pritchard, there's people, a couple wrestlers probably didn't believe it in it, but The behind the scenes people know what it was.
Because think about it, because of Vince sticking to that narrative, it got WWE ESPN, it got him Disney, it got him Snickers, it got him C4. It essentially brought them to Logan Paul to a degree.
Yeah, things that they didn't have before. Like I guess I don't know if Brock Lesnar was the first Gap. Remember when he wore the Jimmy Dean on the shorts?
Oh
One
yeah,
could
yeah,
argue
yeah.
that.
When Brock came back from UFC, he wore his gear. Vince said, "Hey, it's good.
Yeah, and
Me,
you know
me and
that,
Jimmy Dean, we're gonna talk after this match, anyways."
right? But not everybody was Brock Lesnar, right? Not everybody had that
Mm-hmm.
pull. So it was like unique to him. Now the
Dana
way Triple
White
H,
has
Yo, give me
often
one
said
second. I'll be
him and
right back.
Vince are like this.
yep,
You good, Streets?
Dana White's just like, go ahead, right?
Yeah, yeah. Dana said him and Vince have always been like this. Pick up the
Yeah,
phone. They each pick each other's brains. If shit goes bad or whatever, it's good. But that communication is still there. And
I
that's
mean
something that I believe that Tony Khan hasn't quite understood as of late.
this is what I be saying. Like my episode that has yet to air of Unwelcome Your Thoughts. I was talking about Jedi mind tricks, and this will play well into it. Tony Khan is under his own Jedi mind tricks as to where he doesn't want to seem like a slime ball promoter. And bro, it has nothing to do with you being a slime ball, bro. If people know if the fans of AEW want to see AEW succeed, you're gonna understand why things are happening the way that they're happening. That's it.
Again, hate to say it, this is a game to where you cannot be afraid to piss people off. Especially since you're the fucking guy paying their checks. You cannot be afraid to tell the top dogs no.
Yep.
You cannot let the inmates run the asylum.
And if
Especially when those inmates had never been on TV before.
well, yeah, like if that, and I'm glad Swerve Strickland won the belt. But if that's true, like what he said that he said he didn't want to face Orange Cassidy for the belt, and like you said, that could lead into other superstars or whatever wrestlers, professional wrestlers. Superstars is a term for WWE, right?
Yeah.
But if other wrestlers want to say no, I'm not challenging for this belt, then it becomes a 24/7 belt now, right? Like this is a
Now again, before we get more into that, there's nothing as Orange Cassidy. It's just this is how certain folks see your role as when you were champion. They saw your ass as a step down as opposed to a step up with what it should have been. Nothing against Orange Cassidy. I just want to put that out there before we get any further.
nah, but I know what you mean though. It's kind of like challenging for the cruiserweight championship. Like, what you had to be 205 live, right? And
Uh
Seth
huh.
Rollins was 210 pounds. They had
And
to
that's why
find, yeah,
that's why Pac left WWE.
exactly, because he's too talented to be restricted to. He got too much body mass. Like y'all could have lied on the stat sheet and say he was 210, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like y'all could have lied
He
on there and
he
said,
he walks around probably about 220, 230.
yeah, y'all put him in 205 live with even Cedric. Like y'all could have low key bumped him up
Cedric is
215.
an easy 210.
Yeah, like you know, they got Carmelo Hayes walking around as 210 right now.
Yeah, and again at the time, I'm pretty sure Cedric's bigger than him.
Like,
And now again, this may dive into the old Vince antics. I get that, but at the same time, it's like shit gets antiquated for a reason, and I fear that Tony Khan is slowly falling into that rap of the old Vince isms.
I said that earlier. Remember when I said he's becoming everything he hates? I strongly believe like he didn't want to become Vince McMahon so much that you're kind of forced to become him. I remember I can't for a fact say this, but in my memory, I feel like I seen a quote where he said he would never be an on-air character.
Yep,
Okay, so you
but
remember that, right?
Yeah, but also on that topic, it's like every booker, quote unquote, has been an on-air persona, whether it be Vince, whether it be Dixie, whether it be Jarrett, you name it. At some point in time, every last one of them fell under that umbrella of being an on-screen role, whether you like it or not. The minute motherfuckers know about you, you in it.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like Tony Khan's been trying to do things so much different that, how can I say it? It's like a parent, right? I don't know if you're a parent. You a parent?
No, sir.
So you own a dog or something, a pet?
Nah.
Nah, nothing. So let me put it in the perspective from a parent. Sometimes I gotta be the bad guy.
Right.
There's times where I gotta regulate my kids, and I don't want to do it. I don't want to make them cry, but I gotta put my foot down. That's what he lacks. He lacks
Mm-hmm.
the regulate. He don't know how to regulate. He doesn't know how to run the show. He doesn't know how to put his foot down for authority. And all right, fuck it, I'm the bad guy, but you still gonna love me.
Now I don't know what this is gonna do for the viewers in your chat right now, but like Jim Cornette says best, it's all friends wrestling.
Yeah. Oh, you seen? I think we seen the other one on Twitter, right? All empty arenas, all empty arena wrestling. That was crazy.
Like I said, I mean that this is what I can't get past. It's like you can't sell out Daly's place. Like seriously, you can't sell them motherfuckers out.
I think it's
Your
poor
own
promotion.
your own backyard.
It's poor promotion. I don't know about anywhere else. When they come to New York, like, bro, you when WWE come here, you hearing about it. Like,
So I'm glad you brought that up. A quick sidebar. Your take on AEW moving Forbidden Door from Arthur Ashe?
I think that's their best move. You don't want to go looking in foolish. They know this isn't going to be held in Wembley Stadium. Their biggest mass appeal to me is global. They sell globally. In the States is a big question. It's hard, and a New York audience is tough. Just like a Chicago audience.
Or Philly?
Yeah, it's New York's a tough crowd to please.
Yeah, but also it's like even in the early AEW days, they pinned Arthur Ashe, much like a United Center in Chicago, as, or even Daly's Place in Jacksonville, as their home turf. You've been to Arthur Ashe at the time prior to AEW moving, you were going to be there probably 6, 7, 8 times in the last 5 years.
Let me ask you something. 'Cause I think I asked you this before, right? Because this is
Yeah.
gonna go. I do you think AEW would have been made without Cody Rhodes? Like,
No.
just
No.
so he's
No
not
doubt.
there. The heart and
No
soul
shot.
left. The heart and
No
soul
shot
left
at all.
AEW's not the same from then.
If now, are we talking Cody leaving before AEW gets started or what?
No, I mean like from them early events while Cody Rhodes was still on the roster till now.
If Cody's still there, they have a small glimmer of hope. But again, watching what we've seen from the crowds later on in time, it's like all of their bullshit is self-inflicted. That's how I see it.
He was there, John Cena. They just was waiting for him to turn heel. AEW fan base was just waiting for Cody to turn heel, the same way WWE
I'll make the argument that he was more that the AEW fan base wanted him to be more of their Macho Man Randy Savage, whereas his black hair persona wanted to be more of a Roddy Piper, just shooting from the hip. It was never going to work.
Oh, I like that. Because I remember that early transition when he left WWE. He was having them indie scenes. I think he even had a match with Kurt Angle with the dark hair.
He had a cage match with him.
Yes. Oh.
Again, I watched that. That was during when my boys Russell Talk had their bit promotion, whatever, before they turned into What Culture. They had a
Okay.
cage match between I don't know if it was before or after the World Cup, but it was Cody Rhodes, Kurt Angle in a cage match. Honestly, if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend you watch it. That was a great match, especially because of the fact that Cody Rhodes' feet literally hit the goddamn roof of the ceiling as he hits the moonsault.
I think I've seen that. Yeah. I think I remember that. Them
And
indies,
again, that was also during a time where Ricochet and our boy Will Ospreay had that infamous match where they both do the little springboard shit and the top rope collapses and shit. That same time frame, a whole lot of good shit.
That's why I like to take the time to enjoy whatever special happens in wrestling. And I feel like I know the special moments. I don't gotta look down the road and be like, wow, that was special. Like even Jinder Mahal, when he was the modern day Maharaja, my friends used to think I was a troll, but I really enjoyed him, his gimmick.
Ginger definitely grew on a lot, myself and a lot of folks, because we got to see a side of Ginger that we didn't see aside from 3MB and whatever other bullshit he was doing. He wasn't doing anything. Everyone was worried that he was going to be another Muhammad Hassan.
Right.
And we saw the work he did with as the Maharaja with the Singh brothers, and that was just magic.
Yeah, I agree. That was one of my favorite periods of time. Like it felt unpredictable. I like unpredictable. Like when I go into week after week, knowing what's gonna happen. I don't like that.
And that like it brought a lot of moments from his match with AJ to that moment with Orton where he accidentally overturns one of the brothers onto the table and he has that little my bad look on his face.
They had the Punjabi match. Khali comes
The
back.
Punjabi prison match.
Yeah.
Again, folks are gonna sleep on Jenna for a minute, but again, like he brought a lot of good and a lot of, let's see, how do I put this respectfully? He brought a lot of a lot of excellent moments in WWE during a time where it was in a little bit of limbo.
I feel like this is my opinion, right? A natural fan is gonna look at a heel and think that they fucking suck, like they can't wrestle. That's the psychology. The heel
You're
isn't
supposed to think that.
Yeah, the heel isn't supposed to be doing Ricochet style moves, like in classic wrestling psychology. Now in modern age, you might see heels pulling off athletic ass moves, but that's not going to be, or it shouldn't be, right? In WWE's landscape, it shouldn't be part of their main spiel.
So I know you're very well versed in wrestling as a whole, but do you know the golden rule for wrestling heels?
I mean, it depends what you asking me, but let me see. I'm gonna just try to answer your question without no hints. I feel like wrestling heels aren't supposed to. They aren't supposed to smile. There's no flips. There shouldn't be anything that's flashy. The
You're
psychology,
close.
yeah, the psychology. It should just be scathing.
Wrestling heels do not sell merchandise under no circumstances.
Remember, I said that earlier though. When I said Bianca, if she goes heel, she wouldn't be able to sell the merchandise. So you're
Yep.
right. Yep.
That is the golden rule for heels in professional wrestling 101. And this goes back to the Flair Bockwinkel days. This goes back to the old Terry Funk days, the Von Erich days, the Fabulous Freebirds. It's in the history books. Wrestling Heels 101 never sell merchandise under no circumstances. You do not want them to invest in you any way, shape, or form. You want them to tell you, get the fuck out of my town.
Yep.
And certain heels today, again, kudos to Dominic. Aside from the merch that he has currently on stock, whatever he's doing now that was blessed upon him during the Rhea situation, keep riding that bitch till the sun goes down. And even then, just keep riding with it.
I mean, we in that weird era, right? Like even when Brock Lesnar did his Suplex City, bitch, eat, sleep, conquer.
Aside from the Suplex City stuff, and the Here Comes the Pain shirt, has Brock ever sold any merch? Aside from those two moments.
The F5 Fury shirt, I can't say recently, but about 2 years ago, I copped the retro. They had dropped the retro on WWE Shop. And you're right, they only had 2 shirts from him. The F5 Fury, and it wasn't even something that he wore to sell merch.
It's not even just because of that. It's just you want to establish a babyface and a heel. If there's a guy that's targeting that you're supposed to hate, you're gonna have reason to hate him. Whether it's you're gonna hate it because he doesn't have merch, you're gonna hate it because of the shit he does in the ring and says in the ring. You're gonna hate him just because of how he looks or whatever. We're gonna give you every reason possible to hate him.
Yeah, and it's kind of like it goes back to maybe want to say Austin was that example. Maybe DX, where like
Austin definitely tried it, and then folks took a liking to him mid Attitude Era, and then he became the quintessential anti-hero. Another guy you could probably argue that probably fit that role might have been maybe a Steve Blackman. That folks sleep on quite a bit. Even Ken Shamrock, when he was with the corporation, had that gimmick for a little bit to where
he should have been Beast. He was presented as a Beast, but I mean, like how Brock Lesnar held the belt a few times. Maybe Ken Shamrock could have held the belt a few more times, and you know what I'm saying.
I mean, honestly, I'll die on this hill. We could have had it with Hardcore Holly if Brock Lesnar didn't break his neck. If Brock didn't break his neck, we had it.
See, the thing is, with that era, I feel like we had a lot of guys that were tested. Had a lot of, all right, you might have had somebody like you said, Hardcore Holly, but he was Bob Holly in the '90s, right? Like he survived the '90s. He went through Monday Night Raw. Yep, we had everybody that did what they did. So I don't know. It was a different time back then. I don't like to make excuses, chat. Like even with basketball, right? Time and we look at players like, oh, he would have played better in this era. He would have did this in that era. I feel like you kind of got to go with what you got. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Like you can't help. We can always play that what if game.
My bad.
Nah, you good. I'm over here watching the Lakers selling his lead right here. They're about to give up the lead. Well, they did give up the lead now. What I'm saying is they're about to get taken out this playoffs.
What quarter is it right now?
The fourth quarter.
Oh.
Unless LeBron do his theatrics, looking like they ready to go fishing.
So let me ask you this.
Yep.
Where do you see LeBron in the next couple of years, or even after this year?
Couple meaning two, I think.
The reason why I say a couple is because from what I've been hearing, Bronny is now eligible for the draft.
I think he plays enough to play with Bronny, and I don't think it, like if he cares about.
No, I'm saying I'm saying NBA draft's in a few months. Bronny's eligible for that draft.
I think LeBron got another year left in him, but does he want to? Does he want to? Like, do you want to take the shine from your kid? Like, do you want to make your kid look like he not that good? Like LeBron was
Well,
a beast when he came in the league. I ain't gonna lie.
he's always been adamant about he wants to play 1 year with his kid, but it's like his work ain't been what it used to be. Respectfully,
I'm not gonna lie. Like, if LeBron can't get out the first round right now, like, if somehow I think they could beat Denver. Like, they've been ahead of them every game. If they could beat Denver tonight, they got a chance. It'll make the series 3-2. It's one game at a time from here on out, right? But
but Joke's a different animal.
that's what I'm saying. And the struggles of being on the West, bro. You want to lose on the first round like that?
If it was Dallas or something like that, maybe you can make the case, but Denver is just a different beast as a whole.
Bro,
Denver is a complete team.
It don't even matter what team LeBron is on the West. Any team he on could be in the play-in.
So with that being said, assuming LeBron has a no trade clause, where do you see him going potentially? Or do you just wait till Bronny signs and then go wherever he goes?
I ain't gonna lie. It's a hot take, man. It's time he come to New York. We've been wanting this our whole life, man. Yo, King James, come to New York, baby. We need you. One time.
I mean, I want him in. I wouldn't mind having him in sack too, but still, it's like I know what he worked with over here. It ain't much to write home about.
Nah, realistically, if we talk a realistic lineup, I think see, I don't know, cause I want to say some petty shit. Like, if he didn't care about his legacy, he could just go join any team. Like, he could just. You know what
I
I'm
wouldn't say
saying?
just any team.
He could join the Denver if he wanted to. They don't got a small forward, really. They got KCP. They starting small forward.
What about Phoenix?
Phoenix about to break down.
But again,
got swept.
But again, with that being said, if King James walking it comes rolling in and he convinces their higher ups to trade up to go get that first round pick, draft Bronny, so you got the King and the Prince in the mix with Booker, with the crew.
I think we back in that center dominant league, like Embiid and Jokic right now are the two dominant centers, and Jokic got the better team.
So LeBron can't convert to centers, what you're saying?
Nah.
You don't think so?
Nah.
Well, okay, so what if he goes to say
he can, but if he's trying to preserve like the way these players be trying to preserve games and shit and
what if he goes to NOLA with the Pelicans? I'm talking about him and Bronny as a package deal with every team I mentioned. Them two as a package deal.
I ain't gonna lie, I could see them going to Chicago.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the last place I would have thought of, to be honest.
Chicago. He switches his number again.
I never would have thought Chicago. I would have thought Knicks long before I thought Chicago.
Chicago. Only reason because that's another team he had wanted to play for. He had wanted to play for a few teams. The Lakers just happened to be. I feel like he got two out of the.
What about Boston?
Nah. I see Dallas more than Boston. If he go over there with Kyrie and Luka,
that Dallas would be absolutely nasty.
Yeah, I could see that, but not no Boston.
If he goes to Dallas, I could see them easily getting at least 3 rings out of 7 years.
He got 3 years in him though, LeBron.
Again, Dallas, that whole squad is basically just they're set. You get him and Bronny in to just fill in when needed be. It'll do itself. That'll extend LeBron's career to at least 4 or 5 years. Easy. Goes in, does his 20. Goes in, bangs out his 20 minutes. Boom, he's good.
I feel like
He
his
don't gotta.
Lakers shit is shortening his span right here. Like he's
Well,
playing at such a high level right now. Like
it's because he's trying to show the kids how it's done when he shouldn't have to do that.
right.
He's burning himself out by doing that.
And one. Look, LeBron just took this guy to the fucking rim, KCP. You telling me that
Again,
KCP starts over him now?
and again, this is why, again, LeBron and whoever. Honestly, hold on. What about this? What about LeBron and Bronny in Atlanta?
That'd be crazy. Atlanta's in that weird stage right now, though. We're like
Them two and Trae Young.
they talk about getting rid of Trae Young.
Those two brothers might make him want to stay.
Yeah, but isn't unfortunately, it's not up to him. The team want to get rid of him and keep Deontay Murray for some reason.
That's what the agent's for.
Yeah, work that out, right?
Be like, hey, he'll stay for this much money. Don't worry, we'll get you the ring. And just tell Trae, hey, trust me on this. I'm trying to get you a ring to earn you another bag.
I'm glad you mentioned that though, because wherever LeBron goes, this will be if he goes somewhere new and doesn't win a championship, that'll be the first place he go and don't win a championship.
Again, like I said, he's ring chasing now. He's trying to solidify the legacy. Everyone knows he's going to be in the Hall of Fame soon. It's just, what more can you add to that immaculate resume? And on top of that, who else can say they want a ring with their kid? Nobody.
Right. At least he say he could say he won one in LA though. That was one of the first he got there. He lost the first year. I don't think they even made it to the playoffs. Then the second year they won the championship.
Wasn't that was that pre or during pandemic?
Everybody talking it was a Disney year, but I'll be honest, everybody had the same chance to win the championship that year. Even Denver. Denver just so we happened to be one of those teams we beat. But we had a better team for them that year. We had Dwight Howard and JaVale McGee.
And then Dwight left, and Joker learned how to play with grown ass men. And said, "Nah, fuck you."
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, yo, it's cool, right? When people make that joke, like, oh, but people actually forget though that having Dwight Howard and JaVale McGee and people like that on the team actually helped Anthony Davis.
Dwight Howard has and will be one of one. He's like Megatron in the NFL. It's like you can't match up against that. You can't learn how to study to compete against that because there ain't no one like him.
I always say it. Anthony Davis' best years in New Orleans was when DeMarcus Cousins was his center because he didn't have to worry about banging down low. He could do whatever rebounds he caught, and whatever he do on offense, he could just whatever his style of play, he could just do that. And Rondo was giving him the ball.
Which is why every year I pray to God Boogie comes back to Sacramento.
Boogie was.
We need him.
That injury he caught was net. Man, I ain't gonna. You see, it's the style of play though. Because realistically, if the league wasn't so fast, he could still play.
Oh, I think he can still play now.
That's what I'm saying. I think he can still play, but the style of play is so fast. It's going to consist of him running up.
If he signs, if DeMarcus Cousins signs right now, I'm willing to bet you can get at least again, or if you're maximizing what he can do, you can get 5 solid years out of him. And that's 5 years of him just busting his ass.
Why I believe that? Because Miami Heat got Eddie Curry out of retirement or whatever Eddie Curry was doing when he was out of shape. And they got him on their championship Heat squad.
Because the Sacramento Kings, now again, Sabonis has come a long way from last year, but let's be honest, he cannot play physical like a la Draymond Green. He cannot match the fuck around, find out mentality like a Draymond Green or like a Bill Laimbeer type shit.
Man, Jokic got 17 rebounds. That's crazy.
I ain't surprised, to be honest. Again, Joker's much like Laimbeer and everyone, and like Draymond. He's one of one.
I feel like I said though, it's a center. Yo, bro, they got a bunch of undersized people playing the center role. Like these dudes ain't really centers, bro. Playing center, like, come on, you know what a center look like, bro? It look like stacking them boys. It look like
What was it
Patrick
a
Ewing,
couple years ago?
Ian
A couple years
Robinson.
ago, it was Phoenix and Denver. Why the fuck is Crowder guarding Joker?
Yeah, bro.
You were asking him to fail.
You ain't lying, bro. It's like like I ain't gonna lie. Even Giannis, right? When they played against the Suns in the finals, he made DeAndre Ayton look like a bitch, like type shit, like oh, you the center of this team, nigga. I'm the power forward. I'm the small forward, nigga. Like I'm about to come thrash this shit.
He said, "I'm gonna show you why my country call me big dog, not you."
Yeah, the Greek freak, for real. He dominated that finals.
Now, did Milwaukee retain or did they cut his brother?
They still got his brother there.
Giannis. Okay, because I was reading some shit that they let him go, and that Giannis stepped in like, "Nah, I ain't having that."
That was the sneaker. Yeah, I mean, they yeah. They
No,
was tryna-
this was recently.
Oh, yeah, he riding with his brother. Yeah,
Oh shit, I don't doubt him. Now again, I haven't seen much of Giannis play, but again, if genetics run deep, I would assume and hope that he plays like Giannis does.
nah, he don't. He ass.
Uh,
Like he literally one of the people in the league that you could say he's really there because who his brother is.
Because I know the Kings recently got the less talented Lopez brother from them.
Yeah, like you got dudes that actually played in college, bro, on national television that ain't getting that look. And where the fuck he played overseas? A few minutes sparingly, like what?
Again, yeah, the NBA has always been a weird league to critique. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
honest, because again, you have the international potential, you have the college stars over here from the NCAA. It's hard to keep track of them. I'm gonna be real.
and who they want to select, right? Like you'll have like a overseas player that all right, overseas they might only have 15 games a season, and he's
And
highly touted.
and baseball here is in the states has become the same way too. Because look how many Asian players got basically got top dollar over here.
Yeah, they coming up too. Yeah, facts.
You had again Shohei. You had Nakamura. You had Imanaga from the Cubs. Junhung Lee from the Giants.
And they coming up like unless you dig deep, unless you're really a baseball fanatic or you just keeping your eye on the game, like a casual, not really gonna catch those names. You know what I'm saying? And they digging deep for those.
Yeah, but also in the same leagues, you got guys like a Trevor Bauer who could put up legendary numbers that would rival the legendary Ty Cobb, Raw the Figures, all them other great names, Randy Johnson. And because of one blemish that ended up being false, he gets the Velveteen Dream Marty Scurll treatment.
I ain't gonna lie too. That whole little, I'm not a fan of the cancel era or where you want to erase
The Me
somebody's
Too movement,
history. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah, you could say the Me Too movement, but
or
it's
just
more
cancel culture
like,
in general.
yeah, like just like it's more of a you're guilty until proven innocent when it should be you're innocent until proven guilty. What happened to that?
Right.
No, it's the other way
Yeah.
around. You're guilty until proven innocent, and I'm more like fuck you, nigga. Then I'm fucking guilty. Now I can stand here and know I'm innocent, nigga. Now I want to be guilty. Like if you're
Yeah.
telling me I'm a demon with no proof of it, now I want to live that life just to fuck you off.
Or also, if you're telling folks, if you're pleading your story to folks, then they're essentially
Oh, he's
stuck on
trying
their
too
current
hard.
mind state.
Yeah, he's trying too hard to prove his innocence.
Yeah.
But
I'm with you on that one. It's one of those, like, if folks don't think a certain type of way of me, all right, cool.
You know what I'm saying?
Less people I got to worry about.
Yeah, it's like, well, what the fuck's going on here? Like, it always goes back to what I like to say. My favorite saying it, and I live by this, is Jedi Montrix. That's all it is.
So, I don't quite hear. What was that favorite saying?
Jedi Montrix.
Oh, I started leaning into the saying.
No, yeah, it's Jedi Montrix because I just feel like people always gonna misdirect you into believing one thing when they on another path, whether it's deviant time, whether it's selfish, but selfish don't have to necessarily mean it could just like all right, when I was in school,
Everybody
right?
got an agenda at the end of the day.
Everybody has an agenda. When I was in school, people used to make it seem like being nerdy was such a bad thing, right? So I come from like poverty hood area, so if you was a nerd, you didn't want to be like the two nerd that was like, oh, I'm too good in school. Like you said, you get bitch, you gotta prove yourself every day, right? But then on the flip side, the same people that's putting this outlook is the motherfuckers studying every day, doing their homework. Jedi mind
Shit,
tricking.
shit. The high school that I went at the time when I was going there, these motherfuckers were so petty to where they would prejudge you based on what you wore your freshman year.
Oh yeah, that was the same in my school too. If you wasn't wearing Jordans, you was like a bozo. If you wasn't wearing whatever
If
was
you wasn't
fly,
wearing Jordans, if you wasn't wearing Gerbo shorts,
yeah, you was a bozo. You was like you wearing him. You know what I'm
and
saying?
then
That's
also like I see motherfuckers that would score up with folks just because they felt threatened by the shit they were wearing.
exact. And these the same people saying that the same people trading shit. Like they wasn't actually buying their clothes. They're fucking trading, doing extra behind the scenes shit to get their little fly shit. And it's like Jedi mind tricks. Like man, you know better than me. Like and that's
And here my folks giving me up on, hey, if you comfortable, what's the problem?
yeah.
And that shit stuck with me to this day. It's like, hey, yeah, the fancy shit's nice, but hey, if that shit's uncomfortable, then why are you wearing it?
Nah, that's true. Yeah. It's that's why I couldn't like when I like to ride in cars and shit. I can't be in a small car. Like all of them small cars look cool and shit like that. But like
Well,
I was
like the
watching
little,
a
like,
video
we talking like the fancy like Corvettes and shit, like the little concept cars.
Corvettes. Yup. I was watching a dude in a Rolls Royce in a two seater. This dude like he had some shit that opened up, but when it closed, it always hit his arm when he got his arm on the steering wheel. I'm like that looks uncomfortable.
Yeah, yeah. So
Like you
again,
drop your phone, you can't even reach for it. You can't do shit to get it. Like
so me personally, one of my the only Corvette that I like personally is a 1963 Corvette Stingray. I would never fucking get one because I'm too damn big for one.
I feel I
And
feel that.
even then, it's like, why would I get into it if I can't move around, just kick back and chill, get comfortable, whatever? The
Want to be
cars
comfortable.
tell me how to get comfortable. Nah, I ain't cool with that.
Yeah, like me personally, I like to ride in the Jeep because it's more spacious. It's more like okay, like I could kick back. The person behind me is comfortable. I could like move the seat back, whatever the case may be.
Everyone's chilling just fine, no matter what you do. Everyone's fine.
Everybody's chilling. This game is coming down to the wire right here. 101-99. 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Ooh-wee.
Denver's up. I feel like they're gonna win. I'll be surprised if the Lakers win.
LeBron, you need one hell of a miracle, my friend.
I'm not gonna lie.
Whereas
All three is wild.
OKC won by 8 over New Orleans, 97-89.
They might drug test this kid after this game. I'm not gonna lie to you. Austin Reeves,
No,
he playing out of his mind in the fourth quarter.
but real quick, let me ask you something. Because they got swept, where do you see Zion's future going?
I mean, it's over for the Pelicans. They got to move
No,
CJ.
I'm talking about Zion in general. Like,
I think he.
I mean, yeah, he's had the history with injuries, or whatever, and his weight and all that shit. He just got swept in the playoffs right now.
He
What
got that
happens
Blake
with him?
Griffin. He got that Blake Griffin trajectory where this
Really?
might, yeah, the difference of the Pelicans don't got that Clippers appeal or the remember when the Clippers had the Showtime Clippers, they was throwing alley oops and like they never found an
Yeah,
identity for
but
Zion over there in the Pelicans. He just always kind of been and in Blake Griffin case, they found an identity. They paired him up with a Hall of Fame caliber point guard and Chris Paul. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. I feel like that's missing over there in the Pelicans. So as his future, it could be a little gray for him. I'm not gonna lie.
but Zion had Brandon Ingram and CJ McCollum. Like,
Yeah. I wasn't really sold on CJ McCollum always though. I'm gonna be honest.
so what team do you think, like, or what guy does he have to work with essentially to get that out of him? As far as
Um,
Zion, or what type
mm,
of person?
I mean, I think maybe LaMelo Ball, like the way LaMelo Ball play. I think Zion used to play good with his brother Lonzo, but Lonzo ended up going to Chicago.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Shit, LeBron, we need you to make these free throws, LeBron. This is big time. This is what niggas be talking about right here. This is LeBron to prove himself in the last dance right here. You heard? Niggas be talking about, oh, LeBron don't want to take the last shot. He just went into the rack right now. He about to get the last two free throws. LeBron, can you make this shit? And I'm a
Hey,
LeBron James.
hey. If you want to break it down, that's still a lot of time on the board
26 seconds.
for some for like a
Yeah,
LeBron, like a Curry,
yeah,
like a
yeah.
Luka, Joker. That's a lot of time.
The only thing is Denver red hot right now. I'm not gonna lie. Jamal Murray just the play before this. Jamal Murray just hit a 3-pointer, put them up two.
I'm just saying for some of the greats that we've already established as the greats, and what we've
Yeah,
seen from their resumes for
I'm not
LeBron,
gonna lie. LeBron looking good.
I'm personally confident that this should be just enough for him.
This is a big free throw right here to tie the game. Nigga made it. Jesus Christ.
Again,
10 years ago,
the,
he
as
would
far
have
as
made
again, it's that's fucked up.
That's my God.
But
I
again,
can say that.
you just mad because he went back to Cleveland and got shit done.
No, yo, I ain't gonna lie. LeBron is dead ass my favorite player. So, oh my God, Jamal. No, they hit the game winning shot. That's a foul? No way. We got bumped like that, bro.
Jamal got the shot off.
Yes, bro. And my
Hey,
phone died, bro. Look at this. Look at
yeah.
this, bro. Oh, it's back.
Oh,
Got light.
Your phone said, "Hey, I need a minute. Hold on, real quick."
Bro, that shit shook the
It did
earth.
the oh Lord.
Oh, man, bro. Jamal Murray hit the shot on Austin Reeves.
Again, at the end of the day, the tandem of Jamal and Joker alone is too much for LeBron. The guys he has currently aren't the guys that get shit done. We saw that early in the year when we had doubts of them even making the playoffs to begin with. And again, King James can't do it all on his own. Someone else got to toe the line.
And then they ain't have no timeouts left either.
Folks, you hate to see it.
Wow, that's crazy. Well,
Again, I'll ask the question once again. What team do you see him going to or being with next season or after July of this year, post NBA draft?
I see him going overseas to play with Turkey,
No, realistically.
Man, I can't. I'm beyond. I see retirement. I don't even see LeBron put himself through another rigor.
You don't see him and Bronny joining one team together?
Nah. I feel like that shit was cool to say when Bronny was just a kid, but now that Bronny's a grown man, LeBron's old, I think he might have a different outlook on that. I'm not even gonna lie.
Let's see if I can pull that up. But who currently did they ever do the draft lottery for NBA?
Nah. Well, not that I've seen. If they have, Voodoo, I see you out there, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Because I want to know.
Like, he be doing this shit to us all the time.
Cause I want to know who's got the top like 7 or the top 10 pick for the NBA draft this year.
I ain't gonna lie,
to me that would, because to me between those 10 teams that would determine where LeBron goes next year.
Bronny ain't no top 10 player. If any team take Bronny top 10, they doing that because they want LeBron. Like you saying, like
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting to.
If there's any truth that they want to secure LeBron James and this and that, but also you got to remember, what if Lakers package up a deal and get that draft pick?
Okay, but again, I'm sure LeBron would have talked to them prior to that saying, hey, that's all fine and dandy, but who else you bringing in?
That is the major question. You got to send out AD. You have to.
Oh, no doubt. But again, who do you go after?
Now,
who do you
you
try to make a move for?
Is this a championship year, or is this a year to just hoop with your son?
If Bronny is in play, it's 1,000% a championship year. I will bet 3 months my salary on that bitch right now. If Bronny is in the mix, whoever LeBron it is an all or nothing year.
That's huge. I mean, but realistically, I see that because anywhere LeBron goes, it's an all or nothing year. So that's just the reality.
But again, he's always said, I want to play 1 year with my son, and that's it. He's always stuck to that vision. Now this vision could be happening. We are now here. Are you sticking to your guns and doing the Tom Brady stuff and just riding out in the sunset afterwards? But at the same time, it's like, are you really about, again, one more ring to prove that you're, without a shadow of a doubt, the GOAT?
I think he wants one more ring at this age. I think he wants one more. But the situation he can't go into another experiment as to where, in the next few years we're gonna be him and Bronny got to be set.
So after these NBA finals, you and I need to get together and figure out not only who needs the most help before the NBA draft, but who would benefit the most from LeBron and potentially Bronny post draft, to see where that shit goes.
Yup. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about the last dance, which would be Kevin Durant, LeBron James joining Steph Curry on the Warriors.
I can see LeBron going there, but not Durant. Only because
Durant need to go there if he know what's best for him. Because ain't no other.
I can see Durant sticking around only because of the fact that him, Bill, and Booker know what they got as a trio. It's just
that shit
we can just but because I know, but again, we can call the early injuries what they were, but we're gonna say that, hey, they can make this shit work. Because LeBron, Wade, and Bosh didn't work from Jump Street.
That's facts.
Because again, Durant could be with the mindset that this could be no different. Like, just give them a minute. This year was a wash and a fluke. They can get it done. Because that ultimately puts Booker's legacy on the line too. As can he be the guy that they just invested in?
I'm gonna be honest, and I was thinking about this the other day. I think everybody got this infatuation with all of the people that Kobe Bryant took under his wing before he passed away. Jason Tatum, Devin Booker, Kyrie Irving, and people secretly gravitate towards these players like, and they're nice, bro. I'm not saying they're not
Mhm.
nice. But people always questioning Jason Tatum. Kyrie Irving, his on the court is not in question. It's off the court. So he got a
Yep.
different, it's not on the court with
Because
him.
Kyrie on the court
Fucking
again,
phenomenally.
can't nobody touch him right now.
Nah.
Nobody.
And at this age, it's crazy to see like him and Curry was battling out in that finals, right? And Curry looked
Mhm.
like he was a little. Now Curry looked like he's slowing down. As to where Kyrie looked like he's rejuvenated. Like you know what I'm saying? Like he's ready to showcase his abilities again.
Yep.
The fucking Lakers got bumped. I mean, we in that generation where I be saying this though, like all good things come to an end, right? We haven't seen nothing like this. We never seen Jordan make the playoffs with the Wizards and expect him to win a championship. So we expect
Yeah.
LeBron James to do it with the Lakers. Like we, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but again, aside from that stand with the Wizards, Jordan never lost in the finals.
That's the blemish that LeBron got to carry. Unfortunate for him, and that's the blemish that almost every great carried if they haven't made it to the finals.
But not only that, again, folks, again, depending on who you're playing against, certain motherfuckers ain't worried about LeBron. Folks, they feared Jordan. They feared Kobe.
Yeah, they're not worried about
And
LeBron.
no. Again, but when Jordan and Kobe took the court, everything changed.
And nah, and you knew when they did certain shit, it was game time. When Kobe did certain thing, he bit his jersey or whenever when
It could be something as subtle as the
subtle,
camera just pans to them, they got that look in their eye.
you knew it was game time.
Yeah. Again, once you saw the camera pan to them and the fans saw that look, it's like, oh shit. Just dot it up as what it is. Lakers won. Sure enough.
I really think we're in that, and it's hard because it's not too many times where we see this. It's literally generational where so many years people probably seeing Magic Johnson, Larry Bird go to the finals, and then the years that they stopped making the finals, them fans is probably like, "Whoa, what's happening?"
But
And
also
so forth and so forth, bro.
I think LeBron gets the slack of which everyone knows what he's done for the league over the last 20 years. And because he did it at a young age, which is now unprecedented, because when he did it, you could do it. You don't even got to finish high school and do it. Nowadays, you got to be at least 21 to be in the draft.
Yep.
So his accolades, because of what he did, in my opinion, will never be touched.
Unless they revert the rules back somehow, like
Again, with labor laws in all over states, that's never going to happen. LeBron, for what it is, he is special. Everyone knows that. When he came in the league, everyone wanted LeBron versus Carmelo. Well, once we finally got that, it was years after the fact, and by then one was arguably superior than the other.
look, LeBron almost got hurt in this game too, just to get eliminated.
And
Like
and again,
I'm not saying you want to play for a sure like nothing's
in
for
his
sure, right?
in his mind, once he kind of got to the Lakers, I already had a feeling that with his brain, it was we're going to ring or over my dead body. That was his mentality.
That should have been a block.
But to go to the difference of teams that he's had over the years, it's like, what else can he do with him with the Lakers that he can't pretty much do with anybody else that already has a team already ready to go for him and his son.
Cohesiveness. Like you disrupt a cohesive team, and I think the Lakers is what you get.
But can he do that in Dallas with Luka and Kyrie? Can't he
Maybe
do that
not.
in Atlanta with Trae Young? Can't he do
Maybe
that with
not.
the Knicks?
Maybe not. But it all looks pretty with them rosters as they are set.
That's what I'm saying. It's like
I think you will. If I was LeBron, I'd probably want to line myself with somebody like Giannis, and then a shooter, maybe Durant or
so.
Curry.
With Giannis, it would depend if Dame has a certain clause in his contract where he can bounce after this season. Because if for that to work, you would need Dame to be there. Because that's the insurance policy right there.
Mm. I think that
If Dame's not there, there's no shot in hell for that.
that's a little. I think that was a little missed team right there. Like people thought. I even thought that it was gonna be a good idea. Dame Lillard with Giannis, like,
Well,
but
it can still work. It's just the injury bug played what it is, but it seems that both have learned from that. So, depending on what Dame's contract looks like, if he chooses to stay in Milwaukee next year, this could be an option.
I just think from what it looked like accounts, Giannis just looks tired of playing with the same team. Like not the same team as in the Bucks, but he's had almost the same core with no real like big splash aside from Drew Holiday. And Drew Holiday was a big splash, but he wasn't the biggest splash around. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
and even after they lost Drew Holiday, where's the efforts to pull in anything else? You know, I mean, Dame Lillard is there, but it was kind of like a little gray area.
But again, like I said, if you can retain Dame and potentially trade up for a top draft pick if you don't have it, LeBron could be a very realistic option for you guys.
Could be. It could be. I wonder.
So
I
a
know.
lot,
I know.
a
We're about to
lot
have
happened
some
between
sound
now
bites.
and July.
Yeah, we're about to have some sound bites soon. I know. If not now on TNT or whatever this is, I know they're gonna have LeBron talking about his future soon. You know those reporters are gonna be on their job asking LeBron post
I think
game.
we're gonna get the typical. I'm gonna take some time to think about it.
I can
I'm
see
not
that
expecting
too.
nothing. I'm not expecting anything right now. At least until the finals.
Imagine they just be like, "Nah, yo, I'm done with this shit." They be like,
Because again, say Milwaukee can't make it there, or say if they lose to a Joker again or whatever, I could see Dame if they convince Dame to stay, LeBron and maybe Bronny going over there and saying, "Hey, this is the all or nothing team right here."
but Bronny not even that good though.
But again, under the tutelage of everyone that he's like of a Joker, Dame, and LeBron, again, just that year of knowledge under those teachers alone could make some jumps because you're playing with the big boys now.
Then you got to remember too, he coming off that heart injury or whatever happened to him that he passed out in college. So he didn't
Yeah,
really get that
so
many reps in college and shit. So it's like I feel like they rushing him. I don't like you remember what happened to Dwayne Wade's son when they just rushing him into like the G
well,
League. They were
that's true as well. But again, it's like that's where LeBron's gonna have to talk with his son, saying, "Hey, do you really want this?"
that's what gotta happen because you could have the greatest mind in the world, but unless Bronny himself is mentally one and physically two able to do these things, it's like
Well, I'm
if
sure he's
that's something
mentally
like you
there. It's
said,
just
yeah,
physically, can he do it?
Time will tell. Right. Physically, yeah, I'm with you there. I think mentally he's there. He's checked in. The lifestyle's there. I think it's the physicality part, like you said.
Mm-hmm. It's will his body allow him to do it, which is unfortunate to think about. But again, that's just what we're looking at right now.
That's just a harsh reality, and people hate when I bring it up in sports. Like I remember I've had many arguments where, oh, who you think is gonna win? And I'll be like, well, if this person gets hurt, and people are like, oh, why you trying to jinx it? That's just part of the game. And then what happens? Somebody gets hurt, changes the whole series.
One topic I brought up a lot with some of my friends was essentially the health of Tua Tagovailoa with the Miami Dolphins. In Bama,
Mm.
he had a history of injuries, and then went to the draft. Folks, quote unquote, forgot about said injuries. He had
Then
that
he
weird
got
string of
rocked.
concussions a couple years ago,
Yep,
and
I
then
remember that shit. Yep.
granted, this year was a lot better for him, but it's one of those like you can't help but think about the year before, thinking that that's still a very strong possibility.
And concussions are weird too. Like I had a concussion, right? And I didn't even
Mm-hmm.
know. Like I got hit
Oh
by a car,
no,
and
and
they got
again
that was
from
weird.
rugby, I've had several. I've been knocked out during the game before, like I knocked out cold.
And you kind of don't know, right? It's just like,
So when I had that one specifically, one of my boys drove my car to the local hospital. According to him, I answered all. I went to autopilot mode, answered all the nurses' questions on my own. Scared the fuck out of them.
mm,
Like whatever she was asking, I guess my brain kind of knew in advance what to say, and I started saying that shit.
yeah, your motors kicked in. It's kind of the same thing that happened to me. Like they started asking questions, they telling me like I was answering things, and I kind of remember a little bit of everything, but everything moved so fast.
Oh,
Like,
I remember shit.
nah,
I remember taking the hit and then waking up in a hospital bed, and then about an hour after I kind of woke up, the doctor handed me my discharge papers, and that was it. I don't
I
remember
feel yeah,
shit.
and that's why I said like there's levels to concussions, right? Because you could be knocked out cold and get a concussion. I guess I was still like awake and had a concussion, and like
Oh,
that's the
I,
part
I, was,
that
I
was
was
like
deemed unconscious for at least 7 hours.
that's crazy.
So with me, like it was a playoff game for Division III rugby, and some dude on a certain team, I'm not gonna say who, whatever, but essentially he took it upon himself to stand up and just knee me in the temple, just point blank, drop me on the spot. From what I was told, my coach picked me up. According to him, I said I was good. He let me go. I fell quicker than a thing of Slinkies.
Fucking
I
Rich
was out. I
Holland
was
did you
gone.
dirty. Rich Holland did you dirty, man. And this is what I remember when I was talking about I was playing sports earlier. Like even if you're playing rough, I know everything is physical, but you gotta still like have some etiquette to like
Yeah.
not. I mean, and I know it's hard to say that because when you play certain contact sports, like I know I used to do boxing, but not on a level of doing professional bouts or training for those. I used to just train, right?
Uh-huh.
And just getting hit makes you feel like, dog, I'm not letting you hit me, bro. I want to hit you first, like kind of
I
mentality.
mean, I mean, granted, we were running away with that game, but still, it's like right
Oh,
before that, what a brawl broke out between our two teams. So tensions were already hot already. He just wanted to get the next shot in or whatever. So we already
salty.
knew that one of us. I was just retaliation.
Yeah, you was on the wrong stick of the saltiness.
Yeah,
And that's what I'm saying
I mean,
also though, like in sports we gotta protect ourselves. Like even when you're losing, it's like you just gotta man up and just take that L because doing that is just gonna be like it doesn't benefit anybody, right? Like when you're a sore loser. Now, if there's cheating involved, then yeah, you give somebody a receipt and shit. But if shit is
mhm.
clean bean, you getting spanked, man. We gotta get these guys. We gotta kick these guys out the league, man. These guys gotta get expelled,
I
suspended.
mean, yeah, we were kind of blowing water on them, but as far as how the game was going with the progress, it was still a pretty damn close game. Like again, it was one of those hot summer days. Tensions flared. Someone wanted to be stupid, and that was it.
No, I mean, look, like I told you with basketball, I remember I used to play with this one friend of mine. Every time he used to drive to the basket, he'll throw his elbow up like this on purpose. Like he's swimming around. And that shit caught me one time on my lip. And I got in his face like, yo, bro, come on, what we doing? Like, you want to just. And I was like ready to like fuck the game. So I get it. But then it's times where things escalate and there's sometimes you can knock somebody out so bad you can put somebody in a coma like or like you said unconscious and fucking you know what I'm saying gotta
Yep.
you know what I mean so it's just a lot of shit that can happen.
I mean, at that also, I guess at the end of the day, I guess the dude had a falling out with that rugby team, so I guess in his mind he just had his own demons, and they're just like, "We're good off of you."
Yeah, bro, some people got aggression like at the end of the day like there's certain demons that you have to address as yourself. Like there's times where I got my own anger. Like I used to find myself being passive aggressive. Like things would just get me upset, and I was just like slam something like ah, and just like oh man, just
No,
make
brother, I'm the
noise.
same way.
Yeah, and then I'd be like, well, I'm over here fucking up my own shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like like whoever just got me mad, I'm not even like it's not even being taken out on them. I'm just fucking up my own shit now. So yeah, people just gotta channel that their energy a different way and shit like that. But being into contact sports and all that, like I'm not giving it a pass, but I don't know about people that don't have trauma to the head, but when you play or fight or do anything like that, I understand people that aren't tuned normally, to say the least.
because there are such thing as post traumatic effects.
Yeah, for sure. And I've been in car accidents. I got hit by a car. I played contact sports, so I do my best to keep my channels right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So I got, like I said, I give it to the people that whatever they went through and shit like that. They play their sports and they continue to do what they do, and it affects people. But people like we live in this stigma where if you're a man, you're a strong woman, you don't talk about certain things. Depression is frowned upon. It makes you look weak. This and that. You know the whole stigma that's been around for hundreds of years, and we here to break that. It's unwelcome your thoughts. Talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not afraid to say that SmackDown and Raw was underwhelming. I'm not here to be a goal, a yes man to the movement.
say what it is. That shit was ass.
Yeah, it was ass. Like, would I like to do future work with WWE? Yeah, but is that going to stop me from giving my honest opinion? No. The draft was underwhelming. WWE Triple H era took an L for me today and on Friday, and I want to see what moving forward is going to be interesting. We got SummerSlam supposed to be the next biggest pay per view after Backlash. Like one
Oh,
of the four.
they SummerSlam is usually August. We may get one or two before then.
Yeah, Money in the Bank or something, right? Or
Maybe a Saudi show too.
it might even be that Clash. No, Clash.
Clash is usually Memorial Weekend, so probably yeah.
We got Backlash in Paris this Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern time. So it's gonna be an early pay per view
That's
for
just like
everybody.
10 in the morning my time.
Yep, correct, correct.
But again, I'm used to waking up early watching New Japan shows. So for those that may not know, I'm in California. New Japan most times are on like 2 in the morning my time, so it ain't no thing.
I feel like me personally, I used to hate early wrestling shows, but then as I got older, I think it allows me to move on with the rest of my night. Like I watch the.
Also,
Hmm.
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I watch the event and I have more energy throughout the day in terms of getting
Uh,
through the rigors of a adulting day, and then I gotta wait for an event in the nighttime, and it's so drawn out. Like we waiting for the main event. It's midnight now. You know what I'm saying?
I was gonna say that night we got Canelo Alvarez fighting.
Say that again.
We got if you're a boxing fan, Canelo Alvarez is fighting
Oh
Jaime
yeah,
Munguia that
that's
night.
on
That night.
Saturday as well. Yeah. Yes, sir. The day before Cinco de Mayo. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Cinco de Mayo
So
weekend.
so them going to Paris may have been more of a business strategy for Paul Levesque.
Planning ahead. That's fire.
Uh-huh. Saying, hey, he usually likes to fight this time of year. How about we go to you guys on this day?
If that's how that worked out, that's genius because it works for everybody. WWE makes their money. You don't compete with boxing, which you don't. You should never feel like why are you competing with something that's not your genre.
Yep.
It,
If the reason why UFC don't run Cinco de Mayo weekend.
you know what I'm saying? Who's running?
For the last
Is
as long as I can remember, that's been a boxing day.
Golden Boy running this time around, isn't it?
No, Canelo he dropped Golden Boy a long time ago.
Okay.
Yeah, he got some Chris Brown levels of funk with them.
Mm. So yeah, it should be a weekend right there.
Yeah, with Canelo, it's basically on site as far as when it comes to Oscar de la Hoya.
Mm.
It ain't pretty either.
And then we got NXT coming on tomorrow. I guess it should be interesting.
It would have been nice to see them have a draft day, but that may come in a couple of years. We'll see.
I think it's about time they pull the plug. Triple H is in charge. They need to make them a third brand officially. Allow them to
Yeah.
be a third brand. So that fans could get familiar. By the time you do these call ups, they need to be familiarized. The fans can't. Fans of Raw and SmackDown can't continue to look at NXT like high school.
Well, also, I mean, like he doesn't have the integrity of indie darlings on the roster like he did when he had Gargano, Ciampa, Finn, Shinsuke, Samoa Joe, Bobby Roode,
I think the
Adam
roster
Cole.
just. I think the roster just fine now as it is.
Yeah, no, the roster's fine now, but again, in years past when Vince slaughtered the roster for the call-ups, it was all the indie guys that got called up. Like Seth Rollins was an indie guy, Samuel was an indie guy, Kevin Owens was an indie guy.
Yeah.
Ricochet indie guy.
Right now, with AEW out right now, it kind of killed that ROH people coming up under that umbrella. So now it's kind of like you said, it's that weird. Where do we pull guys from? You got to pull guys from TNA, MLW, and New Japan, All Japan.
Well, I mean, I don't doubt the trainers that they have at the performance center to train the guys to run the ropes and do the shit the way everyone else does it. But
but it's they just signing regular people that their first dream might not have been to be a wrestler. They're just athletic enough to be one.
I mean, wouldn't that further entice a testament that the quality of guys that they have training folks and saying, hey, we can show you how to be a star in less than 2 years.
And I think this is what I'm saying. AEW lacks that. They have no NXT. They have no building system. Like you said, they hired a bunch of people that's supposed to help with that process, but there's no base for them. There's no base for these guys to station out of and say, okay, this is our group of talent. Paul White, Jeff Jarrett, Jim Ross are in charge of bringing in these guys and specifically cropping them. I don't see that with AEW. So, like you said, they missing a lot over there. They can have them instead of running the fucking show, fuck Collision, run a fucking developmental behind the scenes where, or even on air, but it got to be built. NXT wasn't. They didn't just shove NXT on. It took stages.
Send them on a Ring of Honor for all I care. At least give them a purpose.
Yeah, I mean NXT. It started off as a stage. It started off as a game show. They running off of wheelbarrows. They was throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks, before it actually stuck when Triple H had his fingerprints on it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm pretty sure someone on one of them years dancing too.
Yeah, I go back and look. I got the network, right? So I go back and I watch stuff on Peacock all the time, and I'm like, wow, like that's crazy.
Oh no, I remember watching that shit live.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I remember why, and it's crazy because I would really take time out my Tuesday or whatever day NXT came out on to watch them for that 1 hour on USA.
Yeah, so sometimes we right after the ECW reboot.
But I tell you what though, that show cropped half the stars that we knew: Titus O'Neil, Darren Young, Wade
Liv
Barrett,
Morgan.
Liv Morgan, Bray Wyatt, um, Fandango, EC3. There's somebody that's at the tip of my tongue that I'm Skip Sheffield, Cameron Ryback,
Daniel Bryan.
Danny Bryan.
Don't. For those in chat, do not sleep on the Nexus. I highly recommend watching their work from 2010 and up.
Pardon me, that train was loud. Oh wait.
Oh, it's perfectly timed.
But yeah, that Nexus, that was a good storyline too. They was wreaking havoc right there. That whole little intrigue where Danny Bryan took it too far and he choked Christian.
He was fired
Robert,
for that.
and then brought back. It made things like wow.
At a Big Four pay-per-view, rehired. SummerSlam.
It kind of blurred the lines. For real, blurred the lines. Like, wait, what's going on?
And that also brought the return of Bret Hart. Bret Hart teaming with John Cena. Who would have thought that in a million years?
And Collision just doesn't provide that for me. AEW Dark Elevation didn't provide any of that for me. You know what that just reminded me of? Like Rec Center, like you just gave a bunch of, it's like public access. Like, yo, here guys, use our cameras, use our ring, and you guys could go do whatever. But it's under our.
It's like you going to a local rec center 3 blocks down the road to catch a quick indie show.
Yeah, but with no build, like no development. Like half the people they put on there was probably like a one-off. There was no real intent.
And also, what I researched was a lot of the guys that they had on those other shows was these are guys that had gone popular off of like 1 or 2 internet moments. Yeah. And Tony Khan thought they could work. And then we saw what we saw on TV, whether it be a random guy or a Nick Gage or even that dude that fucking played with the pizza, whatever, that was a wrestler.
I remember that guy. It was like a Super Mario guy. Like
yes, some fucking shit.
I remember that.
I remember him having a fucking pizza crust order, just pouring that shit around.
No, where's he at now? No, serious. I mean, I'm surprised Orange Cassidy, like, if he didn't pick up on the crowd so quickly, I think he would have fizzled out too, maybe.
I think in his case, because at the time when Orange signed with AEW, he was already developing a reputation in Mexico, so he already had that as a fallback.
Okay. See, I wasn't aware of that. I know.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a crash or something like that, but one of those shows, he was slowly developing an audience in Mexico, and that's kind of what he had to fall back on just in case.
That's crazy. I didn't even know that right there.
Because, again, he's very good at the Lucha Libre. It's just the way Tony Khan presents him and everything else with the suddenly he's talking, taking the glasses off at will. That wasn't what he was doing before. And before it was just glasses stayed on, hands in the pocket. He's doing, like as I said earlier, playing the greatest hits.
Yeah. No, I could see that. I think some of the people that's in AEW, when they got the greatest hits going on, they have them going on for too long. The Inner Circle, I felt that lasted a little too long. Anything Jericho touches, it's just like it stays for a little too long. I don't know what they're doing with Jack Hager. Feel like
is he under contract still?
I don't know why they used him like somebody that couldn't wrestle. They used him very sparingly. And if he couldn't wrestle, then why sign him? If that's how they felt. Because of name, because of prior. And that's what's wrong.
The man was a national champion at the University of Oklahoma. Yes, he may not have had the personality, but the man can go with anybody. You can find something to do with him.
They just put a purple hat on him and made him look foolish. That's the last I remember from him.
I mean, shit. At least Vince had ideas for him.
We the people. That was fire.
From that to when he first came in as the All-American.
Yep. There's a few people that like I can see why and I can't wait till a few more people come forward when the years pass. But like Santana, he left, he spoke his piece. He wanted a more prominent position and it wasn't there.
And again, me personally, I would have loved to see Santana in WWE because whether it's NXT main roster, you would have saw that man is special
Yep,
right
and now,
away.
and now that
And
I
that,
feel like they got Carlito, it could either go either way. Like they could either invest, keep Carlito there, and bring him in later down the road, have them feud, do a few things there.
but again, TNA, that's his home. Granted, it wasn't TNA then, but again, he knew what it was, and
Yeah, that's what I know him for.
they
LAX.
know what they got over there.
Yeah, he need to start his own faction over there, his own LAX or his own something.
Not even that. Just let him be Mike Santana. The rest will take care of itself.
I want to see that. I want to see that, but I feel like I don't think that to me is interesting for him. Like I've seen what he's trying to do.
Again,
Maybe it gotta take time. Yeah.
alone, he's nice on the mic. Again, we going just straight from himself. He's got it because I see some stuff with Hog out there in New York. Again, he's nice
And
like
that's
that.
why I think he should run a faction because he'll be like the Conan for the LAX or like a new version of it where he's calling the shots of shit rather than being the one that's accepting the shots. You know what I'm saying?
I think maybe after you get a top title him, so that way once that does happen, he can say, "Hey,
A prominent position.
let me show you the formula of how it's done."
I could see that. All right. Get a prominent position first and then expand. Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
And again, him versus that entire men's roster is going to be money. I guarantee it.
Mm. I want to see how they like keep him into the fold right there. That's definitely gonna be interesting.
You could literally ride him in with almost anybody, whether it's Eddie Edwards, whether it's Moose, whether it's Dollar, whether it's Joe Henry, Chris Sabin. You could link him in with X Division if you're bored and you want him to just fuck shit up for a minute.
Now wrestling, I mean, it seemed like it's at least wrestling across the globe. They keeping active. WWE's a little stagnant right now. Look like they got to pick up their momentum. I mean, it's expected. They just came out of WrestleMania, but that's no excuse. Years prior, they always had the day after WrestleMania going crazy. So I feel
Maybe this is that one time where Triple H didn't realize that 80% of the guys were on vacation.
right.
Because that's what it's looking like.
I mean, that's another thing too, though. That I feel like as fans we gotta accept too. The free agency pool isn't as large as it once was. Legends aren't as young as they once were. There's just like the talent in terms of big names is thinning out. In my opinion,
But also, this is the first time in a long time where if you roll on break shit down, those legends aren't really needed because there's so many folks that want to see what the next crop can do.
that is true. But I also feel like the legends could be used to some degree in terms of like again, like Sting. He was used to elevate Darby Allin. He was used to elevate the last bit of his go away tour. Like I feel like legends should be just sent away on just to put somebody over and just like retire them. Like it's over for them.
So, aside from Sting and to a degree Undertaker, which legend is up for grabs that Tony Khan doesn't already have on the payroll?
Nobody right now, in my eyes, unless there's somebody I'm missing. A Goldberg. But
I
that's
mean,
argument.
Goldberg said he wants no business with AEW. I don't know if you caught that interview or that
Nah, I
whatever
did it.
they put out. He flat out said they're too cheesy for me.
I mean, I've never seen, unless I missed on Tajiri. I've never seen Tajiri in
Tajiri's in
AEW.
All Japan.
I think Tajiri in AEW would be dope if he was to go. Um, Now that's the mid card shit. I mean, like if you talk a real top tier, like there's nobody that's in that shape. I think right now. But I mean, like if somehow Batista decided to show up on AEW, that might be something there, right? I mean, like wow.
I don't see that solely because of the relationship with Triple H and Randy.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
Flair's there, but Flair's there, but it's like
Flair's
Hunter
home.
and
He do what
Randy
he,
are also over there.
yeah, Flair do what he want though. He's like a wild card. You can't
Mm.
really control Flair.
Let's see. You got Raven doing MLW stuff, which is actually really entertaining if you haven't had a chance to watch that. Um, let's see.
Booker T say he
Sabu
really.
is just being an absolute menace on Twitter.
I think if AEW wanted to go hardcore, like you let Tommy Dreamer run a faction, Bully Ray, you bring in them guys and somehow crop in like some real ruthless guys that aren't afraid to like you see AEW isn't afraid to show blood, right? Well, make it make sense
Right.
then. Give us some extreme guys that tie into it. Don't just have guys
So
bleeding that never bled before. Like fuck it, the fucking like you said, the guy from the best friends, dude just gonna bleed today just cause like fuck it.
I mean, so you want? I mean, why not just buy out GCW and cars off GCW then?
I mean, so I think it was I forgot who made this argument. I think it was Bischoff. It might not have been Bischoff, it might have been somebody else, but making an argument that AEW was really trying to polish themselves after ECW rather than WCW.
Yeah, because Tony Khan's always been a fan of ECW and Paul Heyman.
Right. So that's why I make that analogy in terms of being extreme. He should just go ahead and just bring in some of the actual extreme guys. I'm
Yeah,
surprised like you haven't had
but I'm
nobody
saying
bring
you
in.
already got GCW that does quite a bit of hardcore stuff. Why not just buy them out since you have most of the guys that work for them anyways that
I
draw
don't
them
see
money?
because we seen what they did to ROH.
But that's what I'm saying. Like
Killed
Moxley was a mainstay for
ROH.
them. Him and Nick Gage. I mean, you already have Cardona work for you on occasions. You
But
have
they
basically
wouldn't
every
put on
guy that is.
they wouldn't put on the same shows.
But I'm just saying, it's like you already bought the majority of the guys that was making GCW top dollar to begin with.
Yeah.
Granted, they had the Josh Barnett stuff on the side, but aside from that, when it comes to their hardcore stuff, you have Moxley, you have Darby, you
But
have I'm sure
I think
Ethan
the
Page doing
problem
stuff there too.
when even like if the WWE buys out a promotion, right? Like when they bought WCW and you're eliminating the competition and the farming and everything else in between. So if AEW just continues to flood out, I wouldn't even say their competition, but their peers. They keep contracting their peers, and there's no other promotions. It's just AEW and WWE. I don't
Yep.
think Yeah, that like it's gonna be the same thing. AEW got too much going on for us to care. They should have just let some of these guys be world champions and get shined other places, even if it's at a smaller stage. Because if you're not gonna do nothing with this guy, what's the point of having him contracted?
Which goes back to something that I thought a long time ago. Why the fuck did they buy Ring of Honor?
Yeah, I mean it goes back to Nick Cage. There's a lot of guys under contract that could potentially be world champions elsewhere or been world champions elsewhere, and they just sitting on the pine waiting for the moment. But what is the moment? You might never get the moment, right?
No.
I mean, Keith Lee. I look at Keith Lee. What the hell is he doing?
Man, your guess is as good as mine with that.
Andrade, we seen his run. He's back in WWE now. We watching Cesaro's run unfold. I mean, sure, he stepped out to Swerve the other night, right? But or he like
Again,
but
he just been doing the tag team thing, I think.
that I ain't gonna lie, that whole British Blackpool Combat Club, it was cool. They need to retire
Called the
that.
Blackpool Combat Club, and not a single one of them is from Blackpool or England, if that matter.
And William Regal was not there. That's it. Like, why keep it? It wasn't even like a NWO esque faction, bloodline esque Judgment Day to even.
Now, if they brought like a Zack Sabre and he explained why they're called X amount fashion because of, for hypothetically, Billy Robinson was running England and the dark arts and blah blah blah. We're calling this now
Right.
something.
Nah, yeah. You got that guy that used to fight on Rampage Jackson that was from the UK over there with Dan Lambert and stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? Former British UFC fighters and stuff like that. Might have Anthony Joshua there with them, like, you know what I'm saying? But then no, they got Anthony Okogo with State Property, with Shane Taylor Promotions. You know what I'm saying?
He said
Like,
state property.
yeah, every time I see their logo, I swear I see SP State Property.
I mean, you had Paige Van Zandt there for a little bit.
Yep.
I
fuck with Shane Taylor Promotions though. But Okogo, come on.
Because of what happened with Paige Van Zandt, I can see why Jorge Masvidal didn't want to take his ass over there. He said, "You could have paid me for this bullshit."
With the bare knuckle, or with the AEW?
With AEW, because again, you had all America top team there except for him.
Yeah, yep. Wasn't Masvidal at one of those episodes though? And he did like a running knee. I think
he may have did one episode, but that was it. I think.
But yeah, as far as those other rundowns where they was getting beat up and stuff like that,
it was just Paige Van Zandt and Dan Lambert.
Yep. And Paige's boyfriend, I forgot his name or her husband.
You could have had Masvidal there. You could have had Amanda Nunes there. You could have had Daniel Cormier there.
They had Dos Santos, Junior Dos Santos.
Yeah, but JDS, he's not DC. He's not Masvidal. He's not Nunes.
Removed. He was UFC removed at that point too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you could have, like Dana White could have had the part 2 events, but Dana White's top guys could have been with AEW, which could have had Dana say, "Hey, my guys are going over here. Sorry, Vince. My breadwinners are right here, and we're making them money. They're making me money. Deuces." That could have been a thing for AEW.
AEW could have went in a lot of directions, and I feel like they're in a learning curve, which is unfortunate for them because WWE just found that recipe.
Mm-hmm.
And they found it at the right time. Like, just when AEW thought they was about to dethrone a company that's been at the helm for 50, 60 years, no. They just reinvented themselves and found that recipe.
Triple H found that 6th gear.
Yeah. And it's unfortunate that it knocked AEW back so much that it makes them look like they don't know what they're doing.
I mean, I don't think that was the case. I mean, one, the pandemic definitely played a role in their rise, but also because of AEW's internal drama, they couldn't, and especially in Tony's case, he can't help himself from talking bad about WWE, and WWE really honestly doesn't give a fuck about them. They just talk about them just because it's funny.
Right. So is it safe to say?
And even then, when WWE talks about them, it's like they're not mentioning them by name. Tony Khan is mentioning WWE entirely by name.
By name, yeah. But before, let's say if they don't get CM Punk, they was kind of on a good trajectory to continue to compete with NXT at least on a
I
weekly
mean,
basis.
so when Cody was there, they had some stuff going. When Cody left, they were struggling a bit, and then they showed signs of promise, but they're still going up and down. Then Punk came in, and then everyone's going, all right, this is their shining light. This is their shining beacon. And then we all saw what happened after that. So, I mean, since day one, since Cody left, they've literally been trying to find who they actually are. Now, the jury's out on how they approach this Elite versus Tony Khan story, but there's a few ways they can go about it. That's the right thing to do, but there's also just as many ways, if not more, that they can do that is entirely wrong for this.
Okay. I feel like they're gonna fuck themselves up no matter what due to inexperience. They're gonna fumble the bag somehow. FTR to me, hot take. I don't even think they're that good of a tag team. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like they alright.
They felt
They
too too much in love with the money. That's how I see
like
it.
it's all good. Everybody could say I could be the best walker in life. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else is gonna outwalk me. It's just it is what it is. All these guys say they're the best wrestlers as they should. But that doesn't mean I have to believe that. And I feel that way with FTR. Like they wrestle standard, like by no means. They're not better than the than the Road Warriors. You know what I'm saying? They're not
Yeah.
better to me than any classic faction tag team that you could put together. Like even if you talk about Evolution and Batista and Ric Flair holding the titles, I would have them beating
When they were in
FTR.
their prime, if you think about it, if you want to break it down, you have FTR, you have DIY, you have with all due respect, the Young Bucks. You also have God, which is the tag team of Lance Archer and David Hart Smith Jr. So God and Archer and Smith, who were called Killer Elite Squad, two very underrated tag teams from New Japan.
Mm.
And if FTR would have tangled with them, I'm sure the match would have been fine. But also, it's like it could have went very wrong on top of that because they would have gotten outclassed. Same thing, say FTR wrestled the Briscoes then, when the Briscoes were in their prime, going with the Bucks, also going to heavyweight to challenge God, Killer Elite Squad, War Machine, proving why they are the greatest tag team, 13-time Ring of Honor tag team champions.
Mm.
Briscoes were special. FTR then, if they fought them then, would have been no contest. They'd have been outclassed.
And they lost to them in that door collar match anyway, right?
I think the total record was between them three, FTR 2, Briscoes 1, I think. Oh, no. That might have been Briscoes 1 13, so it might have been FTR 1, Briscoes 2.
Yeah, they got the last ones for the belt before the untimely pass. But yeah. FTR, they do a good job speaking themselves up, but in terms of there's a lot of tag teams I would have that'll spank them. Even the Harlem Heat would spank them to me. Booker T and Stevie Ray.
Hey, don't sleep on Stevie Ray now.
You know what I'm saying? They'll give FTR the business. You know what I'm saying?
Crime Time will give them some work. God rest Shad Gaspar's soul.
I mean, even at this point, can we even say Awesome Truth? But that's taking it too far.
Again, because of their actual work in psychology, we can definitely make a strong case. Another definite one would have been Beer Money, because again, Beer Money would have been a little bit long in the tooth by then, but I'm sure they can give him some work too.
Yeah, because I think you have to give some credence to the Miz when he's a former world champion and he's held the major title.
The Miz is WWE's last official guy to actually earn his shit on his own. Folks forget about that. When he came in, yeah, he was a reality TV star. He earned every goddamn thing he got from there. Everything.
And
Folks
I ain't gonna
wanted him
respect
gone
him
for
for
years, and he stayed, and he showed them
yeah.
why he deserves to be there.
I respect him for not flirting with the idea of wanting to leave. Of like, oh, I'll go somewhere else if you guys want to use me. Like, he's okay with the position he's in. He
Yeah,
understands.
he said, "I deserve to be here. I need to be here," and he showed why.
I feel the same with all truth. Like, you know what I'm saying? So many people could have been mad at the positioning that they are in the card and not did much with it. I feel like even when Top Dollar, shout out to AJ Francis, like, but sometimes when they had the like Het Row come out and do their rap and shit, it felt a little cringy. When our truth does it, he gets us like, what's up? What's up? If you could get with this and you could get with that, 'cause this is what it said. You know what I mean? What's up? Like it's just something about his vibe. So it was always like all truth was the right K quick, all truth. Even when he played healed a few times he did, he knew how to do it. He knows how to play well.
Also,
Ron,
the last person to smoke a cigarette live on WWE programming. You folks forgot about that, huh?
man,
It might have been
legendary,
Newport too. Just popped in his mouth. He
legendary right there. So let me see. Prediction going into Friday. Do you think Jacob Fatu finally debuts, or do you think they're gonna hold this off until a pay per view or something?
because they're going overseas this weekend, I don't see any reason to bring him in right now. I say even 2 weeks after Backlash when we might see him.
Mm.
Because again, you got folks going overseas. I'm sure another batch of boys going on vacation after that. So maybe let's see. Is Money in the Bank coming up?
I don't got a date on that one. I don't got a date on the next pay per view.
I'll say between we'll definitely see it between now and SummerSlam. But again, I'm trying to figure out like when specifically to bring him in because again, it's like with his entrance, you want to make it special. Tama's got a good thing going right now to where he's doing his part, solidifying himself. I don't know if you want to let that breathe just a little bit longer. I probably would. So that way, once you bring Jake in, you have two solidified guys right then and there, as opposed to taking away from Thomas Shine.
I could see that. Yeah, definitely want to build Tama up, give him a presence right there on his own. Aside from like you said, not taking the spotlight away from him, just shining on Jacob immediately. So I could see that right there. Yeah, man, we've been at it right here for a big 8 hours, man. This shit was fire. We talked about the recap for everybody that wasn't caught up throughout the whole episode. We talk about Friday night, the first day of the draft, and tonight we gave preview and a conclusion while it happened. Monday Night Raw draft. So I hope everybody had a good time with us. You know, it was dope. Um, keep us tuned in. You know what I'm saying? I put Razor's Twitter right there in the banner that's floating by, so you guys can follow him right there on Twitter. You guys got me followed, so you guys keep it, you know what I mean, locked in with us, and y'all gonna see the next time we going live. Y'all can join in on the conversations like I did today, and we lit. My brother, I appreciate you, man.
Always good vibes, my brother.
Yes, sir. You know that, man. Easy, brother.